Welcome into ProBox TV. That's right, coming at you from San Bernardino, California, nestled up against the foothills just east of Los Angeles. But just like those foothills, we're expecting an avalanche of action tonight in our Future Stars and our Contender Series event. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Gentlemen, you know how it works. Future Stars, you see the next champion, the young undefeated fighters tested here on ProBox TV. Then it's our Contender Series, and we have some great names. A main event, what, 4 fights now in the making? Talk about that main event. Chris, familiarity breeds contempt. These guys in the gym have been familiar with each other for a long time. They've been getting ready for this fight.
Yeah, well, 4 times the charm, right? Yeah. Finally, they're actually stepping into the ring tonight. This fight has been rescheduled 3 different times. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the contempt that these guys have between each other. You know, they've been literally circling in each other's orbit for the past year, you know, discussing in this fight and when they're potentially going to get in the ring. And Joshon James, he didn't mince words, man. He goes, I'm coming to get what that guy's got. Because he can step right into that position. Lester Martinez is very highly ranked across the boards in the world. And Joshon, he's an upset king. He's the kind of guy who comes in and takes the shine. So he's coming in here to take what Lester's already got.
Also, when you talk about mental edge, Paulie, this idea of he's running from me. I don't believe he was really sick. I don't believe he was really hurt. This idea that there's fear in his eyes, that gives Joshon maybe a little edge going into this fight.
Yeah, it could be. You know, you're going to take what you can for sure. You're going to take all the psychological advantages you're going to wish to sort of suck into your mind. But like you said, familiarity breeds contempt. And these guys have been training for each other for several training camps already. So, you know, even if you don't have a personal beef with an opponent, you know, you sign that contract, you start to dislike them as you're training every day, you're making weight, there's a dislike that goes through your mind. Well, to have to go through it for several camps and not be able to get your hands on them, I think by this point, that contempt has reached the pinnacle.
Yeah, when you look at Marvin Hagler, of course, his hat saying war, getting ready for Tommy Hearns, says, I was sick of the press tour. I'm sick of looking at this guy's face. I just want to bash it in. A similar kind of thing. But you look at Lester Martinez, short, stocky, strong, knockout puncher with both hands. Is that his key tonight?
Yeah, I mean, he sets a pace. He was very impressive when he beat Carlos Gongora, who was a former title challenger. And fantastic performance that night. Really turned some heads with that performance. Like you said, strong, solid, comes in, throws combinations, but has also got a good gas tank too. He finished strong in that fight. So you know, top to bottom, he's a very exciting fighter.
And Joshon fights for his build. He's tall, lanky, uses the jab very well. He fights like the taller man. He has to tonight, Paul.
Yeah, he has to tonight, and that's how he usually fights when he's at his best. Here's the thing: the story of this fight is going to be range control. You know, we talk about the pace of Lester Martinez, but you can only bring that kind of pace if you can close the gap. If you can't close the gap, you don't have control about how many punches you're going to throw, because you can't throw punches if you're too far away anyway, right? So Lester's ability to close the range, close the gap, and Joshon's response to that's going to be really the story of the fight. Because if Joshon can dictate that distance, all that busyness Lester has, all that busy pace Lester brings, he may not be able to do it. But if he's able to get close, well, then at that pace, you know, now Joshon runs into problems. So I think the story of this fight will be who controls that range better.
There are certain cultures, certain countries where you have a pick of fantastic boxers: Cuba, Mexico, Russia, the United States. But sometimes there's a country where there's one name that you think of when you think of that country. Panama, it's Roberto Duran. When you look at, of course, Nicaragua, it's Alexis Arguello. Guatemala, Lester Martinez wants to be that guy. Motivation or putting a lot on his shoulders?
I mean, yeah, putting a lot of shoulders, but yes, that's motivation too. Listen, when you're a fighter, when you want to be a champion, you want that. You want that on your shoulders. You want to carry your country on your back. So Lester's in an envious position. And listen, the guy's already a star in his country. He wants to be a star in the whole world.
And what made him a star? That amateur pedigree. Won the Central American Games, won the Caribbean Games, first Guatemalan to do that. He's had a great pedigree. He's got the skills.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the skills, but he also has a fan-friendly style. You know, he brings up, like you said, a big pace. He's physical. He's a big puncher. So that also, you know, gives him some advantages here. And that, you know, you want to see if you can bring that fan-friendly style to the world-class level. And tonight we're going to get some answers on whether he'll be able to do that.
Gary Jonas, of course, putting this fight together, and it's his 4th time doing it. But this idea of trying to get Lester Martinez, that we like to test him here on ProBox TV. He says that if my guys lose, they lose. I want them ready. He's the one that put this together. What does he think of this main event finally coming together? Here's the boss in his own words.
I feel pretty good about it. I'd be, you know, shocked if it didn't happen, but everybody's ready. Everybody's on point. We're ready to go. Look, it was always, you know, an intriguing matchup, right? Because we know that Joshon is very underrated. Joshon, it's sort of surprising that he hadn't been picked up by a promoter until now. And so he's the upset artist. And, people are saying to me that it's a dangerous fight. And, am I sure about putting Lester, who's so close to a championship opportunity? Is there a little malpractice involved here? But credit to him. He wants to take on all comers. He's got no shortage of confidence. And that's a ProBox TV fighter, because we're not going to put bad fights on. So he's got to stay busy, and he's got to stay busy in good fights till he gets that opportunity. And I think this sets up to be a great fight. And just to put that in perspective, Joshan is very dangerous, but will Joshan be able to handle the volume that Lester brings to the table? Lester is, 168-pound fighter who fights and throws enough punches that looks more like a 140-pound fighter. And I think that's his biggest trait, that he puts so much pressure and is so voluminous. I see it difficult for Joshan to keep up with that pace and win rounds. But, anything can happen. So people understand, Lester had a pinched nerve in his neck that was causing headaches, but we didn't know the neck was the problem. So it was a bit of a mystery, and that hurt the first two fights. And we, as a fighter, you can't fight with headaches. Like, you just can't. So unfortunately, we had to cancel that till the mystery was solved. I went to Phoenix. We got him some specialists. We found the problem, and that got resolved. Then he went back home to Guatemala, went back to Bomax camp, and now the flu was breaking out. And everybody was getting sick. And he got sick when everyone else got sick. So that explains why we've had this situation. Some people were saying that he's avoiding Joshan. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Paulie, you heard the boss, Gary Jonas, talking about it. It's about volume, but also kind of the mental test. A lot of people fail here on ProBox TV because they think, I'm the A side, I'm walking through the opposition. The ones that are able to step up mentally are the ones who succeed. Is that the test tonight for Lester Martinez?
It is a test, and I think Lester knows what he faces when he comes on ProBox TV. I think a lot of fighters, the reputation is out for ProBox TV. You come here for your opportunities, or you come here to keep busy, whatever you want to do, because as Gary said, you got to give Lester some credit. Lester is in position for a title shot or a big fight at 168, but he wants to stay busy, and he's not staying busy taking on cupcakes. He's staying busy taking on a very, very dangerous guy who, for me, is a risk to his record, and of course, fan friendly. You got a chance to keep building your brand if you do win against a guy like Joshan James, because now you're staying busy, but you're also displaying that fan friendly style. You can become more in demand. The more people see you, the more in demand you are. We watch, you used to work in wrestling, right? Yeah. I mean, so in wrestling, you see these guys every week. Familiarity doesn't just breed contempt. It also can breed love, because you get familiar with the guys, you become more fans of them. So staying busy is also important. That's what Lester wants to do tonight. But he's going to have to stay busy in the ring, and he's going to have to close the gap to do that against Joshan James.
And Joshan James sees this as his opportunity. The only blemishes on his record, 2 draws that he thinks he won. He's been on the B side a lot, still hasn't lost. Yeah, he was the B side and fighting on the promoter's guys, and he still came away with draws. And so you know what that means when it comes to boxing scoring. But Joshan James, like the champ said, very, very dangerous guy. Tricky style too. He can really be a spoiler, and he's very effective at long range. You see how tall he is. He's long. Lester is a much shorter guy. He's got to close that gap, like you were talking about. Like you said, this is a battle of real estate. Whoever can make the fight happen where they want it is going to win. Well, there are many champions in boxing, but there are very few stars. Unfortunately, boxing lost one of its biggest stars. Big George Foreman passed away today. No one in our generation didn't grow up watching him and watching his comeback against Michael Moore. And I want to talk about that because, Bert Sugar said, he goes, the first edition of Greatest Heavyweights of All Time, he said, I didn't put Foreman on it. He said he won again at 45 years old. Really, the comeback story is the story of George Foreman. What does that mean when you talk about him? You talk about comebacks. Talk about the ability to rise again after losing in Zaire. What do you take away from that as a fighter? I mean, it speaks to what boxing is. It's able to get people from one position in life to a whole nother. And George was able to do it twice. So he went from being this quiet destroyer, colossus fighter that everyone was fearful of, to kind of like the happy-go-lucky, this is my Uncle George kind of guy who's selling grills but still knocking out Michael Moore to become heavyweight champion. So it's a really incredible story.
Yeah, this idea he connected with people, Paulie. You just said it about Lester Martinez wanting that stardom and wanting to connect with the audience. Nobody connected like George Foreman. You love the guy. People love him.
Well, you love him because also, you saw the two different sides of him, right? And also various generations got to know him, right? The 70s version of Foreman had a different psychology to his run to the top. He was a mean guy. Everybody expected him to get there. There was nobody who didn't think George Foreman would be heavyweight champion during his first run up to the heavyweight championship. And the way he did it, he just kept destroying guys and destroying guys. And if you notice the way he was destroying guys like Frazier, guys like Ken Norton, you realize why people were fearing for Ali when he fought Foreman, because Foreman had just been destroying guys. So you go from that guy, the scowl, never smiles. I haven't seen a video from the 70s of Foreman smiling, And then you get the comeback version of him where nobody now believes in him. It's the opposite psychology. Not only is he coming back as a nice guy, but they're also making fun of him. He's fat, he's eating burgers. He's playing up to it though. He doesn't get angry about it. You see a lot of athletes today, they get angry about with the media saying negative stuff about them. He played to it. He was eating burgers and stuff. Yeah, I'm Big George, and he was laughing, he was making jokes about it. But he also had to have the psychology of nobody believing in him when he was in the ring. He had tough fights against guys like Alex Stewart on the way up, and then also lost to Holyfield, lost to Morrison, stayed in it, gave a good enough account of himself to where he stayed in the mix and got the Mora shot. Even in the Mora fight, you don't think he's going to win that fight.
No, he's getting tuned
so
out
it's
the entire time.
his commitment to the goal never wavered from it, and eventually he got that reward. And I think that's why he became such a star and such a Hall of Famer. Obviously the Foreman grill made him rich, but the thing that put him in all our hearts is that secondary version of Foreman where nobody believed in him, and yet he kept overcoming, including the night he won the title. He kept overcoming on that very same night, and he became heavyweight champion.
When I think heavy-handedness in the world of boxing, I got to think George Foreman. I also think really big-hearted men who gave a lot to the people around him. Think of George Foreman as well. Rest in peace, buddy. But moving on, I got to talk about this fight when we look at it in that idea that certain fighters embody the spirit of ProBox TV. Vladimir Hernandez in our co-main event, he does triathlons in his spare time. This is a guy who never, ever quits. To you, does he epitomize ProBox TV in the attitude?
He's got like the ProBox flag coming off his back, like a Superman cape. I mean, he's got one of these records you look at and you're like, this guy's going to get killed. He's got 6 losses. He's 16-6. But if you look past the numbers, which you always have to with fighters on our air, this guy has been in with the top flight fighters over years, and he's got wins over a lot of them. He's got amazing upsets. Last year alone, he had a consideration for knockout of the year and upset of the year and fight of the year. Excuse me, in 2 back-to-back fights on our air. I mean, this guy is just full of surprises. This fight's going to be another barn burner. Cannot wait for any one of Vladimir Hernandez's fights.
Isaias Lucero, though, a similar kind of fighter. All action, hits the pedal from the beginning.
Yeah, and he's 19-2, but he's not 19-2 though where we're just setting him up. He's 19-2 with a padded record. You look at his record; he's got some good wins on that 19-2 resume. That's the thing about ProBox. We don't just give you a shiny record and one guy built it up the right way and one guy built it up against tomato cans. Lucero has some good wins on that 19-2 record himself, but I think he knows at this point that Vladimir Hernandez is not to be taken lightly. Vladimir Hernandez has pulled off enough upsets.
Secret's out.
And yeah, exactly. And the cat's out of the bag. And you really, I'll tell you what, because he does those triathlons and all those other things, in his spare time, you can't call him last minute and catch him out of shape. He's always going to be in shape. So if you're going to call if your opponent drops out and you call Vladimir, you got to think twice about what you're about to do, because you still might get your prospect beat.
He can always go 10 rounds. That's why he is our co-main event of the evening. Remember, we start out with our Future Stars event, and it leads right here. That's right, the Contender Series. Yasmin Artega versus Regina Chavez. Vladimir Hernandez versus Isaias Lucero in our co-main event. And it's finally here. They will not trip. Get into the ring. Lester Martinez versus Joe Sean James in our main event at 168 pounds. Stay with us right here on ProBox TV. We're here with you. ProBox TV, you're looking at the skyline, San Bernardino, California, just at the foot of the mountains east of Los Angeles, California. An outstanding day, but just like the bottom of those mountains, we're ready for an avalanche of action right here on ProBox TV. We start out with future stars. We move into the Contender series. Let's take a look at it. Jasmine Artega versus Regina Chavez. A throwdown. Artega undefeated, also an incredible knockout percentage. Regina Chavez ready to outbox her tonight. She's gonna need it. Vladimir Hernandez versus Isaias Lucero, our co-main event of the evening. You've never seen before. Vladimir Hernandez, an endless gas tank, but has power. Ask Guido Schramm, put him face down. Isaias Lucero, though, all-action fighter. He's looking to counter Hernandez's gas with his own persistence. In our main event of the evening, Lester Martinez versus Joshawn James. They call them snake-bitten fights. Well, no snakes inside tonight. They are finally throwing down in our main event. Both of them undefeated. Joshawn James says Lester Martinez is my opportunity tonight. Lester Martinez, top 10 at 168 pounds. Welcome to ringside, Jimmy Smith, alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Got our fingers crossed, gentlemen. That's right. Nothing's going to happen to this main event. They've tried to put it here 3 times. This is time number 4. The psychological aspect of this is Joshawn James says, I don't believe any of the excuses. He didn't want to fight me. Joshawn James ready 4 times. What does that do to you, Chris, getting ready for somebody 4 times?
Well, I mean, he's had 3 camps to prepare for this guy. So each one of these cancellations were not on Joshawn James. They were on Lester Martinez, whether it was an injury to his shoulder or his neck, to getting sick. Joshawn's been healthy. He's been training this whole time. He's got 3 camps to prepare for tonight. That's got to be an ace up his sleeve.
And Lester Martinez wants to get this fight over with, Paulie, to move on to that next level. He doesn't have a scrub in front of him.
Yeah, exactly. This is not somebody you can overlook. This is somebody who, will come to fight. And obviously, Lester already knows he's been on ProBox before. You get guys that show up to fight, and you get guys that show up to win. And so for Lester, this is not just a stay busy fight. This is also a fight that, he wants to look good, keep making an impression that he's been making, and continue to solidify his name in the 168-pound landscape.
And when you look at the future stars, because that's coming first before the Contender Series, of course, our future stars show, we have some great fighters. Let's talk about and the music starts. We know somebody's walking in. When you look at the future stars here, so many undefeated fighters or fighters with that 1 loss, looking for that next level. Paulie, you said you can be a prospect. You want to be the prospect people remember, trying to separate themselves tonight.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just to win when you're a prospect. You're expected to always to win when you're a prospect. It's how you win. It's the impression you leave, and those are the things you want to do on nights like this.
Yeah, and Chris, a lot of the opposition tonight talked about it. San Bernardino, you can hear the music. Strong Mexican-American community. They're behind the Mexican-American fighters. That means everyone's coming here to bang tonight.
Yeah, we walked in, we saw one of the younger fighters. He's like, I'm getting ready for war tonight. When you come to ProBox TV, when you're a young fighter, you know what to expect. Getting a fight on our air on this platform is basically getting like 3 to 5 fights under your belt in terms of the level of experience, because you're going to go in there and you're really going to fight.
When you look at separation, you look about the knockouts, you look at the technique. Also, some decorated amateurs tonight, guys who made those Olympic teams, guys who made those national teams. Do they separate themselves as pros tonight, Chris? What's your suggestion for them?
It's not just about getting a win and moving forward. That's not how ProBox TV works. You got to fight, you got to stand your ground, you got to throw punches. There's no runners, there's no holders, there's no guys that keep their hands in their pockets. You got to stand and you got to fight.
Lolo Harris, for example, a ProBox TV veteran, been here before, took a tough loss earlier in his career. What does that help him out mentally, having been here before?
I think just from the mental aspect, he knows what he's up against. And when he comes here, he's won here before. He's looked impressive here before. So I think he comes in confidently, And then also, when you win and you look impressive on ProBox, you're handling a good level of opposition very well. And that means people are going to be talking about you. And in Lolo's case, he got people talking last time.
Yeah, the idea that ProBox TV as a platform is growing, millions watching every time we give our product out on ProBox TV. But, Chris, one thing you're noticing is the coaches, the fighters themselves, they're watching, they're understanding the magnitude of the opportunity they have tonight. That's what makes future stars so interesting as we go into our first fight, Chris. What's your thought on the impression they have to make?
Well, listen, it's like we said, we have a platform and there's millions of people watching. We have the numbers, we've seen it. These fighters understand that now. The secret's out. They all know what it's like coming here to fight, what the opportunity is going to be, and who's going to see you do your thing.
When you talk about the disparity physically between fighters on our Future Stars card, the first fight of the night has that in spades. When you look at the tail of the tape, it is Kelvin Davis, 6'1" at 147 pounds. Jose Marrufo, 5'5.5". He says, I'm used to being the shorter guy. Well, Kelvin Davis says, I'm used to being the taller guy. Everyone tries to get inside on me. Can Marrufo do it tonight? That is the question. 6 rounds in the welterweight division. Lupe, get us started.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you all to the National Orange Show Pavilion, San Bernardino, California. It is another edition of ProBox TV being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. Tonight's bouts are being sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission. Commissioner is Peter Villegas and our executive officer is Andy Foster. We kick off the evening with this bout. Set for 6 rounds in the welterweight division. Arrancamos la noche con este duelo pactado a 6 vueltas. En la división peso welter, los jueces son, the judges are Pam Hayashida, Damian Walton y Fernando Villarreal. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner, presentando a la esquina azul, vestido de rojo con dorado. He steps in wearing red with gold trim. He weighed in at an official 146 3/4 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 146 libras y 3/4. Esta noche acepta el reto y se enfrenta a otro rival invicto en su 33º combate a nivel profesional. Tonight, he answers the call and faces an undefeated opponent in his 33rd professional bout. Fighting out of Tweedy's Boxing Gym, Phoenix, Arizona, y Puro Agua Prieta, Sonora, Jose Marrufo. In the red corner, en la esquina roja, fighting out of one of the most prestigious gyms, B&B Boxing, Omaha, Nebraska. He enters wearing white with blue trim, vestido de blanco con vivos azules. Su peso oficial, 147 libras. His official weight, 147 pounds. Tonight, this boxer with fighting in his blood enters the danger zone, the ProBox TV ring where no O is safe. With his undefeated record of 14 victories, 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche entra a la zona de peligro el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con su récord invicto en juego de 14 victorias, 7 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of Norfolk, Virginia, Kelvin Night Night Davis. With final instructions, referee Ray Corona. Let's go.
This is still good right here, nothing below there. This is still good right here. You want to touch gloves? Do it now.
Brief instructions from Ray Corona as our Future Stars show gets underway. Kelvin Night Davis, you're looking at him there. 6'1", 147 pounds. Jose Marrufo out of Phoenix, Arizona. Got to get inside and get inside quickly. Can he do it? That's the question. We begin round number 1. Davis in the blue and white. Marrufo in the checkered red and gold. Marrufo said, I got to go through the front door.
Yeah,
Exactly what he's doing.
He wasn't kidding. Starting out the fight right through the front door.
Ooh, big left hand there from Davis, and another one from Davis. Caught Marrufo on the way in. That's what you got to do when you're a taller man. You got to set that line in the sand and hit them as they cross over that critical distance line.
Yeah, you want to catch them coming as well, so their aggression starts to become less and less as they start thinking about what's coming back.
Already a warning for leading with his head. Expect that to be a problem a lot. Coming in opposite stances. Kelvin Davis in that southpaw stance. Had 8 weeks to prepare for this opponent. He said another admonition about a clash of heads, but he said he had 8 weeks, had 3 or 4 opponents drop out on him. Marrufo took this fight 5 days' notice. Says, I live in the gym. It's all the same to me, but.
Yeah, well, Jimmy, when you're a 6'1", 140-pound southpaw, it's not easy to find opponents.
Yeah, it's not easy to prepare. Even if you've been in the gym, you still want to prepare him for a 6'1" southpaw.
And Marrufo, I think, took this on 4 or 5 days' notice, but he did fight about a month ago, and he is a road warriors kind of guy. He said in the fighter meetings yesterday, I stay in the gym, I'm always ready. But fight ready is different than being in shape.
Not always the same. Trying to bull forward and get something done. This one's scheduled for 6 rounds.
Sharp left hand there by Davis.
All he knew about Davis was, I know he's tall. That's all I know. I got to get inside. Doing that, trying to make it rough. One thing about Kelvin Davis, if you look at previous fights, he does have an excellent jab. Doesn't tend to move his feet a whole lot. Does tend to fight very planted in the center.
Yeah, and doesn't throw a whole lot of combinations either. Really he's a sharpshooter. Picks his spots, picks his shots.
Oh, good
Nice
body
shot.
shot. Oh, that was a nasty shot. Marrufo took that pretty well, though.
Not easy to get a body shot at such a short opponent, but Davis able to do it.
You see Davis, he stays very, very calm. He's very relaxed. He pulls that trigger, finds those openings when they present themselves. We saw that right there. And then once again, a nice uppercut as Marrufo crossed that critical distance line to get closer.
Yeah, as Marrufo, you comes in through that front door, Jimmy, as you kept saying early on. You know, it's very obvious. I think Davis is going to start seeing that left uppercut more and more. That he can throw it and he can't use it.
He's already landed a half a dozen of them already here in round 1.
Stop. Step back, both teams. Step back.
Last fight out was against Kevin Johnson. He won that by decision, but Johnson able to get inside and throw some decent combinations. Well, Marrufo having to brave the fire here.
Yeah, Davis doing a nice job of picking his shots really well, mixing things up. Straight left hand up top, the body shot with the uppercut. There it is again.
Getting ready for round number 2, and we are underway. Kelvin Knight Davis, tall fighter out of Norfolk, Virginia. See the Norfolk on his shorts, blue and white on his trunks. Marrufo from Phoenix, Arizona, 15-15. Gentlemen, Davis really didn't get out of sparring speed in that first round. You know, very relaxed, taking it really easy, trying to get in some work, it looks like.
Yeah, no, he didn't need to. You know, he was looking at what was coming from, you know, in front of him. You know, when you got a guy Marrufo who's coming in on short notice, you kind of want to let him shoot their shot early on. You see how calm Davis has stayed, really just picking his spots and letting Marrufo work at times.
Yeah, Marrufo, you know, doesn't just come in through the front door. He telegraphs his shots a little bit. So, you know, for a guy like Davis who likes to sharpshoot and punch in between you, you know, it gives him options to get those shots in there just like that. You know, one thing I'd like to see with Davis is for him to follow up with some combinations. That's one thing that's sort of been missing in anytime I've seen him in his career. He's got these sharp shots. He selects them very well, but he can also, you know, turn up the gears a little bit at times, and he doesn't.
And another thing you guys talk about a lot on air is club guys, they'll fight differently. They don't fight smooth, so a lot of times there's a herky-jerkiness to the style that can be tough to read, Chris.
Yeah, I know. When you're coming from the gym like Davis is with, you know, with all his brothers and Bomac and all those guys in there and Crawford, you're used to a certain level and guys doing what they're supposed to do. Sometimes these guys that you get brought in, you know, it's like they zig when they should be zagging, but they can be effective at times.
Just like that, a little goofy overhand, but comes from an angle you don't often see in the amateur ranks. Well, Marrufo, you know, he didn't come here to lay down. He's coming forward, trying to get inside, trying to make it ugly.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't really have any creativity. He just comes in and throws punches, comes in and throws punches. So it's going to be up to Davis to, you know, sort of take away that enthusiasm from him.
And a great story, by the way, when we were talking to him in the fighter meeting. He said, you know, my mom took us to the gym to keep us in sports, to keep us off the streets, and it worked.
Yeah, I'd say it definitely worked.
Grew up playing different sports. Says boxing never had an off season, so my mom could have us walk to the gym. No, we weren't getting in trouble in the streets. That's worked out for the whole family.
Jimmy, it looks to me like Marrufo's starting to run out of steam. You see him pushing the mouthpiece out so we can get more air. A lot of times you'll see guys do that when they start puffing.
Nice one too.
Good straight left hand right down the middle.
And Marrufo's effort is not getting him the results he wants, you know. While meantime, Davis conserves a lot of energy, picks his shots. He's going to be a gas tank issue soon, especially with Davis landing these body shots.
Yeah, and Davis, much more so than we've seen him in the past, is really throwing with bad intentions tonight.
He said, I had to disguise my power. I hit hard, but I got to find my shots. And so far, Marrufo wearing it well. Fighter from Phoenix, he came to fight. A little smile at Davis at the end of the round. That's when these choices, you know, that's one of the things about future stars is that idea of separating yourself. Well, do you do that by making the fight look easy, or do you go in there by going hard the first couple rounds and getting the guy out? Looks like Davis has chosen the path of I'm going to work a little bit here.
Well, in the fighter meeting yesterday, he made it abundantly clear that it's not just about winning, it's how he wins. And especially when you got a guy like Marrufo, he didn't know a whole lot about him, but he knew that when he fought top flight prospects, he got stopped. So Calvin Davis is going to look to make that same exclamation point.
Is right now, you're looking at his corner, and he is not even breathing hard. Had an 8-week camp, which is about what you want. Breathing through his nose. Looks like his gas tank holding up just fine, Paulie.
Yeah, but the referee is letting Marrufo know he's got to keep the mouthpiece in his mouth. So but those are, again, those little clues that are telling you he's having trouble breathing, he's having trouble, you know, with his conditioning. He is a last-minute replacement, right?
Yeah,
5 days.
5 days notice. And the kid's a warrior. He was joking about it, you know, laughing in the fighter meetings about it. Yeah, if I fight everybody, that's what happens. I'm always ready. Okay. I don't know much about him. I know he's tall.
That's all he knew. He's given it his all so far tonight. A little outworked by the very tall, powerful Davis.
But Davis, see how he's stepping in on the inside as well? He's smothering the smaller man. That's a very, very smart tactic, and also it doesn't use a lot of energy at all. He's not looking to tie him up. He's not looking to fly out of the way. He's just stepping into him and smothering him.
Hands are free. Let's work out of it, gentlemen.
Marrufo, by the way, all smiles in the fighter meeting. Didn't seem stressed out at all by the fight that's in front of him tonight. He knows the position he's in, or he has nothing to lose.
Well, he's got enough. He's a vet, you know.
Yeah, he's a veteran,
enough
32 fights
to know the kind of situations he's stepping in here.
He's been winging that right hand over the top.
Yeah, Davis has done a good job of just pulling back on that, but that one seemed to touch him a little bit.
You guys can work.
Talk about these veteran smothering moves, Chris. Davis has been using them a lot throughout this fight.
I can't help but think about Tommy Hearns when he fought the Blade, Iran Barclay. You know, kind of similar guy. He was coming forward, really aggressive, and he caught Tommy pulling straight back. And a lot of times for tall guys, pulling back is dangerous. You get hit on the point of your chin.
Marrufo fighting more judiciously in round number 3.
Yeah, Marrufo's getting his hands off, man.
Yeah, there's been a much better round for him.
Take a step back.
Talked about physical pressure in this fight, not just getting inside, but making Davis work the entire time. He's been able to stay pretty much chest to chest throughout this 3rd round.
Marrufo made an adjustment in this round that he's punching with Davis. He's not allowing the your turn, my turn. And he's actually landing some shots.
And he's walking in before he starts punching, so he's keeping his guard up and then getting to Davis before he starts punching, instead of falling in and getting hit with those counters.
Marrufo just walking in, bringing one foot to the other foot.
Let's go.
I think he had himself a pretty good round.
Yeah, no, he did.
Very busy.
Wasn't pretty, but it was busy and definitely more effective.
And an ugly fight favors Marrufo as they collide heads. Both fighters checking on one another. Good show of class there. What a good round number 3 for Marrufo.
After the bell rings, I'll bring him over here to you.
As you said, Paulie walking through, but, you know, letting his hands go. Isn't afraid to punch while Davis is punching.
Yep.
One of the reasons the referee, Ray Corona, has warned the fighter about spitting on his mouthpiece. Great way to get your jaw broken, is have that mouthpiece out. Halfway through this one, scheduled for 6. Looking in the corner of Kelvin Night Davis. Impossible to think of Norfolk, Virginia without Sweet Pea Whitaker. Obviously Olympic gold medalist, world champion, pound for pound great from Norfolk, Virginia. As we begin round number 4. We are underway. Doctor now checking him out.
Kind of a weird time to bring in the doctor.
I thought he had a pretty good round.
I thought he had an excellent round, but it doesn't look like any one thing, like cut or swelling, but a general, hey, how you feeling? Everything okay? That's what it seemed like to me. Doctor didn't check out anything specific.
Maybe the doctor wanted to get on TV.
Could be. No, it does happen. Got to remember, Paul, it's normal to us. Marrufo, man, he's going for it.
Yeah, he really is. He just got cracked with a shot, though.
And again, Davis doesn't throw combinations, so I think Marrufo realized, like, this guy's going to throw one shot. If I can take it, I can eat it, and then I can get in and sort of, you know, put numbers on him.
It's a tough style for Marrufo to fight, though, because he's
nice left hand.
If you're going to have to outwork the guy with volume.
Yeah.
And you have a 6'1" southpaw.
But now Davis is
nice
controlling range. You see now he's using that lead hand to control range and then set up the uppercut. That's what he's got to do. If Davis controls range, he makes it easy. When he doesn't control range, then it, you know, delves into some, you know, just less than stellar looking action.
Well, you could tell Marrufo is really starting to get fatigued. The legs are giving way on him. He's falling forward. He's off balance a lot.
I keep hearing from you guys, I'm going to take a point from him. All right? I'm doing my job.
What's going on over here?
Time in. Let's go.
His warning, I think it was another clash of heads. He said, one more, I'm taking a point away.
Oh, okay.
But I think both fighters have had trouble with their heads. I don't think necessarily Davis.
I don't think none of it looked malicious. They all looked accidental. It was weird that.
Oh, nice left hand. That rocked Marrufo.
Yeah, he's wobbly.
Another good left. Davis now has the timing of Marrufo. But to his credit, Marrufo is throwing back.
Yeah, he's tough. He's very
Davis
tough.
intelligently got those shots off, then held on to kind of take away the momentum from Marrufo.
Another Paulie, another thing you say, man, if you bring it, you'll be back on ProBox TV with notice. You know what I mean? It's one of those, if you come out, give us everything you got. Marrufo definitely doing that tonight.
Marrufo's one of those guys, man. He gets called on last minute. You know, he's usually used to build prospects as they come up, but he's knocked off a few prospects along the way as well.
Oh, beautiful 1-2, and Marrufo coming right back, trying to land. And look on Davis's face. It was almost like, man, what's it take to get you off me?
That was a beautiful combination. Right uppercut, left uppercut, right hook from the southpaw position. Lift the head up and take it off with the hook.
Crowd here in San Bernardino appreciating the heart of the fighter from Phoenix, Arizona.
I like how calm Davis
winning fans.
Davis is staying. Even though Marrufo's trying to make it ugly, Davis staying nice and calm, relaxed, ties him up.
Yeah, when he uses that lead hand, again, he controls range. He gets better leverage on his shots. See, like that. Because now, from that range, they're more hurtful.
Landing at will.
Paulie, you talk about his lack of combination punching. His hook looks like it would open up other shots, and he doesn't really take them.
And he has the speed to do it, too.
Yeah. Very quick. Little slip. Back up goes Marrufo.
Nice little feint there. I would like to see the jab. You got to get, you know, you're 6'1" fighting at 140.
And the referee has stopped the fight.
I don't know.
Davis landed a good combination, but Marrufo very upset. Less than 10 seconds left to go in the round.
Yeah, because, you know, now you get suspended. You can't work. I mean, I don't know. It seemed like Corona sort of was looking for that stoppage. Because even after he had a good round, he brought it to the doctor.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Gentlemen, I thought the same thing. I said, if that were the A side, the doctor's not checking him out, right?
Yes.
Marrufo fought his heart out tonight. I got to give it to him 100%. He's frustrated. He's upset. But against an undefeated prospect, he fought really hard.
He's a warrior. You know,
he's a warrior.
There's no question about that. He's definitely a warrior. He wanted to fight. He wanted to continue. he's making do with what he had, but he was fighting a superior opponent tonight.
And the left eye looking nasty. He's right in front of us. Left eye is very, very swollen, but that was not the reason that the fight was stopped at 2:54.
I mean, the round was almost over, man. I mean, that's also another reason why Marrufo was probably angry. Good combination there. But look what he does after the combination. He's the one attacking Davis, and Davis is the one getting defensive. And he actually lands a couple of shots here at the end of the combination, which we cut off the replay, but he actually landed a couple of shots at the end. Then that one didn't even get through. That one got blocked in the gloves. That one kind of got through. That one gets through nicely. Okay, I don't know, man.
Yeah, weird time to step in.
The punches got in.
Nobody ever gave me those kind of stoppages.
Right.
I could have used them.
The punches got in, as you noticed, but Marrufo's legs never went out from under him. He was reading it very well. He could see he was trying to intelligently defend.
And even when he did get hit with big shots, he came right back, like you said, Chad. He came back immediately. That shows you that
Fighting
he's in the
spirit,
fight.
fighting mentality, you know.
Well, as we look at Kelvin Davis, he earned it tonight. He was forced to work. It'll go down as a TKO in round number 4. Gentlemen, his performance overall, we saw what he does well, which is those single shots, is that outside power punching, but a little more jab, a little more footwork, gentlemen?
I would like to see a little more jabbing. I agree with the champ. I wouldn't mind seeing some combination punching, but I really liked what I saw tonight. I saw a lot of more maturity coming from Kelvin Davis tonight. We've had him on our air before. This is his most impressive performance thus far.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing jabbing either. A lot of times the southpaws, though, they're not as busy with the jab.
Yeah, but a southpaw with a jab is a nightmare.
Oh, yeah, especially at that height.
Yeah.
It was an impressive performance from Jose Marrufo, but too much talent from Kelvin Davis. Lupe Contreras, make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Ray Corona halts this contest with an official time of 2 minutes, 54 seconds of round number 4. Damas y caballeros, el árbitro Ray Corona para la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos 54 segundos del cuarto episodio, declarando el vencedor por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated, Kelvin Night Davis.
There were points where he was tested in that fight, but his talent, his power, a bit too much. Kelvin Davis remains undefeated, moving to 15-0, 8 knockouts in those 15 wins. His conditioning, though, he looked on point tonight, physically ready to go.
And like I said, mature. Like he seemed very, very calm on the inside. He was able to smother the shorter man when he was letting his hands go. He was able to step around, pick his shots. As the openings presented themselves, he was able to fire, pull the trigger, get those shots off. I really liked what I saw from Kelvin Davis. And you can see him working on things and see him improving each and every fight.
As we're seeing more and more about, 10 to 20 fights, 10 to 20 victories, the knockout percentage he has, you start thinking about those title opportunities. He's going to be on that short list. But, Paulie, we kept saying it, 6'1", 147 pounds. Yeah. A lot of guys are going to be ducking him.
Yeah, not especially 6'1", 147 pounds, and you're a southpaw. So, it's not the style they want to see, because even if they beat you, it's hard to look good against a guy like that. So typically it's like a sort of a stinker style, and that's why you also want to see Davis throw more punches, throw some combinations, so that he sort of doesn't have to grab that reputation of becoming a stinker, and maybe fighters try to avoid him.
Yeah. It's one of those things we want to be able to put on entertaining bouts either way, but he moves forward in his career looking fantastic. But Jose Marrufo, I think, gained some fans here in San Bernardino tonight with his performance. Crowd a little bit of a boo when they announced the end of the fight. He did take some good shots, but man, his heart never gave out.
No, he was firing back the whole time. It was very much the will to win was still there. He was just outclassed.
Future stars rolling on. Another undefeated fighter about to make his way to the ring tonight, but taking on his most experienced opponent yet. What you're hearing is a walk-in music for Cesar Juarez. He makes his way to the ring, fighting out of Mexico City. Record of 31-17, 24 of those wins by knockout. And ladies and gentlemen, when he gets it done early. Fought Nonito Donaire, TJ Doheny, that was in 2022, so he's been in there against outstanding talent.
And a veteran of almost 50 fights. Charlie Sheehy entering this bout only his 11th time as a pro.
But tellingly, Chris, when we asked him, how many amateur bouts do you have? He goes,
I don't really remember. 200-ish? Wow.
Yep. Was on the Olympic team in 2020 before COVID shifted the schedule. Has won just about every amateur tournament you can think of, just starting his pro career. Looking to stay undefeated, but a big test in front of him tonight. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Charlie Sheehy versus Cesar Juarez. Look at here, Charlie Sheehy right in his prime, 26 years old. Cesar Juarez, 33. Height advantage, reach advantage, go to the fighter from San Francisco, California. Once again, decorated amateur, but can he overcome that experience disparity? That is the question tonight. He said, I don't expect to see anything tonight that I have not seen before, either in the amateurs or the pros. Lupe Contreras get us started, second fight of the night.
We continue with the action here at the National Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV being presented along with Robert Garcia's House of Champions. Bet online and Wild Casino this contest. 8 rounds in the lightweight division. Este duelo a un límite de 8 vueltas en la división peso ligero. Los jueces son, the judges are Pam Hayashida, Fernando Villarreal, and Carla Caiz. Presenting the fighter in the blue corner. He enters wearing the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red. Presentando en la esquina azul, vestido del tricolor mexicano, verde, blanco y rojo. Su peso oficial, 135 libras y media. His official weight, 135.5 pounds. Tonight, this tenacious warrior enters the Pro Box ring with 31 victories against 17 losses, 24 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche, este guerrero tenaz sube el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con un récord de 31 victorias, 17 derrotas y 24 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. De la Ciudad de México, César Corazón Juárez. His opposition in the red corner. Su posición en la esquina roja. Vestido de blanco con negro y rojo. He steps in wearing white with red and black trim. He weighed in at an identical 135.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso idéntico de 135 libras y media. Tonight, he tests his skills inside of professional boxing's newest proving ground. The ProBox TV ring with an undefeated record of 10 victories. 5 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche pone en prueba sus habilidades boxísticas dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con un récord invicto de 10 victorias, 5 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. From Brisbane, California, Charlie Sheehy. Our referee, Gerard White.
Okay, guys, we went over the rules of the dressing room. Everybody knows what we expect out of each other. Bell line's good here. I'm going to let him work to about right here, okay? Let's touch him up. We can go to work.
And go to work they will. Round number 1. Okay, it is Charlie Sheehy taking on Cesar Juarez. Decorated amateur looking to keep his undefeated career going, but taking on a veteran tonight. Cesar Juarez from Mexico City. We're underway round number 1. Sheehy in the red, white, and black. Of course, Cesar Juarez in the tricolores trunks. His last 4 wins all have been knockouts in the first 3 rounds for Juarez, and not surprised here. He's starting quickly.
She's doing a good job so far, standing his ground. He's got to show our guys coming in. He's got to
Good one, too.
Like that. Very good to do that early on when you're the taller, longer man.
Yeah, I know he's trying to get that counter to the body as well. He's trying to use that left hook to the body as Juarez steps in 2-3 times already.
Juarez on a 2-fight winning streak.
Sheehy, real big for the weight, 135-pounder, 5'9", long reach. Obviously comes in great condition.
Sparring with Shakur Stevenson to get ready for this fight. He goes, man, that guy is so hard to hit. You hit him once and you're full of confidence for the rest of sparring.
He hasn't had trouble finding his opponent tonight.
Okay, Cesar Juarez has been right in front of him so far.
Juarez with a high guard, though, you know, trying to make it difficult to get shots through cleanly. Which is why I like that he has gone to the body on some counters as well, because when you're going off the counter, there's more openings. He tries that right hand over the top as well, over the top of the jab.
Juarez has fought 5 times in 2024. Incredibly busy fighter. One of those guys, he shows up. That's how he makes money. With the volume.
Nice left hook to the body there from Sheehy. Sheehy has a very educated lead hand. That left hand, he jabs with it, he hooks off of it. He throws body shots off that left hand, that left side.
You saw there, use a left uppercut to start things.
Yep. Very creative with that left hand there. He posted the arm out, then threw the right hand to the body. Ooh, nice uppercut up the middle.
But very composed with his power punches.
And believe it or not, champ, I used to spar with Sheehy when I was in the Bay Area.
I'm not shocked.
Because got to be someone on every card that I've sparred with.
He talked about the work he put in the gym. To get ready for this, the sparring partners, amateur wins over Virgil Ortiz, Ryan Garcia. He's been in with some of the best. Sparred with Chris Algieri. I mean, that says a lot.
Yeah, when he was still an amateur at the time, actually. That was before he turned pro.
Good control of range here by Sheehy as well. He's
stepping
in, stepping out. Trying to catch Juarez when Juarez trying to close the gap. Starting to use different wrinkles to his style now. You're starting to see it.
And you see how he's changing up the trajectory of that right hand. He's making it more loopy, going around the guard, clipping Juarez on the ear. Those shots hurt.
Juarez just winging punches. 10 seconds left to go in round number 1. So far, Sheehy looking dominant with his fundamentals.
And Bernardino boxing fan, ProBox is coming to town. The main event, undefeated Guatemalan star and world ranked number 2, Lester Martinez, and the division's upset artist, Sean J. The co-feature is an all-Mexican battle. Action-packed Vladimir Hernandez returns to the ProBox ring against Isais Lucero in a can't-miss Fight of the Year contender.
Welcome back. Round number 2 about to begin. Charlie Sheehy versus Cesar Juarez. Sheehy putting on a boxing clinic in round number 1, as you gentlemen pointed out. Great control of range throughout that first 3 minutes. Last 3 opponents for Sheehy, 13-4, 12-3, 10-1, 81% win percentage. So he's had some, at least on paper, some tough fighters coming up. You know, sometimes you got to look underneath to see the dry rot, but good numbers so far. No scrubs as far as numbers go.
And I've been watching Charlie for a while. He has not been in easy. But when you have as many amateur fights as he has, too, you can be fast-tracked and fight those kinds of guys early on.
Ricardo Quiros, his last time out, that guy fought him tough, very tough. Only won that by 1 round on the judges' scorecards. 2 judges had it, I believe it was 77-75, if I remember correctly. But
yeah, I think I remember Charlie having an issue with making the weight for that fight.
That's one of those things we all know. We all went through, you know, age 26, right? The cut starts becoming a lot more difficult. You get into your late 20s, early 30s.
You know, he said that key term. He's like, my body just shut down. I couldn't make the weight. And that happens. It does happen to fighters. It's a terrible place to be, but.
Beautiful footwork from Sheehy.
And tops off with a nice straight right hand after changing the angle.
That was missing in the Quiros fight and stood a little bit still in that fight.
He's changing direction, and off both directions, Sheehy's throwing punches, you know, and he's varying the punches that he throws at that.
Super sharp, super sharp. Very, very dialed in is Sheehy here in round 2.
But Juarez continues with that forward momentum, undaunted.
Yeah, Juarez wasn't getting anywhere near Sheehy in the first round, but this round's been a little bit better. Come through that front door with that high guard, been able to get a little rougher with Sheehy on the inside, which is what he needs to do. Nice stiff jab there from Sheehy.
Talked about a man who's had his opportunities. As I said, TJ Doheny knocked him out in 2022. Nonito Donaire, another top-level world-class fighter that Juarez has been in there with. See that awkward style, works the body, but man, running into a lot of shots. Beautiful uppercut.
Again, timing shots from Sheehy, catching a guy coming in.
The uppercut could be a hard shot to time like that. Sheehy did that perfectly. Nice overhand right there, too.
Again, timed as Juarez was trying to throw. Again, roll right hand.
Nice.
Sharp counterpunching here from Sheehy. Good little hook there from Juarez.
Good slapping left hook from Juarez. Caught a little flack on that one, went through the glove, but. Good awareness from Sheehy there.
Oh, another good uppercut there from Sheehy.
Yeah, mixing up the offense well.
And using both uppercuts with both hands. That shot's worked a lot. That little short straight right hand. Frames with the lead hand.
Oh, good lead hook off the front hand.
Talk about the educated lead hand, Chris. It is doing some damage for Sheehy as we end round number 2. You guys say it all the time. The amateurs is where you build fundamentals.
Yeah.
You can tell Sheehy has those. You can see the fundamentals.
Yep, Sheehy's been in the amateurs, and you can see the success he had in the amateurs based off the proper fundamentals he's using him. And it starts with balance first.
And all of his punches, I mean, they're fundamentally perfect. It's textbook the way that he's firing off these combinations. And like you said, Champ, he's got the balance there. He's not falling over his feet, and which can happen with taller guys like that. And he's throwing with power as well. So really, really textbook stuff so far.
The transition from the movement to the shots, to the power shots and all that. And also off the movement, balance is very good. You know, he's not stumbling as he's moving around. You know, he's not caught off guard by any of the attacks Juarez brings, so that when he moves, he's off balance. None of that's happening.
And also moving very well from that wide stance. The step over stuff has been so far beautiful. Can he keep it going in round number 3, scheduled for 8?
You know, in the past, Sheehy has had trouble with guys who made it physical with him. That, you know, got past all those fundamentals, all that technique, and was able to make it a fight, make it a dog fight. Juarez would like to do that. He just hasn't been able to close the distance enough just yet.
Just beat him to the punch every time. As soon as he steps. Ah, there you go. He steps again. Ah, there you go. Nice.
Also, ooh, nice shovel body shot. Juarez trying to come back with one of his own.
That's it. Let's go up and down a little bit.
So picking spots nicely.
One thing about Juarez, he hasn't really found a way around that lead hand. That jab and hook has been there the entire time. He can't get around that. It's hard to go in through that front door,
and
as
also,
you guys allude to.
Jimmy, when he does, she does a good job of being able to completely disarm him on the inside like that, with head movement, side steps, moving around. You know, so he's able to get back to that distance that he likes, even when Juarez does get past the lead hand.
Keep plugging away.
Oh, beautiful right hand from Sheehy.
You see how he mixes the shots, so throw one down, one upstairs, you know, so that you takes away the anticipation from the opponent as far as the ability to anticipate the attacks of Sheehy.
In the fighter meeting, he talked about that. He said, you know, I expect this guy to throw some tricks at me, to be a little rough and dirty and do all those veteran things, but I've seen all of that in the gym before.
Touch it again.
So all this as a learning experience. When we talked about Juarez's experience, you know, yeah, I'm going to learn taking on a guy like this. It's an important step for me. He's got a long-term view of his career.
Nice stab jab to the gut there. Backed Juarez up, but then Juarez came right back.
Try to wait.
You see how she holds his ground here too on the attacks of Juarez. And that's another thing too, knowing when it's time to give ground and when it's time to hold your ground to fire back, so that your opponent doesn't get used to just pressing all the time. There's moments where Sheehy will give ground and try to counter, and there's moments where Sheehy will hold his ground and try to counter from there.
Last time out in the Quitos fight, he did eat some overhands, ate some loopy punches. This time around, his defense has been on point. Seems like he learned a lot from that fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's mixing up the lateral movement with the shoulder rolling and the slips beautifully so far. Oh, another good overhand right. Snaps the neck back, the neck of Juarez.
Paul, what do you always say? Get ready for that catch and shoot. Be ready to fire back, and Sheehy has been.
Yeah, and that's it. When you hold your ground, you got to be ready to do that.
You see the balance there from that little lateral movement of Sheehy. Has Juarez stumbling over his feet, lunging into shots.
So again, the changing range there. He held his ground and waited for the uppercut, you see?
Seems as though the timing of Juarez has been figured out by Sheehy. 10 seconds left to go in round number 3. A round that has been all Charlie Sheehy.
shots off, if you're going to smother them, make sure you grab both hands. Right? You're trying to come over the top of that right hand. Let's stay away from any cuts or anything like that. We want to get you back to the register. Okay? Nice deep breaths.
We're back and ready to begin round number 4, scheduled for 8. Charlie Sheehy so far, Paulie, doing everything right.
Yep, that shovel up, uppercut to the body there, that was to the solar plexus. That's a nice shot. And again, he uses that, misses the left hand. He gets Juarez to go underneath the left hand, but uses that shovel uppercut again underneath to the body. And then solid on defense, even when he's holding his ground, rolls away from the attack of Juarez.
What can we say but versatility of attack and defense for the decorated amateur Charlie Sheehy. We begin round number 4.
Nice, that's it.
Question is, you know, so far Juarez has worn this damage pretty well, but right now is when it starts soaking in a bit, gentlemen. You guys know that well.
Yeah, I mean, we're only past the first 3 rounds as an 8-rounder. You just saw Juarez stumble back from right hand. And Sheehy's been sharp. He's been landing every punch in the book tonight. Juarez has been wearing them well, like you said, Jimmy, but for how long?
And all that's saved him so far has been that ability to charge in and kind of make it ugly and dirty, but now standing there with planted feet in the middle of the ring, not where you want to be against Charlie Sheehy.
You know, the knock on Sheehy, if you had to pick one, was, you know, he obviously doesn't have that game-changing one-punch power, but when you add up round after round of these punishing blows that he's landing, you can still get stoppages. Another good body shot.
His balance is broken. I need that attack. Hands up.
Good body shot there from Juarez on the inside with the right hand.
And Juarez continues to push forward. You know, he's earning his money.
What'd you say about fighting Errol Spence? Didn't hit me as hard, but it hit me a lot more.
Yeah,
that was, you know, you said it. He goes, yeah, he wasn't hard.
I've been hit harder, but no one ever hit me that much. Oh, traded left hooks there. I think Juarez actually got the better of it.
Spence right now going after him with a volume. I mean, sorry, Sheehy right now going after him with a volume attack.
Ooh, good left hook again from Juarez. More and more, Juarez is, Sheehy has to have to stand his ground and exchanging punches with Juarez. That's really Juarez's only way. If he waits for Sheehy's lead, he's never going to get anywhere. But if he gets him into exchanges where he can land that left hook, we could have a fight on our hands.
Yeah, I think Sheehy can probably be a little busier with the jab. Sometimes he seems like he only uses the jab when he's trying to set up other shots.
24 knockouts and 31 wins for the fighter from Mexico City. His power has been the difference in previous fights, but they weren't against talent like this.
And that's the thing. When you don't have that game-changing power, you need to have a steady jab, and you got to be able to use it to slow the pace and to domesticate your opponent.
That mouthpiece just went out of the ring.
It went flying.
Getting it right now.
Oh, well, you don't get to watch it.
Honey's to not watch it off. It's pretty clean mat so far.
But I think that went out of the ring.
It did.
That might have landed somebody's popcorn.
I would not want to put that in my mouth, but here we are. Only the second fight of the night. It looks like Juarez trying to take advantage of that little break.
Hey, wash your mouth out between next round.
Yeah, it'd be 5-second rule, right?
Yeah.
Works for mouthpieces as well. Once again, the fighter from Mexico City trying to turn it on after getting a little bit of a break.
And this is what I was talking about. No, this is what I was talking about. The kind of guys that give Sheehy trouble are the guys who make it rough.
Oh, good shot there by Sheehy. Catching Juarez coming, but Juarez undaunted.
Undaunted by the shots. It was nice Sheehy went underneath those 2 punches as well afterwards.
Yeah, ripping right hand to punctuate round number 4, but starting to see if Juarez is going to have success, it's going to have to be with those initiating shots. Get inside, make it, as you said, Chris, a dogfight. A little bit of dogfight at the end of round number 4.
Yeah, that was a better round for Juarez. I mean, I wouldn't give it to him, but he did land some left hooks upstairs. He was getting the fight at certain points into position where he wants to be.
Well, let's talk about the other side of that coin of, you know, he's been throwing a lot of punches, been doing a lot of damage, but at a certain point, when does Sheehy start going, God, what's going to take to get this guy out of here? As you see the punches landed in round 4.
Well, and that's what I was saying about the jab, you know, before the last round ended. You know, having a varied jab where you can domesticate your opponent, really just take the fight out of them, is really demoralizing when you just can't get past that lead hand that's busy.
We're halfway through this fight, scheduled for 8. Charlie Sheehy out of San Francisco, California, in the black, white, and red. His opponent, Cesar Juarez out of Mexico City in the tricolores.
There you go.
Just joining us, Sheehy has done an outstanding job from the outside. Great fundamentals, great technique, excellent educated lead hand. But Juarez has been
Catch and shoot with the right hand.
Yep, has been fighting hard through all of that adversity. Here's some numbers through this fight. As you say all the time, Chris, it's when the numbers tell you what your eyes are telling you. It looks like Sheehy substantial advantage.
Yeah, and then look at round 4. Just like we said, Juarez had a much better round. He closed the distance, was able to get Sheehy into exchanges, and that was the closest round in terms of the CompuBox stats.
And I think that's also because Sheehy doesn't use his jab unless he's throwing combinations.
Right.
So there's a lot of ways you can use your jab, and one of them is to control range. Just shoot it, just keep shooting it, be variant. But you don't have to necessarily follow with right hands and combinations. And what it does is it'll control range, and it'll keep your opponent from being so stubborn and trying to always call his exchanges like this. Because Juarez likes the exchanges. Even if he doesn't get the better of them, he likes to keep you working. He likes to keep you fighting.
Hey, every chance we get tonight, we're going to bring up the late, great George Foreman. Underrated jab. His jab set up his power in ways a lot of people don't talk about enough.
Yeah.
I mean, the Michael Moore fight, it was a 1-2. It was a beautiful 1-2 right down the middle. He hid the right hand with the jab. There was no fat in the punch.
But in this case, I'm not looking for the Foreman jab. Right. But Sheehy's looking for that. Sheehy's looking for the jab to set up right hands and hooks. I'm looking for the Ali jab, where Ali would just use that jab
flick,
at times.
flick, control.
And you can control range for against a guy like this. Otherwise, a guy like this will force you to fight all the time. And even if you get the better of it, he's making you work. And then eventually, you start to look bad. And now, as you saw last round, Juarez having a little more success. Even this round, he's forcing the kind of action that you don't want to deal with. It's fun to deal with it for a couple of rounds, but you want it to go away after a while. But now you've committed to this kind of fight. That's why you need that jab working, even in between those exchanges, in between those combinations.
Short clipping combinations from Juarez.
See, no jab here from Sheehy.
Yeah.
That's where you're supposed to use it right there.
Let him go. Punch out of that, fellas. Work out of that.
Like I said, Juarez doesn't care if he wins or loses the exchange as long as he's exchanging.
Yep. He doesn't care if he gets clipped hard, whatever.
Nice right hand off the break, though.
Getting chippy in there.
But as you said, Chris, if Juarez wants to win, that's the kind of fight it's got to be.
Has to be, because you're not going to stand on the outside with this guy.
You won't win a boxing match.
No, you're not going to outbox this kid. He's younger, he's fresher, he's got a fantastic boxing skill, he's huge, he's tall, he's long, he's obviously very sharp tonight. You just make it a dogfight. And Juarez seems to be A-okay with that.
Nice sharp combination to end the round for Sheehy. As our main event of our Contender Series, Lester Martinez versus Joshan Showtime James. Undefeated at 168 pounds. Lester Martinez 18-0, 15 knockouts. Joshan James 9-0-2. 5 of those wins by knockout. It was supposed to happen 3 other times. Finally, 4th time is the charm. That is our main event of our Contender Series. Right now, you're looking at the future stars. Early portion of our program, and star tonight, of course, Charlie Sheehy, 10-0, 5 wins by knockout. We're looking at his corner right now. But I asked the question earlier, when will the damage start settling in for Cesar Juarez from the damage he's taken? But it looks like kind of the other way around, where Sheehy's getting a little bit frustrated, maybe not throwing the jab, Paulie, to your point, like he did earlier on in the fight.
I think Sheehy once, expected with the work that he did early on to maybe slow down Juarez, and instead Juarez has actually, been woken up by it.
Round number 6 scheduled for 8.
Yeah, it seems more and more pressure is coming from Juarez these last couple rounds.
Sheehy, Olympic alternate in 2020. Part of Team USA, has fought all over the world as an amateur. Wins over Virgil Ortiz and Ryan Garcia. Big glob of Vaseline on his neck. Don't know if the referee's seen that yet.
Ooh, nice jab. Oof.
Through 5 rounds. The numbers, of course,
There's a jab now.
favoring Sheehy. These are the jabs landed. Much busier in the early rounds.
Yep. 9 jabs in that first round, 6, 7, 6, and then 5 in the last round. And look at Juarez. He's been abysmal in his jab numbers.
It's not going to help him tonight. He's relying on his short-range power. Hasn't often been in range to use it. But he's been there and been unwilling to give up.
Also, when Juarez tries to get that jab going, he gets countered with the right hand over the top, gets hit with those uppercuts.
So now the adjustment is for Juarez. You see, now he is trying to get on the outside, trying to use that jab a little bit. I don't like that he's jabbing on the front foot, but that's one of the technical things he's got to fix in the gym. But nonetheless, he's now circling the ring and jabbing. So it's up to Juarez to cut the ring off to keep that pressure on him, and he's just following Sheehy around. Nice little jab hook there from Sheehy.
Moving and angling well. Did this superbly in the first 3 rounds or so. Gotten away from it in the last couple rounds.
There's still a lot of fight left, and obviously Juarez, he's really coming on. He's a little frustrated here because he's not able to get to Sheehy as he's moving.
Yeah, that's why he's got to cut up the ring here. Yep. Adjustment to adjustment.
Both guys utilizing a lot of energy here.
Yeah, Sheehy made a little adjustment in this round in terms of changing the style back to what he was doing earlier. So it's up to Juarez to adjust and cut the ring off instead of following.
It's a nickname on the back of the shorts of Juarez, Corazon, meaning heart. He's showing a lot of that tonight because he's just walking forward, gentlemen.
Yeah, no question about his heart.
Oh, beautiful uppercut, strafing shot.
Yeah, that was a slicer. There they see the jab, and Juarez falls completely off balance. But Sheehy didn't take advantage of that. Didn't make him pay for it.
You feel like this is a round where his coach is like, look, go back to the basics. Go back to the stuff that was working in round number 1. Don't have to light this guy up. Just angle and jab, and he's been doing that very effectively throughout this round number 6.
You can't knock everyone out, and Juarez is one of those guys who seems like he's very difficult to knock out. These are the kind of guys that you gotta just be able to domesticate and disarm them as they go. And a lot of times those guys, they get frustrated and then they'll quit.
And you get ring time.
Welcome back, San Bernardino, California. Looking at our Future Stars event. Heading to our Contender Series later on tonight at the Orange Pavilion. Here in San Bernardino, it is starting to fill up. Crowd getting their money's worth. You're watching an undefeated Olympic alternate, and Charlie Sheehy taking on Cesar Juarez from Mexico. Doctor asking everything okay?
It's getting weird tonight.
Yes.
with the doctor.
This is a long conversation here, too. Juarez, to me, hasn't shown any.
I don't know what's with some of these commissions. They're trying to just end the B-sides fight.
Yeah.
Like, just, dude, let him fight.
Yeah.
The guy's fighting. Let him fight.
Yeah, I don't see any cuts. Don't see any major swelling, gentlemen. The doctor didn't look anything specific. I think it's just a, hey, you feeling all right? But
wellness check.
No, it's just that you're a B-side. We want to get you out of here and keep it moving. Like, I don't like it, dude. Leave the guy alone. He's fighting.
And also,
nothing
guys,
wrong with him.
Every fighter is going to say, I'm fine.
I'm all for it if something wrong with him, but you can clearly see he's nothing wrong with him. Like,
yes.
Clearly you're watching the same fight we're watching.
Right.
And especially after the last round, where Charlie didn't land anything big. It was a boxing round. He went around, he outboxed him, he frustrated him.
And the round before, Juarez had a good round.
Exactly.
Juarez definitely willing to fight. This question's a bit academic in the corner because he is still throwing punches in round 7, scheduled for 8.
He said in the fighter meetings yesterday, Juarez did, that he's in fantastic shape. His gas tank looks good. He's still bringing it here in round 7. A stab jab there from Charlie Sheehy. Comes back with the uppercut. Ooh, they trade left hooks to the body there.
And also, nothing about the conditioning. Gentlemen, Sheehy's done good work with the body throughout this fight, and yet Juarez has taken it pretty well. That's a good sign that he's been in the gym work, because if you don't, you can't breathe by this point in the fight.
Yeah, and it's actually, spurred him to want to exchange more. You could see the body language of Juarez has had the whole fight, and it's not really changed. He's not really lost confidence in wanting to fight that kind of fight.
Paulie, what's your advice for an up-and-comer in this kind of situation? You talk about the durability of Juarez. He's a little awkward, can make you look bad. What are you saying in the corner between rounds? Hey, you're winning rounds, don't worry about it?
No, I would want Sheehy to establish jab and range, you know,
Gotcha.
and he's not really committed. Even when he's done well with the jab, you see it's that kind of jab, you know, like it's okay, he's showing it, but you know, put that sting on that jab, you know, bust around with that jab, you know, and you know, there's moments where you take something off the jab because you're looking to follow with the right hand and a hook, and there's times where you just boss with the jab and just control range, you know.
Mouthpiece coming out again.
And he's tall, he's got length at this weight. He can use that kind of jab, but you got to work on it.
Champ, you mean
1 point for losing his mouthpiece.
Well, the last time he went out the ring.
Yeah.
I guess the last time
two's pretty quick, isn't it?
I guess the last time counted as twice because it fell on the floor and then it fell out the ring too.
So yeah, a total of 3. Well, yeah, the referee taking a point away, which at the way the fight I think is going on the scorecards is academic.
Yeah.
I don't think that 1 point's going to mean anything, but.
Paul, I want to go back to that great point that you made about the kinds of jabs that Charlie throws.
A good right hand. That actually hurt Juarez.
He basically just throws it
Another
to
great
get the power
uppercut
shots off rather than actually using it by itself.
Ooh, a series of power punches, and Juarez backing
looking
up.
close. Yep.
Another stoppage.
I know it did. You can just tell when they're just looking for something good.
That's what it looked like.
You know what? Juarez is not complaining. He's complaining a little bit. I mean, dude, I don't know.
Still on his feet. And yet another stoppage.
ProBox TV decided to travel, right? We got to deal with these commissions, man.
That was one where, once again, he was eating tough shots. But
you can already see the body language of the way it was going. You're taking guys to the doctor when there's no business the guy's taking to the doctor, you know? And in the last fight, too, you're taking a guy to the doctor, there's no business taking him to the doctor, and you stop the fight over nothing. And so you're trying to, like, set up the stoppage, even though there's no stoppage to set up, you know? And then they just did it again.
Now, let's take a look at it anyway, gentlemen. Tell me what you see.
These are some of the most sustained hard shots back-to-back we've seen in several rounds. And yes, it definitely was affecting Juarez. Was it enough to stop the fight? I don't think so, but it probably would have happened down the road anyway if Charlie didn't keep that up.
I don't think he would have been having down the road because
but he kept that up though. I mean,
where's he gonna? If my aunt had bullshit with my uncle, this guy was also bringing a lot of pressure, and he's also given Sheehy trouble the last couple of rounds more and more. You know, Sheehy had to make some adjustments in this.
But that was the first time we've seen him rock and then sustained action.
Right, Paulie, I agree because of what you're saying. Meaning, if this had been the third or fourth time he'd been rocked, we'd go, okay, I see what. This is really the first time we'd seen him stunned.
Yeah. And he was cognizant of his hands up. He was cognizant of trying to step in. You know, I don't know. But like I said, the writing was on the wall. When you start, I guess with tonight we're going to start noticing if they're trying to set something up that you're going to see guys getting taken to the doctor for no reason. Because that's been the common denominator both times.
Let's take a look at the punch counter here, and of course a wipeout for Sheehy. Juarez, of course, throwing a lot of power punch. The only punch he could really throw were the power shots, but percentage-wise, Sheehy landing over 50% of his power punches. Gentlemen, as you know, that is an incredible percentage.
Generally, when you start to see over 50% of your power punches, you're going to end up in a stoppage. I mean, it doesn't, even if you're not a puncher, you're landing that many power shots over the course of a fight, guys generally get stopped then.
But Sheehy was boxing well. You know, there's a lot of class to Sheehy's boxing, but there's also some things he's got to work on too. And so it was a chance for Sheehy to continue to try to see what adjustments he was going to make in this fight.
And you see Juarez, a stoppage for Sheehy, the 6th of his 11-fight career. Lupe Contreras make it official.
Inside the ProBox TV ring, referee Gerard White steps in, stops the action, and calls a halt with an official time of 2 minutes 45 seconds of the penultimate and 7th round. Damas y caballeros, el referee Gerard White para la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos 45 segundos del penúltimo y 7º asalto. El vencedor por knockout técnico, your winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated, Charlie Sheehy.
Future stars is what we call it for a reason. Charlie Sheehy looking outstanding. Boxing fundamentals were there. Gentlemen, his agreement, a little more jab, a little more power. Have a guy can be fighting for a title soon?
Yeah, I think there's more development, and you know, Paulie alluded to it earlier. You know, working on different kinds of jabs. working on different ways to disarm the opponent, to break them down. And we got the stoppage here tonight, albeit a little premature, but all in all, I thought it was a fantastic performance from Charlie Sheehy. He showed a lot of class tonight.
Yeah, different wrinkles.
I would be surprised if any judge gave a single round to Cesar Juarez. He tried to make maybe round number 3, possibly. But
I didn't give him any, but he tried.
Yeah, he tried. He gave it everything he could. That's all you can ask, but he was outboxed tonight. Keep with us right here on ProBox TV's Future Stars. Keep right on rolling right after this.
ProBox TV hits one of America's boxing hotbeds, Philadelphia, PA. Saturday, April 5th, in the main event, Puerto Rican Nicholas Flores returns to the ProBox ring against former world title challenger Gabriel Maestre in a 10-round world title eliminator. Also in action, undefeated Marvelous Mike Juan Williams against rugged Aztec warrior and always dangerous Antonio Moran.
Nicholas Flores, when you talk about entertainment value, we talk about that swagger, that style that you love to watch. Gentlemen,
He's got it.
He's got it on it. Whatever it is, Paulie, he's got it, right?
The it factor. It's
Hasn't been a fight I've seen Flores where I haven't been entertained. Really fun fighter to watch.
And it's that idea of you say it all the time, Chris, that flow state. He's right in front of you, should be able to hit him, and you are swinging at air. You're swatting at flies.
And he's so close to you when you're making you miss that he can always come right back with firing combinations. I love that. You make a guy miss, you make him pay. Flores does that beautifully.
You know what's embarrassing, gentlemen? When you're getting beat up and the other guy's having a good time.
Yeah.
Flores is like having a good time. He's dancing.
I literally said it the last fight. It seems like he's got a rhythm and a music playing in his head at all times.
That is going to be April 5th in Philadelphia. Do not miss it. You saw the walk-in of Angel Rebiyar. 8-4 as a professional. Talking about having a good time. He's young, happy, energetic. He's thrilled about this opportunity. He has a test in front of him right now. Walking in, Charles Lolo Harris. You're the hometown going crazy. He's from right here, San Bernardino, California. First time he's fighting in front of his hometown crowd. He says, call it pressure, call it excitement. I got both of it. I got the butterflies, but you know, a lot of fighters tell you when you don't feel the butterflies, it's time to get out of the business. He's got him tonight. See on his back, no place like home. The Dino, by the way, local nickname for San Bernardino, California. That's on the front of his shirt. Angel Rebiyar fighting the entire crowd tonight. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. 2 young men. Angel Rebiyar, 20 years old. Charles Harris, 21. You see the hometown, Omaha, Nebraska. That's where he's training out of. See the height? Slight reach advantage.
That is the wrong picture. That is not Angel Rebiyar.
It is not.
That's Louis Correa. He's coming up later.
Yes, but I'm assuming the information's correct.
Yeah.
But we shall see, because they did have the right name.
We continue with the action here at the National Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 8 rounds or less in the super lightweight division. Este duelo a un límite de 8 vueltas en la división peso super ligero. Los jueces son, the judges are Damian Walton, Fernando Villarreal, and Carla Calles. Presenting the fighter in the blue corner. He enters wearing gray with white trim, la esquina azul, vestido de gris con vivos blancos, su peso oficial 141 libras y un cuarto, his official weight 141 1/4 pounds. Esta noche sube el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con 8 victorias, 4 derrotas y 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this consummate underdog and fighter who takes no easy fights enters the ProBox TV ring with a record of 8 victories against 4 losses, 3 of those victories coming by way of KO. Out of Southgate, California, y puro Zitácuaro, Michoacán, México, Ángel Sharky Rebiyar. In the red corner, training out of the world-renowned B&B Boxing, Omaha, Nebraska, he enters wearing silver with blue trim. En la esquina roja, vestido de plateado con vivos azules, su peso oficial 141 libras y un cuarto. He tipped the scales at an identical 141 and 1/4 pounds. Tonight, he makes his hometown debut with a record of 10 victories against 1 defeat, 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche hace su debut en su tierra natal con un récord de 10 victorias, solo una derrota, 7 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting for his people from San Bernardino, California, Charles Lolo Harris Jr. Our referee, Ray Armendariz.
Look here, young man. From here on up, the bottom of the letters are good for you. De aquí para arriba es bueno para ti, okay? Gave you instructions in the dressing room. I expect a clean, fair fight. Espero una pelea limpia. Ya te di instrucciones. Touch him up if you want. Su esquina.
One of his hometown, Charles Lolo Harris Jr. ready to go. Angel Rebiyar said, I fought better than him. I'm going to knock him out tonight. Try to silence this pro-Lolo crowd.
Rebiyar actually fought a couple of the guys on the card tonight. He fought Charlie Sheehy. He fought Anthony Cuba, who's fighting later tonight as well.
He's only lost to undefeated fighters. Will Lolo break that streak? Remember, he has 1 loss on his record as we begin round number 1. Harris in the silver and blue, Rebiyar in the silver and white.
Yeah, Rebiyar, very, very dangerous 8-4. A guy you really got to look beyond the numbers.
There are a few guys like that tonight on this Future Stars card and on our main card.
We find them all.
Yeah, when you go, that guy can fight. Look past the numbers here. That was one of my questions for him is, will that energy make you carry the fight too fast? He said, nope, I'm going to fight at my pace. Taking his time in round number 1.
Yeah, Lolo Harris, the guy who's been very, very impressive on our air. Just sublime skill set, great athleticism, good eyes. Puts everything together real nicely.
That's what he talked about, being smart. About IQ and breaking my opponent down. Trained, of course, with Terrence Crawford in Omaha, Nebraska. So you get nervous every time you spar that guy.
I don't think Lolo's missed a jab yet. He is very sharp.
A lot of posing here. Neither guy breaking position.
Rebiyar said he's made his career on people underestimating me. Says, I know how to get inside and fight.
Something else you'll see on our air a lot that you don't see a lot of, because you've seen 2 young guys fighting each other, 21 and 20 years old. It's not like a 21-year-old fighting a 35-year-old beat down guy, beat down pug. We got 2 guys who want to win.
Yeah, regardless of records, these are hungry guys.
Rebiyar was the guy that we walked in and we saw him and he said, I'm ready for war.
Nice combination from Lolo Harris. Good short right hand.
You see, Lolo's got that tick-tock now. He found his rhythm, getting a little more rhythmic with his movements.
Take your time.
Rebiyar attempts a counter right hand over the top, just misses. Good body shot counter.
That was a nasty body shot.
Rebiyar bringing his hands up, saying, come on, go for it.
Hey, hands closed, hands closed.
Corner now saying, hands closed, don't be stupid. Good in and out movement from Lolo Harris. Very educated feet so far.
But you see Rebiyar not giving ground either. When the attack comes his way, he's trying to slip and stay close enough to counter. It's just he's at a disadvantage with the speed, and Lolo is beating him to the shot. But you can see Rebiyar's mindset. It's not that of an opponent. He's trying to hold his ground and make him pay.
I don't think it's the best idea because what he's matched up against, I think he should make this more of a dogfight here and go after Lolo, because if you're matching him speed for speed, you're going to lose. Nice hook off the jab there from Lolo. Back comes Rebiyar.
Rebiyar trying to make it a dogfight. 10 seconds left.
That's because Rebiyar also landed his hook there. When Lolo landed his hook, they both landed a hook. And it seems like Rebiyar's hook actually landed better, guys.
Some energy at the end of round number 1.
We had a boxing match that broke out into a fight at the end of the round.
Talk about walking forward into the fire.
Hopefully the truck gets us that. Those were simultaneous hooks that landed.
You see what he gonna try to come and do? Try to get you to come in and have a fight like that, all right? All you gotta do is just keep the defense tight.
Fighters that don't lay down, they come to fight.
It was earlier in the round. when Rebiyar reaches in for a right hand. This is at the end.
Yeah,
this is after. This is after. We got everything but the hooks we needed.
Yep.
All right. That was good action though.
we got before it and after it, but not the actual it. But trust us, it was there.
Remember, don't play with his business.
But we saw at the end of round number 1, if you're going to win, that's how you're going to do it,
Yes.
right? Is that how you see it, Chris? If Rebiyar's going to win, make it that ugly,
because like I said,
big bombs kind of fight.
If he was going to try and match the jab and the boxing ability and the speed of Lolo, he's going to lose every time. But if he makes it a fight, makes it a dogfight, makes it exchanging, there's chances for him to land. And like you said, Champ, they land at the same time. And it seems like Rebiyar's was a little heavier.
Teddy Atlas always like to say, timing beats speed. It's tough to do nonetheless, because it's tough to time speed because speed is so fast. But it seemed like at the end of the round, when they had those simultaneous hooks, it was like Rebiyar's timing worked out for him there.
I want to get that on a T-shirt. Speed is so fast. that's a good one.
Yeah, the obvious, right? Good catch and shoot there by Lolo.
Great phrases we have here on ProBox TV.
Good attempt there, but Rebiyar came back with his own left hook over the top. Yeah, no, these guys are dialed in. Oh, close clash of heads there.
Went to Rialto High right here in San Bernardino. Once again, training out in Nebraska.
And one thing you want to see there from Lolo is maybe change some looks, change the look a little bit, change the height. Make the shots come from a different trajectory. Seems like they're both posing a lot, and a lot of similar looks being given. So therefore, a lot of posing going on because of that. Just misses there with the right hand of Lolo.
The good thing for Lolo at this pace and this speed, it becomes more obvious that his skill set. He's taking charge. More eye-catching shots from him.
Rebiyar talked about the alertness. He has to be able to see the punches coming. And to your point, Chris, it's hard to see with the kind of speed Lolo brings.
Very, very quick.
Nickname Lolo comes from his middle name, Lorenzo.
Harris creeping in. Good double hook there. One to the body, one to the head.
Landed. Oh, good right hand. Rebiyar smiling.
And no fat on that punch. That was short.
Countered and held his ground countering there. Very, very sharp.
And you see Lolo when he's back on that TikTok. He's found his rhythm. Still staying defensively sound as well. Back to the jab. Now you see Lolo getting into that flow state like we had mentioned earlier. Seeing everything.
Rebiyar is going to take some big risks to get back into this fight. Big punches with that lead hand. Crowd now chanting Sharky. Of course, a nickname of Rebiyar. He has some support here. Proud Mexican-American.
Both these guys are well represented today in the crowd.
Good combination. End of round number 2. Very entertaining fight.
Yeah, Chippy with Kevin Words after the bell, too.
Yeah, they both know that there's a little respect there as well, because they know they got to get in each other's heads.
Yeah, that was that real short little chopping right hand. Oop, that one just missed.
You see Harris's mentality is to hold his ground when Rebiyar tries to step in, and instead of giving ground and trying to make him miss that way, hold his ground, trying to tighten up and then catch him coming, or catch and shoot even.
That was a good round. Very good round. This turning into a very entertaining fight. It's very edgy. You're on the edge of your seat looking for these guys. They both are trying different tactics to try and take control.
Pop that 1-2 first.
This one's scheduled for 8.
Over there. Over there.
Are they having the doctor check him out?
Time in. Vámonos.
Nope. You sent him to a neutral corner.
That would have been wild, Jimmy.
I was like, no way. They're in the doctor check him out. It's happened in our 2 previous fights. Not good at all. But round number 3, doctor has not checked him out yet.
See Rebiyar coming out trying to do a little hand fighting. Lands a nice little left hook over the top. Rebiyar fights like a guy who doesn't know how to lose, even though he has 4 losses.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's
Fights like a guy who believes in himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's only lost to undefeated fighters.
Good right hand there from Lolo.
Been fed to some great prospects.
He's only lost to undefeated prospects.
Yeah. Good short uppercut from Lolo Harris. Rebiyar trying to make it ugly.
Let's go. That's it. Back and forth.
Oh, what a right hand. Wow.
Good timing shot from Harris.
Rebiyar's got a beard on him.
He took that well. He's staying in the
good
pocket.
left hook. Rebiyar, I think, is laying it down, going, all right, I got to hurt this guy to get back in this fight. Not a bad strategy, but he's eating a lot of punches.
That's the thing. I mean, you're taking risks. You know, home run hitters strike out the most because they're going for it.
I think Harris deciding, I don't want to fight that way.
Well, you know, when you got the speed Harris has, you also can go through back to the slower gear again.
Exactly.
You can force a guy to respect you off your
Paulie,
jab.
it looks like mentally that's exactly what he did. It was kind of take it down a gear, and go to the outside and go back to the jab.
That's part of becoming a mature 10, 12 round fighter, is to understand how to get through those gears. Good feint there by Harris, another one.
And Champ just said, I think Lolo is going to be an excellent 10 and 12 round fighter. You know, the way that he analyzes, the way that he's able to control, rev up the pace, pull back the pace, but still staying in control, especially with that lead hand.
This is a tricky guy he's got in front of him. I mean, he's handling the fight well so far. But this is Rebiyar is, like you guys said, he's only lost undefeated guys. He's here to win. He sees body language tells you he's here to win. Good body shot there by Rebiyar. He's still throwing hurtful punches.
I also like that he's trying different things. You know, this doesn't work. Okay, I'll try something else. This doesn't work. Okay, I'll try something else. He's a tough guy to fight, you know, to beat the fight out of them.
Close the ring. Yeah, it's a free, guys. It's a free. Close the ring right here.
And those short right hands have been money this entire fight. Another big one against
honestly,
Rebiyar.
in a fight where both guys' mentality is that to win, it's been the technique, the subtle techniques and fundamentals of Harris combined with his speed that have given him the advantage. Because both guys have a winning mentality, but it's not a matter of will, it's a matter of skill, and Harris has been the more skillful fighter here.
He's head and shoulders above in terms of skill.
Another good right hand as the round draws to a close.
Can't miss that right hand.
How you feel? How you feel? Feel good. All right. Hey, that was a good round. Keep working behind that good jab. All right. Only punches on the 1-2. Hey, only punches on the 1-2. You throw the 1-2 back at him. When you're starting him, start with the jab to the body. When he throws his 1-2, you counter him to the jab to the body.
Incredible end to the round. Rebiyar, though, man, nothing else. This kid can take a shot because those right hands have been accurate. They have been powerful from Lolo Harris. Yeah, he smiled walking to his corner, gentlemen.
He ate some huge shots in that round, especially the right hands, you know, running right into them. But he was doing what he had to do to try and win, but it made him take a lot more damage in that round. But I tip my hat to him. He's got a great chin. I got a little stat here, you know.
Oh, sharp right hand there by Rebiyar to start the round.
Rebiyar's combined last 7 opponents, 51-3 records. That's crazy.
That's why he's confident going up against a guy like Lolo. It's like, there's nothing I haven't seen before.
Oh, he was talking to us like he was the A-side in the fighter meetings yesterday.
He said, I'm gonna knock this guy out. I faced better.
Yep. Yeah, he said, I think I'm gonna get him out of there. And he's fighting with that belief. It's not working, but he's fighting with that belief still.
Yeah, well, you know, we still got more than half the fight to go, so let's see how he builds up in this fight.
Round 4 scheduled for 8.
My coach used to say, everyone has 3 rounds. What happens after that?
Yep.
The expression used all the time, greatness shows over time. Look good in the opening. The greats always kind of pull away from you.
Going back to a little bit of that posing in the center of the ring, but then here comes Rebiyar.
Just unconventional footwork. He doesn't, smoothly. He literally walks in, sprints toward Lolo Harris.
These are the kind of fights, though, for a guy like Lolo Harris that you need to be in. I mean, being under fire. Oh!
Another big right hand.
Shot.
I wobbled him.
Again, the timing, the fundamentals are sharper, they're shorter. A lot of times they're throwing at the same time, but Lolo's fundamentals are sharper and shorter and quicker.
Those are those shots that crick your neck that you feel all the way to your heels as soon as you get hit.
And right around the temple your balance goes, and so far the balance has not gone from Rebiyar.
He's young and fresh still.
Yeah, he's got a solid chin.
But remember, we talk about the level of opposition of Rebiyar, but remember, Lolo comes from that gym with Bomac and all those, there's top quality training in that gym. So the pedigree of Lolo speaks for itself as well. And you're seeing a good little uppercut on the inside by Rebiyar, as I say that.
It shows each and every time when we see Lolo, out there on our air. I mean, he's been very impressive.
Sharp 1-2 off the move too. Oof. As he was circling around, stopped on a dime and shot that 1-2. Very sharp, guys.
Yep, stepped over just outside the foot.
Oh, good right hand. First time Rebiyar kind of losing his balance.
Yeah, more and more of these punches.
Another good right hand.
Starting to have an effect. Oh.
Another one. Count him up, gentlemen.
Can't miss that right hand. He's locked in. Oh, another one. Rebiyar came back, though.
Rebiyar dropping his hands, looking for a fight. This kid has concrete in his head.
He doesn't want to take too many more of those right hands, though. Those things are sharp and landing right on the money.
And from what we've seen so far tonight, too, I mean, different referees, but commission's not going to let you take that much damage.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, we've had a couple stoppages that we thought
Especially
were a little bit premature.
Especially if you're the B-side.
Yeah. 10 seconds left to go, round number 4. Another fantastic round for Lolo Harris, giving his hometown crowd a show. But this is where we see it, gentlemen. About round 4, either the damage starts catching up to you, or you start getting frustrated because you're hitting this guy and he's still here. A lot of times that happens either way.
And then conditioning comes into play in the second half of the fight. There's that big right hand again. That was the one that wobbled him. That shot, like I said, that cricks your neck and takes your balance. Boom! Good timing shot right along the ear. But more and more, it does seem like the punches are having an effect on Rebiyar when he used to just walk right through them before in rounds 1 and 2.
And then just in case you don't get him out of there, there's always the commission. They'll do it for you.
Just in case you're not up for it.
Stay consistent. Maybe the commission will step in.
Talk about the Bomac crew, the Bomac team, and its conditioning. Lolo Harris looking hardly even breathing heavy.
Well, we saw that with Kelvin Davis, too. Just how calm all those fighters stay, because they know what they are, they know what they bring. I mean, they share the ring with Terrence Crawford. He spars with everybody, so.
You talk about Terrence, you go, dude's a freak.
No, freak. I say he's an alien. I think he's from another planet.
Excuse me, that was B-Hop's name. Good right hand.
Well, originally it was the executioner. That whole alien thing was very strange to me.
I was waiting for you to say that. I know him as the executioner.
Yeah, man. Wearing the mask with the X and coming out with the arms crossed.
Sharp right hand there by Lolo, guys.
Yeah, good stuff. Catching Rebiyar coming.
Oh! Traded shots there.
Look at the stats. First 4 rounds when it comes to those power punches.
And the fact that Harris has been able to keep Rebiyar to less than 10 punches landed per round. Very impressive.
That says a lot. Power shots just have not been landing for Rebiyar.
Yeah, he's disarming his man.
Good jab, though, by Rebiyar a second ago. Good jab by Harris, as I say that.
And Harris has a number of different jabs. Like, that was a nice stiff one, but he's also throws, prodding jabs. He's trying to, pace himself with the jab. Distance control jab. Good stuff for that lead hand. You know what also really impresses me with that camp, that Bomac camp? These guys all fight different.
Yeah.
They're not training a style. They're training the fighter.
Yeah.
That's very impressive. That shows you the versatility.
What the fighter has.
Yep. That shows you the versatility of the coaching.
God, look at that slip and rip right hand.
Oh man.
He leads with a 1-2.
Oh. Fighting. I mean, building off these combinations. Lands the jab, lands the 1-2, lands the 1-2, lands the 1-2-3.
Rebiyar with that high guard, though, maybe he's blocking part of it, so he tried to jump right back in, trying to catch Harris off guard. But Harris always alert.
Just nodded, so let's go some more. Rebiyar, once again, our fighter meetings, we mentioned before, talked like who's on the A side, going to go in there and get it done. Win by knockout, hasn't come close to that, but he's tried to make a fight out of it.
And Jimmy, to your point earlier, it's like you're hitting this guy, it's like, man, what is in this guy's chin?
What's he made of? Coaches always tell you, well, I'd rather be that guy than the other guy, right? Rather be the one landing the punches than the one getting hit.
You see another thing Rebiyar does. He tries to throw with Harris. That's another reason why he stays in that pocket and takes some of these shots. He's trying to throw with Harris.
Yeah.
He's trying to catch him. But I'll tell you, when you don't get it all, when you don't get your hands off, you deal with the speed of Harris and you deal with stuff like that.
Yeah, but Harris gets you on the inside and he gets you on the way out. As you step out, he steps in.
That's why I got to give Rebiyar credit for even, attempting that kind of style. He's trying to time it, but Harris is so versatile with his speed. Another good right hand there from Harris.
They are crisp, they are accurate, great right hands from Lolo Harris.
Super sharp from Lolo tonight.
Look on his face in the corner is like he just started sparring, gentlemen.
Oof. Here's that series where he threw that nice 1, 2, 3.
But you see that high guard Paulie was talking about.
Yeah.
He's able to, deflect
Rebiyar,
some of this.
Yeah, Rebiyar doesn't take the blunt of the whole shot. Some of those missed. That one lands cleanly. And you see what Harris does. Just in case he steps in, he shoves him back so that you don't allow for forward momentum on the part of Rebiyar.
Guys, IQ stuff.
Yeah.
We've seen from him.
Yeah.
IQ,
subtle
high
things. But
IQ.
again, the subtle things, but also the things you get training in a gym like Bomac's gym. Bomac, a great trainer, but also this kind of sparring you get. The things you pick up. It all comes together.
Let me see it, baby. Let me see it. Let me see it. 7. Stay right there. Enséñamelo. 7. Hágase para atrás. Hágase para atrás. Vámonos.
And the conditioning shown by Lolo has been very impressive, too.
We're going to need it. Round 6.
What else are you going to do in Nebraska? Might as well train.
Yeah, right.
Might as well run, yep. Not a huge nightlife.
Don't leave any distance between them. No space.
They used to have the Cornhuskers. Now they're not even that good, no?
All right.
They were good when I was a kid.
Good wrestling team. Right now, second in the nation. Yeah.
Their football team was good when I was a kid.
Oh, they were fantastic. 2-time national champions when I was a kid. Back-to-back in the 90s. I think it was 94, 95. Yep.
Harris is really holding his ground right now. Being a ring general, controlling the center of the ring.
But changing up. Sometimes he's the mover. Sometimes he's the outside guy. Sometimes he plants his feet and throws. It's like you never guess which style you're going to run into.
Yeah.
He has them all.
But you can see the body language now. He's more in stalk. He's protecting his position, and he's looking to do damage.
And Rebiyar is actually backing up now.
Yeah.
Could be that round number 6. He's starting to think, hey, maybe this damage is starting to soak in.
I got the feeling that Bomac in the corner was like, all right, let's go. Let's close the show.
Yeah, up it up a gear.
Gentlemen, Bomac tells you to do something, you do it.
Yep. Well, I mean, all of his guys, they have that much respect for what he says because look what he's been able to do. They trust their man. And there still has great awareness. The punch is coming back, keeping those eyes open.
You see how he holds position well so that he can fire back. His balance is good. And we talk about Rebiyar trying to hold position to fire back, but what Lolo does, he holds position well, but he also fires back very well because his balance is so good. Just notice in the corner of Rebiyar, you got Ponce de Leon, next WBC featherweight champion.
Oh yeah. How did we not notice that as we stepping up on the ring?
Yeah.
Well, we've had our eyes glued to the center of the ring where Lolo Harris is so far doing great work in round number 6. Another beautiful right hand. So,
what was that?
A little bit of a complaint there for a low blow.
I thought it was a body shot, but okay.
I thought it was a little bit low too.
I was on the opposite side. Couldn't see it.
Talk about fat on the punches. There is none on Lolo Harris. Always tight inside.
Yep. Even that lead left hook he just threw, that thing was sharp and fast. Ooh, dig into the body this round. That's something that Lolo has not done a whole lot of tonight. Yeah, you're seeing a shift here. Rebiyar is a lot less competitive. Starting to get broken down a bit.
Also physically just giving up a lot more ground in round 6. Ooh. Another good right hand.
And this is what I was talking about during the Sheehy fight. When you got a guy in front of you who's going to keep trying, you got to break their will. And you're starting to see that with Rebiyar. Like the fight's starting to leave. If a guy thinks he's going to, the guy thinks he's in the fight. If he can land punches, he's going to stay in the fight.
Yeah, Rebiyar's still trying to throw, but now giving more ground, not as committed.
same hook. That's when you throw the jab, go under.
Coming up, guys. Round 7. Good, Dom. Good.
New territory for Lolo Harris. First time fighting in the 7th round. Rebiyar, 3rd time. His last fight went 10 rounds, so he's used to this, but Harris, if it's getting to him, can't see it in his face. Looks very confident right now, going into round 7.
Very confident, barely breathing hard. Yeah, looks like round 1.
Yeah, if you can take this guy rounds and he's comfortable, you get you out of there early and he's comfortable. He comes to work.
Got the head off line there, pop a little right hand.
Let him go. Let him go, Harris. Harris, let him go. There you go. Good job.
I like from Harris that he's staying switched on. He understands what he has in front of him. You know, he could have made this a really difficult fight. Oh, nice check hook there. Stab, jab down low. Level changing, mixing up his punch as well.
Yeah, now he is level 2. Earlier in the fight, I wanted to see more of that. You're starting to see a little bit of that from Harris, as well as the feints are working.
But the level changes?
Yep.
Yeah.
We have the numbers of total punches landed. Harris, respectable lead over Rebiyar. No surprise.
And we felt that in rounds 5 and 6. If we're looking at the CompuBox punch stats, 25 punches landed in round 5, 22 punches landed in round 6. You know, the output from Harris in those 2 rounds was impressive.
A good short right hand is Rebiyar coming in.
You know, and the pace of this fight's been pretty good too. So, you know, the conditioning, you know, I mentioned the conditioning of Harris last round, but you know, we're getting late in the fight. He still looks sharp. He's still throwing a lot of punches.
Beautiful 1-2. Rebiyar warned him well, but
Ref is getting close.
Yeah, that 1-2 has been sharp all night. That's probably been the best combination it's worked on Rebiyar.
It's been the most effective though whenever he's on the way out.
Yeah, it stands up a little high too. That's the problem.
Yeah, he goes out straight. And I like how Lolo has stayed with him, steps with him, throws that 1-2, catches him on the way out.
See Lolo trying to use those throwaway punches, trying to get Rebiyar to break position. But you see, Rebiyar doesn't break position that easily. I give him credit.
He doesn't bite.
Oh, nice uppercut there from Harris on the counter. What do you call those, strafing, Jimmy? Right?
Yeah, just scrape the side of the face. Not landing, you know, fully clean on the chin, but take part of your cheek.
Oh, nice uppercut.
Yeah, from Rebiyar.
That was a sneaky shot. Harris didn't see it.
First time we've seen Harris back up under duress. The shot may have hurt him.
Definitely got his attention. And there you go. Rebiyar went back to it again and then again.
Rebiyar is spurned on by that landed shot.
See, that's what I was saying last round. Oh. And this is what I meant about Harris needing to stay switched on with a guy like Rebiyar.
Fighter from Southgate here in Southern California. Landed a good uppercut, trying to finish strong. No quitting this young man, for sure, raising his hands to the air.
Man, this kid's tough. I like him.
Getting ready for the 8th and final round. There's been nothing if not entertaining, gentlemen.
Harris with that 1-2, that like you said, champ, that's been money all night long. From that outside position, steps in with that blinding jab and puts a 2 right behind it. No fat on either of those punches, right down the middle, textbook shots.
And as you said, Jam, he goes out straight, goes out high as well. Doesn't change levels on when he backs out, and that also causes Rebiyar to take those right hands more cleanly.
And they're more eye-catching as well too, because you're breaking distance, and then on the way out you get your head popped up like a Pez dispenser.
We are ready for round number 8. Touch of gloves, sign of respect. Both these gentlemen have earned it tonight. Rebiyar came in here to win.
this is going to be one of those fights when you look at it on BoxRec, you're going to be like, oh, this is an 8-round decision. It was one-sided, but this has been an entertaining fight.
Very.
Yes, it has been one-sided, especially in terms of scoring, but it's been entertaining.
Rebiyar has not mentally broken. He has never checked out of this fight,
and he did his job
to win it.
He did his job. He forced Harris to stay switched on the whole time. Which is when you want to start getting used to when you elevate yourself up the ladder, because in big fights you got to stay switched on every second of every round.
For someone with the potential like a Lolo Harris, and someone that is expected to be somewhere very high in this sport in the next coming years, these are the kind of fights that you really cut your teeth on.
Mature you.
A gut check kind of fight.
Yeah, I said it in our open. When you fight on our air, this is worth 5 fights. Yeah. If you're fighting 5 cab drivers, you're not getting the same kind of experience from one fight like this. Good body shot there from Harris.
What we promise you here on Future Stars. Young, hungry, up-and-coming fighters. Lolo Harris, just 1 blemish on his record. 10 wins to 1 defeat. That was in Tijuana early on in his career. And he has looked absolutely spectacular tonight. But Rebiyar, if he didn't have such a chin, he would have been out of here in probably round 4.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at what he's got across from him. Rebiyar came to win. He's still in there trying to win. He keeps you honest, if nothing else.
He's winging big shots. Yep.
I think he knows he needs a knockout too, so he's actually going for it.
Rebiyar's shown excellent conditioning as well, because we're in the last round. He got hit a lot. That takes a lot of your conditioning when you're taking so many punches, but he's still coming on strong here in the 8th.
Credit to Harris for not playing it safe either. He's actually trying to hold his ground and counter from where he's at.
Oh,
right from there.
Yeah, he didn't fight this round any different than the other rounds.
No, he never made the agreement.
No.
Okay, leave me alone. I won't try to win anymore.
Yep. No, never. The fight was never beaten out of him.
No.
And for Harris, he didn't say, okay, this is the last round. I got it in the bag. Let me just use the ring. No, he's holding his ground, trying to still catch Rebiyar coming, because he knows Rebiyar will bring it in the last round. And now he's the one bringing it to him.
His defense, gentlemen, throughout this fight has been so solid. Rebiyar just hasn't been able to find a lot of big punches.
And that's normally what make a guy really frustrated. Rebiyar has not shown frustration at all. The will is always there.
Not just that, the ability to fire back off that defense, which Harris has shown throughout, and still Rebiyar.
10 seconds left to go in the round and the fight.
Rebiyar never lost confidence, even though he's going to lose the fight.
No, he has not. He's swinging to the final bell. Great fight from both of these Southern California fighters.
That was a fun fight. Very fun fight.
Southgate versus San Bernardino.
Crowd's into it.
Yep. Lolo contingent on their feet. Rebiyar got his fans out here as well. A lot of chants of Sharky throughout that fight, but man, the technique of Lolo Harris, gentlemen, call it whatever you want. Checked in the zone. He was sharp this entire time, round 1 to 8.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be with a guy like Rebiyar. He's coming in the front door. He's in your face. You hit him, he comes right back at you. But Harris just too smooth, too ahead of the game all night long. Just stayed ahead of Rebiyar. Was landing some beautiful shots. If not for that chin, I mean, we probably would have saw a stoppage with a lesser foe. But Rebiyar can really fight and is very durable.
Well, I think we kind of expect that as well when we talked about the record of the past opponents.
His last 7 opponents.
Of Rebiyar. Now you're going to add Harris's record to that resume. With 10-1. So Rebiyar goes the distance. He fights hard. He fights tough. He earns his money.
Very, very dangerous 8-5 fighter.
Yeah, very. Let's take a look at the numbers from CompuBox. And it was about half his power punches, a little less than half of his jabs. Numbers, of course, solidly favoring Lolo Harris. Body shots about equal.
About equal. That's one thing I would have liked to have seen Lolo go to the body a little more early on. We saw it in the later rounds. I would love to have seen that a little bit earlier, see if you could take some of the fight out of Sharky. But nonetheless, a great performance from Lolo Harris.
And Sharky gave everything he had for 8 rounds. Fight was never beaten out of him, and he ate some right hands. Woo!
Yeah, really.
Lupe Contreras, let us know what the scorecards say.
After going all 8 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, all 3 judges turned in identical scores of 79 to 73. Después de completar las 8 vueltas dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, Los tres jueces están de acuerdo con tarjetas idénticas de 79 a 73 a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Reppin' the Dino, Charles Lolo Harris.
Winner by unanimous decision, Lolo Harris. Judges gave Rebiyar 1 round. Sure, it was a round.
I don't know which one that was.
One you could find, I guess. But
like I said, you're going to look back at this fight and you're going to see it on BoxRec and you'll be like, 79-73, 3 times. Obviously, he dominated, but it was an entertaining fight nonetheless.
Yeah. Maybe it was the first one when he caught him with that shot and he chased him.
Could have been.
Oh, okay, yeah, could have been the uppercut. Yep. Again, that would be what Jimmy always called comparative round.
Right.
And he did comparatively well in that round compared to everything else, every other round where it was pretty dominant for Harris.
When you look at it, it's the idea that he fought hard.
Yeah.
He fought very hard, and the scorecards aren't going to change that. That, yes, it was a wipeout on the scorecards, but it doesn't show how hard Rebiyar fought in everything he did.
Yeah, it was a one-sided fight, but there was competitive moments. It was fun. There was back and forth, and the fight was never beaten out of Rebiyar.
Our future stars, that's right. That's why we bring them to you. They have done amazing work tonight, but it all continues with our Contender Series fights. That's right, a great main event we've been waiting for a long time. And those great fighters, let's learn more about them from their own mouths. Here it is.
I'm super excited for this. You know, I've been to a few of the ProBox shows, and you know, I'm friends with Daniel, and I've met Gary, Jonas, and I love what they're doing with their boxers and their stables of fighters, and I'm very, very excited to be a part of one of the ProBox shows. She's a true Mexican warrior fighter, and she's ranked #1. You know, this is a vacant title. We were trying to force the world champion that her name was Clara Lescarat to fight, and she ended up retiring the belt and vacated. And so that leaves Regina being the #1 seed, and she's a true Mexican warrior, come forward, Mexican style fighter. I just think, you know, fight night, I'm going to show all my tools. I'm going to show that, you know, I'm not only, you know, I have a 50% knockout ratio, but I'm not just a powerhouse, you know, puncher. I also have a lot of boxing abilities that I've yet to showcase. I can't thank ProBox enough because I know they don't put women on for fights. And, you know, women's boxing is growing, and I'm glad that they're giving us the opportunity. And when I come to fight, you know, I'm here for the fireworks. I'm not here to score points. And if I can get that knockout, I'm going to get that knockout. So women's boxing does bring, there's some of us that we do bring excitement. And I just want to be one of those big names in the women's boxing that, you know, it's not going to be a boring fight. So like I said, you know, ProBox giving me this opportunity. I'm super grateful for it. And they'll be glad that they did, for sure. Oh, this is huge. You know, I never wanted the interim belt. It's always been, since day one when me and my dad started this journey, you know, it's always been, we want the big world titles. And for it to be the WBA world title, to me, one of the most important belts in boxing. It's been around the longest, 103 years. This is the belt that I want to fight for and represent. And, you know, from there, I want to go on to unify with the other world champions, because I know in my weight class, all the world titles, they're spread across the board. So if I have to go take them one by one, that's the goal for sure.
Jasmine Artega, she will kick off our Contender Series card up against Regina Chavez, WBA Female World Super Flyweight title on the line. 12-0, 6 of those 12 wins by knockout. Hope you enjoyed the future stars. They've been absolutely fantastic. But coming up next, our main card begins. That's right. Main event will be Lester Martinez versus Joe Sean James Comey. Vladimir Hernandez, Isaias Lucero starting off the card. Jasmine Artega versus Regina Chavez. You heard what she had to say. She cannot wait to be a world champion. Her opportunity to live her dream right in front of her tonight. Stay with us. See it yourself.
ProBox TV rolls into San Bernardino for an action-packed night of 50-50 fights. In our main event, the fight we have all been waiting for, undefeated Guatemalan star Lester Martinez takes on Northern California's Jonas James in a 10-round light heavyweight war. Our co-main features two Mexican warriors when Vladimir 24K Hernandez takes on Isaias Lucero in a classic fight like a Mexican brawl. Stay tuned and find out why millions are watching ProBox TV. The Contender Series starts now. California, beautiful skyline nestled right under the foothills east of Los Angeles, California. And under those mountains, we're expecting an avalanche of action tonight. That's right, as ProBox TV once again goes back to California for an electric night of fights. A main event that has been a long time coming, but on the way up, Jasmine Artega versus Regina Chavez. Artega 12-0, 6 wins by knockout. Her dream is to be a world champion. Well, guess what? World title on the line tonight against Regina Chavez. Vladimir Hernandez taking on Isaias Lucero. If there is one fighter who represents ProBox TV, it is Vladimir Hernandez. He's made the most of every opportunity. He never stops. An avalanche of punches, like we mentioned before, but Isaias Lucero, also a hard-charging Mexican-American looking for his opportunity tonight. And in our main event of the evening, Lester Martinez versus Jonas James, super middleweights, both of them undefeated. Lester Martinez 18-0, 15 knockouts. Jonas James 9-0-2. He says, I am the guy who's going to walk away tonight with what Lester Martinez has. That's a top 10 ranking in the super middleweight division. Well, we are ringside. That's right. As always, welcome in Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. There's a phrase about this, right? Familiarity breeds contempt. If I have to deal with somebody over and over, man, by the end, just don't like him. Jonas James definitely there, but Lester Martinez is the one with the punching power. He's the one with the most to lose. Risky fight for him tonight, Chris.
Absolutely, I know, and you got to tip your hat to Lester Martinez because he's so highly ranked across all the organizations. Most guys would look to sit on that. No, he's going to come. He wants to stay busy, but he's also fighting a very dangerous guy, someone that could easily steal the show, steal his shine, and take his position. So Lester Martinez is one of those guys. He knows he's so close, but when he gets there, he wants to be ready. So he's taking on a very, very tough Jonas James tonight.
And Jonas James, Paulie, has had 3 camps to get ready for this guy. He's had one guy. You put the guy's name on your fridge, you put it up in your bathroom, you put it up on the gym, you get sick of looking at it, but technique-wise, you know what you're facing 3 times in a row. Does that give him an advantage?
You know, I think it gives him more desire. It gives him more of a confidence where he can convince himself, hey, you know, this guy was scared. Who knows? We don't know. Lester was injured, but in your mind, you're thinking to yourself, if you're the one who's going to fight him, you know what? This guy's scared of me. You'll convince yourself. Whatever it is, you'll build up confidence knowing that you're still going to get this guy. Because a lot of times, let's face it, these things fall through and they don't even make the fight. So the fact that this fight has fallen through it several times and this fight has stayed on the schedule, I think is a big boost of confidence for Jonas James, because he's gotten plenty of preparation for Lester. And like we said, Joshan is not your typical stay busy opponent. He is tough. He's upset-minded. He's undefeated. And Lester is a guy who's ranked worldwide. He's the one with a lot to lose.
Isaias Lucero versus Vladimir Hernandez. Vladimir Hernandez, one of those guys, came out of nowhere, Paulie. I mean, he runs triathlons for fun, so he's always in shape. He was one of those guys who knew how to seize an opportunity. We know about not just his gas tank, which is endless, but he does have stopping power.
Yeah, he has stopping power. We've seen one of the best KOs that we've ever seen here on ProBox TV when he knocked out Guido Schramm. If anybody hasn't seen it, check that out.
Face down.
And you know, the thing about Vladimir is, I think matchmakers started realizing you call him last minute and he gets the upsets. So you can't really call him last minute because he's always in shape. He does these triathlons. Guy stays in shape for fun. So even whether you get him with training time or whether you get him last minute, you're going to get a very complete Vladimir Hernandez. And at a certain point, I think we realized that at ProBox TV, and we're like, you know what? Let's get this guy over here and give him plenty of time to train so he gets stopped. They stop using him as a last minute opponent. And let's see what he's capable of achieving in that way. And so far, it's gone well for him.
We stopped using him altogether. Now he's the guy. We're bringing him. He's the man. He's not getting used anymore.
But as usual, it's not easy for him tonight either. Isaias Lucero comes to fight.
Yeah, but when you look at it, of course, speaking to a guy who was doing wind sprints on the streets of San Bernardino, my own Chris Algier, my broadcast partner here, when you're facing a guy with that kind of gas tank, Isaias Lucero can be a wild puncher, can be very, very aggressive. How does he counter a guy who's going to be there from start to finish?
The way these guys fight, they're going to be right in the middle, and it's going to be this is going to be a barn burner. I think this is a show stealer. And if our main event wasn't such a great fight that we're all really excited about, this should be the main event. This is a fantastic matchup. On any other show, any other night, this is the main event because these guys are going to meet in the center and they're going to go after it. The issue is that what we said is the gas tank of Hernandez. I mean, he's always in great shape. He gets you to a certain pace that you're uncomfortable, and then he catches you. That's what happened in the Guido Schramm fight. It was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Next thing you know, Guido's face down because he set a pace against Guido. Guido wasn't ready for it, got clipped with that shot. I expect the same thing tonight. He's going to set a hellish pace, and we're going to see how this fight ends up in the toward the later rounds.
Well, it's one of those times when our co-main and main event, the winner, whoever it is, will be on that short list for title greatness. Before we start our show, got to give a shout out, rest in peace, the family of Big George Foreman, a legend in heavyweight boxing period. We lost him today, a shining light, not just in terms of what he did in the ring, which is knockouts, heavy punches. He was a character. Everybody loved him. He's one of those people that when people talk about him, they talk about him with warmth, and he'll be missed, gentlemen. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the better fighters in boxing history. Two different eras. He fought two very difficult eras of heavyweight boxing, and won world championships in each of them. And also, you know, as in our lifetime, also has been a broadcaster and a great broadcaster. Very interesting guy, very friendly guy, especially in our generation at least. Maybe guys who may have met him in the 70s may not have thought so. Yeah, that scowl, but certainly, you know, changed personality, and he did a great job. And I want to mention an honorable mention of Livingston Bramble, who also passed away, former lightweight champion.
One of those guys, once again, we don't just talk about them in the ring. We talk about them outside of the ring and everything they gave to us in our sport. And we're a generation. We came up watching, and we weren't able to see the Rumble in the Jungle, but we did see his comeback heavyweight win over Michael Moore in the 90s. It inspired all of us, and we're all fans. Rest in peace, champ. Also, to your family, we know you're mourning today, but he was a great light in the world of boxing, and he will always be remembered. And we'll be lucky if we ever see his like again. Let's continue the show just the way he would have wanted, with the tail of the tape. This one's for you, Big George. We start out, that's right, with a women's world title fight. It is Jasmine Artega, 32 years old, taking on the only 20-year-old Regina Chavez. Look at the slight height advantage, slight reach advantage for Artega. Can she use it tonight? That is the question. She's going to get a chance to live her dream and walk out a champion. Luis, let's get it started.
We continue with the action here at the Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions, and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 10 rounds. On the line, the vacant WBA Super Flyweight Championship of the world. Este duelo, pactado a 10 vueltas en juego. El título vacante, peso super mosca de la AMB WBA President, Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. Supervisor, former world champion Kina Malpartida. Our judges scoring at ringside are, los jueces son Pam Hayashida, Fernando Villarreal, and Carla Caiz. Presenting first, The fighter standing in the blue corner, presentando en la esquina azul, vestida de negro con color plateado. She steps in wearing black with silver trim. On the scale, she registered an official 113 1/4 pounds sobre la báscula. Marcó un peso oficial de 113 libras y un cuarto. Esta noche sube el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV en su segundo combate de título mundial, con un récord de 8 victorias, 4 derrotas, 3 empates, una de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, she enters the ProBox TV ring in her second world title bout with 8 victories against 4 losses, 3 draws, one of those victories coming by way of KO. De Zumpango, Estado de México, Regina Ronnie Chavez. Across the ring in the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestida de negro con dorado, she steps in wearing black with gold trim. Her official weight, 113 1/2 pounds. Su peso oficial, 113 libras y media. Tonight, she puts her undefeated record on the line in a chance to capture world title glory with a record of 12 victories, 1 bout even, 6 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche pone en juego su récord invicto por la oportunidad de coronarse campeona mundial con un récord de 12 victorias, solo un empate y 6 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. The pride of Tampa Bay, Florida, Jasmine, the Animal Artega. Our referee with final instructions, Gerard White.
Okay, Jasmine, Regina, this is for the WBA Super Flyweight title for the world. With both of you ladies, we've gone over the rules. You know what I expect. I'm going to let her work to here. I'll let her work to here. We're going to touch him up, and we can go to work.
And they're ready to go to work. World title on the line. Undefeated Jasmine Artega. You see her in the black and gold. A little bit of that leopard print there. Her opponent, Regina Chavez from Mexico, ranked as the #1 contender. And here we go. Round number 1 underway.
Right away, we see Jasmine Artega fighting at that southpaw stance.
She's a very physical fighter, throws a lot of punches. Only 2-minute rounds in women's boxing.
Jasmine, one of those fighters who lives in the gym. Is constantly in shape. There is no getting in shape for camp. She's always in the gym, always training.
A nice left hand from Chavez.
Yeah, a little straight punch combination there. A little tight little right hand as well.
Chavez doing a good job of pawing down that lead southpaw jab and coming with her right hand right down the middle.
Last time out, defeating Nancy Franco by first-round knockout. That was an absolute devastation.
And Nancy Franco, who's normally a very durable opponent. She's been in with everybody. No, it doesn't normally get stopped. And Jasmine was able to get rid of her in less than a round.
Destroyed her. Remember, 2-minute rounds. Keep that in mind as well.
Chavez is fighting with a lot of confidence here. Controlling the center of the ring.
Yeah, holding the ring very well.
Yep. Just understands what to do with the southpaw, too, you can tell. Good left hand there from Artega.
That's going to be the goal of Chavez throughout this fight, is take with that physical ability, that combination punching of Artega. Because once she gets going, once she gets confident, gentlemen, we've seen what she can do.
Yeah, you can tell Chavez, she really lets those hands go.
Yeah, and it doesn't overcommit to them either.
No.
Just puts a little shots in there so that, you know, she holds her balance as she's throwing.
Not overcommitting so far. Chavez looking good.
Lean down like he's telling you, dig deep, okay? Inside don't work, fight her inside. She can't fight inside, okay? You're stronger inside.
If you thought Regina Chavez was going to come in fighting scared, gentlemen, that has not been the case.
Not at all. She came right in, took control of the center of the ring, was firing combinations, looked like she knows what she's doing with the southpaw. Good opening stanza for Chavez.
Artega, her first fight in over 13 months. She's had a lot of time off. Could be a little ring rust in round number 1. Can she shake it in round number 2? That's the question.
Big shout out to future Hall of Famer Nonito Donaire in the corner of Jasmine Artega.
Good person to have in your corner.
Yeah, I'd say.
What I love about working in this business, fighters come up and introduce themselves and like, yeah, I know who you are. He's like, yeah, I'm Nonito. I'm like, yeah, I know who you are.
Well, it was also super humble.
Humblest guy ever.
I mean, he's an absolute living, walking legend, and he's one of the most humble, nice guys in the sport. Oh, good come over the top. So Artega went down to the body with the left hand. Chavez came right back over the top of the right hand.
Yeah, Chavez has an understanding of holding her ground, holding her position, not overcommitting to defense when Artega throws. Seems like Artega sometimes does overcommit slightly as she throws a shot and looks to get out, and that's where Regina's catching her. You see, Teddy Atlas, like it's called, like the tide. You come in and you come out. You come in and you come out, and that's what Artega does. So seems like Chavez holds her ground when Artega throws the shots, and then on the way out, she'll follow.
Yeah, Artega is a front-footed fighter. She fights. You can see her stance right there. She leans over that front foot. She's very aggressive.
But showing real maturity for 20 years old. To your point, Paulie. Artega kind of used to being the bully in there. Chavez has been willing to stand her ground so far in this fight.
A 15-fight pro for Chavez, and you said at only 20 years old.
Yeah.
Well, in Mexico, you know, they turn pro.
They could turn pro at 15.
I was about to say, turn pro in high school.
Again, a combination by Chavez. On the out, Artega did land a right hook, but again, Chavez is hand positioning
right back
and balance so good.
Chavez also does a good job getting her head off the line. She'll put the left hook, she'll get her head to the right side, she throws the right hand, she'll put her head to the left side.
And the problem, gentlemen, with 2-minute rounds that we've seen in previous ones, if you start off balance, you turn around, round's over. It's not like you have a lot of time to get back in the fight.
Yeah.
You got to set the momentum early and right away.
In the corner of Regina Chavez, fighting with confidence. First 2 rounds. Once again, Artega used to being the bully in there. Certainly physically dominant. That has not been the case so far. Again, round number 3 scheduled for 10. This for the WBA Female World Super Flyweight title. Chavez, you mentioned the 15 fights, 81 rounds, never been KO'd.
Again, the position of Chavez. She makes it work for her.
One thing about the knockout ratio of Artega, she doesn't have as many rounds as Chavez.
That's the thing. Punchers don't get as much experience because they get their opponents out of there.
Double-edged sword, right, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And I'm sitting next to 2 guys who had to go a lot of rounds. Both of you in your careers.
And Chavez coming in with a very, very good game plan.
Yeah, Artega a little bit heavy-footed. When she sets to throw that left hand, she kind of telegraphs it a little bit, so Chavez is a lot of times able to come around or around the side or over the top of it. There she was able to smother.
A lot of people talking about this fight thought that Chavez's rating as the #1 contender, she was a little bit overrated. I'm not seeing that at all.
No.
A young lady who's ready and willing for this opportunity.
I called a fight of Regina Chavez when she fought Clara Curat from Argentina, and she looked overmatched. A little bit because, she was very low in experience at the time, but this looks like a whole different fighter. She looks like she's really matured and grown from those experiences being in the ring with some top flight females.
Well, do you remember between 18 and 20? It's a big leap.
Yeah.
Big
Sure.
leap as between 34 and 36.
Again, Chavez understanding how to hold her position. You see she gets underneath, so she holds that balance and position, is able to fire from there.
Oh,
Good left hand there
left
from
hand.
Artega.
Left hand right down the middle. That was a hard shot, but back comes Regina. Oh, trade hooks there.
There's Regina Chavez in her corner. Took a good shot at the end of the round, but able to recover, keep her balance. Counterattack at the end of round number 3.
And that's another thing about Chavez that you see. She understands the flow. She gets hit with a shot. She knows she has to come back with 3, 4, 5, 6 punch combination to try and steal that moment back.
Look at the physiques of these two ladies. You know that Chavez cannot go 1 for 1 against Artega. She is all lean muscle in there. Oh, good left hand over the top.
Chavez sneaky. She gets those shots in, gets her head offline. That hook she'd landed, she was underneath the shot and came over the top. Corner is asking Chavez for more body shots, especially that lead hand, the left hook.
Here the total punches landed. Chavez, decent lead over Artega, 38-25. She's outlanded her in every round.
You know, Artega's more 1 shot, 2 shot, and then you see Chavez, she comes back with 3, 4s, and 5s. Oh, good left hand there.
But you guys talk about eye-catching punches. And Artega has a little bit more of the eye-catching punches.
Yeah, and they just seem heavier. They seem to be heavier-handed. So even though Chavez might land 3 or 4 shots, you remember the heavier shot from Artega. Oh, good body shot there from Chavez. There it is again. That was what her corner was calling for, the lead left hook to the body.
Good one, too, there by Artega as well. Artega's been trying to pin that left hand to the stomach since the first round, and at times Chavez has come over the top of the right hand, but she's had a little bit more success with it this round as Artega.
You know, I'm surprised that Chavez is able to control the center of the ring and has Artega on the outside.
Yeah.
Artega has to use a lot more energy because she's moving on the outside and also throwing the bigger, heavier shots.
Started her career, Artega, with 4 consecutive knockouts. Of course, those were inexperienced fighters. Chavez can't put her in that category.
Yeah, it's rare to see in the ladies that, you know, the knockout power.
Oh, good combination here by Chavez.
Chavez once again finishing the round strong, putting her stamp on round number 4.
She's very smart, very tactical the way that she finishes those rounds up.
Those highlights from round number 4, gentlemen.
Good straight left hand down the pipe from Artega. Looked like it landed a little bit on the shoulder, and then combinations from Chavez. That's been the story of the fight thus far. It's been the single power shots from Artega, and then the combinations from Chavez.
Is Artega looking too much for the power? Should she soften up and try to put together punches and numbers to match Chavez?
It depends what the judge is looking at, what they like. You know, because some judges like people who are busier. Some judges like damage done and power shots.
The thing is, she's not always landing that power. Sometimes she throws it. It only counts if you're going to throw one at a time. It's going to make it count only if it lands. And then she's not always landing. Because sometimes Chavez has done a good job of getting underneath it and coming back with 3s and 4s.
And also, like Paulie, power's relative, right? Because what if someone has a great chin, doesn't show any ill effects? Then it you know.
And in that case, you're right, Chan, because Chavez has been holding ground the whole fight. She's been holding the round.
Speaking of power shots, Chavez once again a commanding lead over Artega through 4 rounds. Outlanded her in power punches every single round. Gentlemen, talk about the combinations. She's just throwing more.
Yeah, and you see right there, that was an example, coming over the top of the left with a right hand over the top of the left hand. Then Artega followed with a left hand of her own there, but
Artega landed a good left hand right on the chin, but Chavez took it well.
Chavez just comfortable in the pocket. You can see it.
Yeah, she's not worried about what's coming back at her. Even when she does get hit with shots, she comes right back. She does not break position. Standing her ground and firing back with combos.
Asking the corner. I heard Regina's corner asking 4 or 5 shots. We're in the 5th round. Get your hands moving.
Sound advice.
And that's the numbers. She gives the corner what they want.
And that's one thing I've noticed. Every time that the corner has told Regina to do something, she does it immediately.
She's 20 years old. She's a student, right?
She's listening. She believes in her corner. She trusts them.
Good work with the left hand. Working the body and the head.
Artega looking for those big shots.
It's her first fight on U.S. soil, only her second outside of Mexico. She fought in Argentina in 2024.
Somebody lost something.
She's handling the pressure very, very well.
I think that was around Artega's hair.
Oh.
It looked like a mouthpiece, but it was actually a piece of tape.
Once again, good activity at the end of the round.
Oh, good hook at the bell.
Ready to begin round number 6, scheduled for 10 WBA World Super Flyweight title on the line, and Chavez fighting an outstanding fight so far.
Yeah, understanding what her role is in this fight. She's not the power puncher. She's not the bigger girl. She's going to win this off of attrition and combination punching.
As we said, 2-minute rounds. We are halfway through this fight. And gentlemen, if the judges are judging it based on the numbers we're seeing, of course they don't have the CompuBox stats, but they look the same to me. If they're scoring this for Chavez, it seems like Artega needs to turn it up a bit.
Yeah, we're only halfway through.
Fight,
yeah, we're only halfway through. So let's see how the second half of this fight evolves to. Good combination there.
This is a championship fight, so the ladies' championships are contested for 10 rounds, 2 minutes apiece. So we're about halfway through. Still a lot of fight left to go in this championship affair.
Oh, good hook there.
Good hook.
Look at how she repeats. Educated left hand on the part of Chavez. Triple hook up top. I mean, downstairs, up top, and back downstairs again.
Good left hand from Artega. Catches Chavez right on the chin, but Chavez comes right back.
Yeah, Chavez was going to the body there as well.
I mean, can you be
She
considered?
cuts off the ring. You saw that?
Yeah,
There's a lot of the guys down there that know how to cut off the ring.
Right. And also, you guys talk about having the right style for a powerful southpaw. Chavez seems to have it tonight.
I said that right away in the first round. You could see she understands how to fight southpaws.
Good counter left by Artega, guys.
Yeah, that was a good shot. And that's where the power starts to come into play. Because Artega's really precise. She's putting those left hands right on the chin.
But don't you think she's aiming them a little too much at times? Like she's looking for them too much, and that's why the numbers of Chavez are eye-catching. I feel like if Artega loosens up and lets her hands go a little bit more, she can land those left hands more fluidly. Well, instead, at times it looks like she's trying to aim them almost.
It's one of those things that if you get the knockout or the knockdown, it pays off. But if you don't,
yeah, great combination again here by Chavez, guys, upstairs and downstairs.
Chavez always understands where she is in the round as well, so she lets let it go. Good left hook to the body.
Just more versatility with the punch selection.
Lester Martinez, Joshon James. That is our main event of the evening. 168 pounds of fight. Long time in the making. It's finally going down. Lester Martinez, 18-0, 15 knockouts. Joshon Showtime James, 9-0-2, 5 knockouts. A tall, rangy fighter is Joshawn James. Needs to use it tonight.
We're good, Julie, we're good.
Here's some of the action from round number 6.
Ooh, they exchanged left hands there. Chavez went down to the body. Artega went upstairs, landed right on the chin. Not a whole lot landed there, but a nice little jab over the top from Artega.
Yeah, but one thing that's been consistent is the last combination of Chavez every round. She understands that 10-second tap.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Throws a good combination at the end of every round. And it's something that probably stays in the mind of the judges.
Well, she also knows that when she gets hit with an eye-catching shot, she comes back. So she does understand scoring and where she is in the round.
Trying to steal those rounds fair and square.
Impressive for a 20-year-old.
Yeah. Theme of the night, fight IQ, and Chavez so far has that. You look at the total punches landed.
Oh, again, that good shot
Sizable
selection.
lead for Chavez.
See what she did. She started out with a little short up jab and then followed with a combination.
And that body language is backing up Artega. Not a good look.
Another good straight right from Chavez.
The shot selection and punch selection of Chavez, I think, has been a key difference in between these two. Artega's basically 1s and 1-2s constantly.
Ooh, good double
Nice left hook,
there.
good right hand again.
She went body, then head. Really digging to the body is Chavez.
Oh, good little right hand, and she backed Artega off there. Again, you see Artega just 1-2, steps back and 1-2.
But also, we spoke about Artega fighting over that front foot, and sometimes when she leans over there, she cuts off her power, falls in. Now Artega gets on the bike a little bit of lateral movement, trying to fire from that movement.
But you get the feeling Artega is being tested in ways she hasn't been tested before.
Absolutely. You can tell by even her body language and the look on her face.
This 20-year-old Chavez fighting like a veteran tonight.
And again, controlling the ring still is forcing Artega to be on the move all the time. Good left hand there by Artega.
Yep.
Chavez
good combination.
Coming back with numbers.
And also, Artega backs up straight high every time. She doesn't change her level when she gets back. Doesn't think to smother as Chavez is following her.
We are ready for round number 8. Scheduled for 10. And man, Regina Chavez had a great round last time out. Beautiful combinations, gentlemen.
5 punches all blended.
But you see how she started that underneath with that underneath jab. It's like a half uppercut, half up jab. Look right there. Look at that.
That's a great move against a southpaw. Goes underneath that lead hand. You never see it.
And that's what I mean by shot selection. She's creative with her punches, the way she sets them up.
Gentlemen, we see a lot of amateurs who had Olympic experience who don't have that kind of shot selection you're talking about. She's showing really high-level stuff.
Well, she's been learning on the job.
Yeah.
As a pro. And she's got 15 pro fights. She's 20 years old. She's been in with a top undefeated girls from all over the South America.
And she's clearly put in the work in the gym too.
Right, especially because you can tell that when she hears the corner, she does exactly what they're asking her to do.
See how she cuts across? She cuts the ring off, dude. Like,
Paul, you complain not enough fighters do that these days.
I complain that they all don't do that. The last person I thought I'd see was a 20-year-old female boxer coming off the ring. You know,
She's doing great.
It's super impressive to me.
Who's 8-4-3, by the way.
Very impressive.
That's also, especially with female fighters, you got to look past the numbers and records.
Yeah,
they
because
fight out of their weight class.
Right away.
Everything. Yeah.
And they got to fight top fighters right away. There's not a lot of them, so they move up a lot of quick.
I've been also impressed with Chavez.
Oh, man. Good shot.
Her confidence to throw hard body shots.
To throw in
there.
between Artega.
Yep.
Good uppercut by Artega.
Twisted the head around of Regina Chavez.
And then with that bottle cap shot, twists you all the way around and took it very, very well.
You see, she was satisfied with that one punch. You see, there's nothing else coming back. Mostly, like I said, she throws 1-2. There's not a lot of shot selection. or shot creativity on the part of Artega.
And she's a fighter that when she's at her best, she does throw solid combinations, just not doing it tonight.
A lot of the times, though, Artega, when she's able to pin you on the ropes is when she gets her best combinations off and does the most damage.
Very true.
But you've got Regina Chavez, who's controlling the center of the ring all night.
She got her. That's how she got her knockout last time. Yep.
Yes,
against the ropes.
Good body shot. I heard that thud here from here. I think, Champion, didn't you said a couple of rounds ago, she gets her head off the center as well. She throws her right hand. Does that a lot.
With both hands, with her right hand and her left hook. Oh, there was that little up jab, uppercut shot again.
2 rounds to go in this world title fight. Super flyweight title, WBA on the line. Regina Chavez. Another excellent round based on those combinations.
See,
ooh,
that
big
nice little
shot.
uppercut there. That was a good shot there by Artega. But you see where she goes. Instead of following it up, she's behind in the fight. She took the shot and went away. It's almost like she expects the fighters to just respect it or just leave you alone.
Return to dust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, you got to follow that up. You got to have that killer instinct in you. Especially if you're behind in the fight.
Regina Chavez, man, I've been impressed with her game face all night too. Whether she's coming back from getting clipped and come back with combinations, but she finished around same look,
Absolutely.
same expressionless face.
Jasmine Artega starting a 9th round for the first time in her career. Regina Chavez has lost a 10-round decision. That was in February of 2024. So she's been here before. Artega has not. As you said, the curse of the power punchers, right, Chris? You don't always get all the rounds.
You don't get the rounds.
Again, she cut her off again, dude. I'm going to keep mentioning it.
She's staying with her. Yeah, she's staying with her.
Because it's impressive, Paulie. Like, not a lot of fighters do that these days.
And also, it's not easy to do it against Southpaw in general, right?
Right.
So,
No, but you can tell her understanding of facing a southpaw is very good. Oof.
Look at the total punches landed. He's through 8 rounds. And Chavez's lead growing bigger and bigger. 14-5 in the last round.
Yeah, but once again, like when it comes down to the judge, we look at these numbers, we look at these stats. It's like, all right, well, you know, who's landing the harder, cleaner shots?
But you're also getting backed up here, dude. I mean, the problem is punchers, if you back them up, there are a lot of times they're ineffective, and that could be one of the reasons, too, that Artega has not been able to get the respect of Chavez is because, you know, she's been getting backed up. A lot of times punchers going backwards are no longer punchers.
But are the judges going to understand that? Are they going to live off of the perception
you know what?
going into the fight?
They're judges for a reason. They're supposed to understand that.
Yeah,
We're hoping. We're hoping.
I agree, but I'm setting up.
A nice right hand there by
I like you
by
foreshadowing.
Chavez.
I like you preparing our audience for disappointment.
Yep.
Good little short left hand there by Artega.
And Champ, I feel like Artega, to a degree, has made that adjustment that you wanted. Maybe take a little bit off. Just let the hands go. Be a little more free.
Yeah, don't aim it. Be natural. Let it flow. That's why Chavez gets off her combination. She lets it flow.
Oh, yeah, she's
you gotta
super
flow.
relaxed.
Be a fighter. It's not weightlifting. You can't be so tight. You gotta let it flow.
The penultimate round is over. 1 more to go. Decide who's a world champion in the WBA. And gentlemen, this has been a very entertaining fight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been high-level stuff. You know, we've been talking a lot about the technical aspects of what these ladies are showing out there. It's been a high-level contest.
And did we have odds for this one?
I've not seen them.
I have not either.
The undefeated girl, to me, is losing right now. So.
Yeah, I would assume that the odds were probably for Artega.
Not surprised to me if they have shifted dramatically. Nito Donaire in the corner of Jasmine Artega. Regina Chavez, so far, having the fight of her life tonight. World title on the line, and she has fought with everything she has, and not just that. She's fought smart, gentlemen. Can she do it for the 10th and final round? And here we go. Everything on the line. Both of these fighters' childhood dreams to be a world champion. Here's their opportunity. Big right hand.
I think both these ladies have to go for it here.
Well, they're fighting like they have to.
Again, Regina takes the center of the ring, as she has all night long.
They're going with the accuracy and the numbers. Artega should be well ahead in this fight. I'm sorry, Chavez should be well ahead in this fight. Artega trying to battle back.
Yeah, Artega needs a big round here. Yep.
If not a knockout. Remember, in 12 wins, she's had 6.
Good body shot there from Chavez.
You see, the fact that Chavez times the right hand of the left hand of Artega with her right hand shows you that Artega is giving too much of a hint that she's going to throw that left hand. That's why I'm saying that, but it's got to be more fluid. If you look like you're aiming the shot, a good opponent is going to realize you're going to throw it.
But it also shows that Regina's not worried about the power.
Yeah, of course. But she's also looking to come over the top of it. She's looking to time it. You know, you're showing too much of it. Yet that's why it's got to be fluid. It's got to flow. You got to set traps so that you catch because no matter how much you want to hurt an opponent, the best way to hurt the opponent is with shots they don't see coming. Good shots on the inside by Artega there.
Just about 30 seconds left. Good combination.
Chavez still throwing.
Chavez.
I hope that sidestep too. She had stepped on the side of Artega. She's really combination off a few seconds ago.
Really going for it in this last round.
Good left there by Artega, but again, look who's coming back. It's Chavez.
First time I've seen Regina Chavez tie up. She tied up that right arm.
10 seconds left to go.
Right hand by Chavez.
Once again, Chavez finishing strong.
Good round for Chavez.
Artega trying to land power, but was it enough? That's the question. Regina Chavez fought an incredible fight tonight.
Chavez jump on the ring ropes.
This crowd here in San Bernardino on its feet. They recognize what they just saw.
Good fight between
good scrap.
Very good.
Very good scrap.
I was impressed with Chavez, honestly. I wasn't sure she had that in her.
Well, look at the numbers. Look at the age.
Obviously tough. Right. But I didn't realize she had that kind of IQ. The IQ really was a pleasant surprise.
Very impressive. Fought beyond her years, just like this, gentlemen.
Very, very different fighter than when I called her last fight a few years ago. She's really been.
And you see the difference when Artega, when Chavez lands a shot, she doesn't sit on her work. She looks to follow it up.
Yep.
Anytime Artega was landing a good shot, she kind of just didn't follow her work. She kind of just admired her work. You see right there was a great example in that last replay. Nice counter right hand, sharply landed by Chavez. And what is she doing? She's looking to step in and follow up with a combination. And she did that every single time she landed a good shot tonight. And she let it flow. It wasn't tight. It would just flow with the flow combination after landing that shot.
The numbers we saw, no comparison. Every single round she outlanded her opponent, Jasmine Artega. We will see. Jasmine Artega, her only blemish, a split draw. Will she have the first loss of her career? That is the question. Look at the CompuBox numbers. Let's see if they tell us what our eyes told us. Jab's pretty similar, but look at the disparity in power punches, 147 to 89.
And also the volume, 528 punches in a 10-rounder of 2 minutes. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of punches.
Body shots also, Chavez well outlanding Artega. But you guys talk about it all the time. Eye-catching shots. Did Artega land enough of them to win rounds and become a world champion? That is the question. Well, the judges' cards have been collected. Lupe Contreras, make it official. Let us know who's a world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going the distance inside the ProBox TV ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de completar la distancia de 10 vueltas dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, estas son las cifras oficiales de los jueces. La juez Kais anotó 95 a 95, un empate. Judge Kais scores about 95 to 95, a draw. Overruled by Judge Villarreal, who scores it 98 to 92, superado por el juez Villarreal, que anotó 98 a 92. Y la juez Hayashida, que anotó 96 a 94, and Judge Hayashida, who scores about 96 to 94. In favor of the winner by way of majority decision, a favor de la ganadora por decisión mayoritaria, Jasmine Artega.
San Bernardino not liking what they saw. And the judgment they just heard, I got to agree at ringside. I didn't agree. I thought when I heard 98-92, okay, it's got to be Chavez.
Yeah, the 98-92, very wide.
We decided we were going to travel. And you know what happens when we travel? We end up with politically based commissions who don't allow the upsets. We prided ourselves at ProBox TV on the upsets, on noise and B-sides, and the right person getting the decision when they deserve it. Ever since we started traveling, we go to these commissions and they're looking to politic the side they want to win. Whatever, dude. I have no comment.
Well, you saw
the whole crowd is absolutely livid.
Yeah, they're booing like crazy. And they don't have access to the numbers we saw, which were a wipeout for Chavez.
And now the crowd is cheering for Chavez as she takes a lap around the ring.
Oh, yeah.
Crowd's going nuts for her.
Yeah.
Thought she fought a great fight.
Yeah, she's crying too, of course.
She's got to be disappointed, but she couldn't have done a whole lot better than she did.
I mean, she fought a really, I was, like I said, I was really surprised and impressed with the IQ, you know, the calmness, the professionalism, the shot selection, which obviously goes in along with the IQ. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Well, we call them, we don't judge them, thankfully.
Every day I dislike this sport a little more. Every single day, dude.
I wouldn't mind seeing that again. That was an entertaining fight. Yeah. Definitely want to see, I mean, both of these ladies again,
but Chavez really had a great performance tonight. And fortunately, the crowd right now letting her know that. They appreciate what she did. Hopefully not a sign of things to come tonight, because we're going to have some close fights.
We already saw the undercard with the random doctor checks before the premature stoppages, you know. At least they set us up with those.
The wellness checks?
Yeah. The random wellness checks for no reason before the random stoppages for no reason.
The crowd is still livid.
That is the difficulty. The crowd's going to let you know what they think. What they saw was Chavez had a world champion.
One judge had 98-92.
98-92.
I mean, all three scorecards for me were off. I'm saying, but how do you get 98-92?
As soon as I heard 98-92, I was like, okay, Chavez won. Okay, they got it right, because there's no way you could call that 98-92 for Artega. But
I don't know.
It is what it is. Artega adds to her undefeated record.
She controlled the ring, landed more punches, landed better, threw combinations. I don't know. It's wild.
Well, we have a fighter coming up on our air who has been through some things that we talk about getting knocked down in this sport. We talk about the ability to get back up and the ability to fight stronger after everything that happens to you. And what this fighter has been through is far beyond anything that happens in the gym, anything that happens in the ring. It is about what has happened to her in life, and it is difficult 100% to hear. But we like to give the opportunity here at ProBox TV to come back in life and in the ring. And no one is more deserving of that than the fighter you're about to hear from.
¿Violento fue el ambiente en el que vivías?
Imagínate que en la calle tenía menos peligro que en mi casa. Era mejor estar en la calle que estar ahí adentro. En mi casa, lamentablemente, vivíamos repleto de borrachos. Era despertarse a la mañana y entrar al comedor de tu casa y encontrar 15 tipos, 10 tipos ahí borrachos, que ni siquiera nos podíamos mover por la casa porque eran todos unos abusadores. Desde que tengo uso de razón, dentro de mi casa me abusaron. Todos eran compañeros del trabajo de mi papá y algunos no eran compañeros del trabajo de mi papá, pero sin embargo todos se aprovecharon de mi niñez y de mí. Todos. Puedo rescatar a una persona quizás de todo eso. No teníamos nadie que nos defienda, ni que nos cuide en ese entonces. Cuando ya empecé a estar un poquito más consciente, por ejemplo, intentaba sacar provecho de las situaciones. Por ejemplo, iba al kiosco y dejaba que del kiosco me toque y a cambio me daba para comer. Siempre me sentí sola, más allá de que ahora de grande entiendo muchas cosas, porque yo de grande sufrí mucha violencia de género, entendí lo que vivía mi mamá en mi casa. Imagínate todo lo que tuvo que pasar esa mujer, que lleguen a las 4 de la mañana y que te digan, levántate a cocinarme para mí, para todos mis amigos, y si no te gusta te vas, que acá el único gallo que canta soy yo, ¿entendés? Y entonces, de lo poco que podía acompañar. Pobre mi madre, ¿no?
El patrón ha sido muy largo y muy profundo, desde bisabuela, tatarabuela. Me estás hablando de una historia larga de violencia doméstica. ¿Cuán profundo llegó esa violencia doméstica en tu vida ya como mujer adulta?
Realmente no sé qué tan profundo llegó, solamente sé que yo la corté. Solamente sé que yo vine a cambiar la vida de mi familia. De las mujeres de mi familia, yo vine a cambiar la vida.
Nazareno Romero taking on Mayeli Flores on our air ProBox TV. She has a chance to come back from a background that was absolutely horrible. She's able to use that to move forward in her life, and it's about her ability to come back and fight. Not just for us, not just in the ring, but in her life. Claudio Trejos, thank you so much for the interview. Romero, thank you so much for your honesty. We're looking forward to seeing you fight for us here at ProBox TV and make your comeback, not just in the ring once again, but in life. Main event coming up tonight, one we've been waiting for a long time. Tried to make it 3 times, the magic number 4, and the man in charge of putting it together, of course, the boss, Gary Jonas. His thoughts on our main event and the stakes when 2 undefeated fighters collide at 168 pounds. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Justice delayed often is justice denied. Well, guess what? Joe Sean James will get his chance at justice tonight in our main event. Here's the boss, Gary Jonas, talking about it himself.
I feel pretty good about it. I'd be, shocked if it didn't happen, but everybody's ready. Everybody's on point. We're ready to go. Look, it was always, an intriguing matchup, right? Because we know that Joe Sean is very underrated. Joe Sean, it's sort of surprising that he hadn't been picked up by a promoter until now. And so he's the upset artist. And, people are saying to me that it's a dangerous fight. And am I sure about putting Lester, who's so close to a championship opportunity? Is there a little malpractice involved here? But credit to him, he wants to take on all comers. He's got no shortage of confidence. And that's a ProBox TV fighter, because we're not going to put bad fights on. So he's got to stay busy, and he's got to stay busy in good fights till he gets that opportunity. And I think this sets up to be a great fight. And just to put that in perspective, Joe Sean is very dangerous. But will Joe Sean be able to handle the volume that Lester brings to the table? Lester is, a 168-pound fighter who fights and throws enough punches that looks more like a 140-pound fighter. And I think that's his biggest trait, that he puts so much pressure and is so voluminous. I see it difficult for Joe Sean to keep up with that pace and win rounds. But, anything can happen. So people understand, Lester had a pinched nerve in his neck that was causing headaches, but we didn't know the neck was the problem. So it was a bit of a mystery, and that hurt the first 2 fights. And we, as a fighter, you can't fight with headaches. Like, you just can't. So unfortunately, we had to cancel that till the mystery was solved. I went to Phoenix. We got him some specialists. We found the problem, And that got resolved. Then he went back home to Guatemala, went back to Bomax camp, and now the flu was breaking out. And everybody was getting sick. And he got sick when everyone else got sick. So that explains why we've had this situation. Some people were saying that he's avoiding Joshan. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Anything can happen here at ProBox TV. Very, very true. But one thing we're going to have is a great main event. 2 undefeated fighters in the super middleweight division. Lester Martinez, top 10 in every organization, putting that on the line tonight against the always dangerous Joshan James. But our next one, 10 rounds in the featherweight division. Jesse Magdaleno out of Henderson, Nevada, 29-3, a former world champion, taking on Luis Coria from Paris, California. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Jesse Magdaleno, 33 years old. The height advantage, the reach advantage going to Luis Coria. Young man, 26 years old from here, Moreno Valley, California. Might have a lot of the crowd support tonight. This is a guy who's had great opportunities in front of him. This might be the last shot he has, and he knows it. Lupe, get us going.
We continue inside the National Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 10 rounds in the super featherweight division. Este duelo, 10 vueltas en la división peso super pluma. Los jueces, the judges, Damian Walton, Fernando Villarreal, and Carla Caiz. Presenting first in the blue corner, wearing the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red. En la esquina azul, vestido del color mexicano, verde, blanco y rojo. Su peso oficial, 130 libras. His official weight, 130 pounds tonight. He enters the ProBox TV ring looking for respect and recognition with a record of 15 victories against 7 losses, 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche entra al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV en busca del respeto y el reconocimiento, con un récord de 15 victorias, 7 derrotas, 7 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of RGBA, Moreno Valley, California, Luis Coria. In the red corner, wearing silver with black, en la esquina roja, vestido de negro con plateado. Detuvo la báscula, un peso oficial de 129 libras y media. He tipped the scales at an official 129.5 pounds tonight. He enters the ProBox TV ring looking to return to the highest levels of the sport with a record of 29 victories against only 3 losses, 18 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Esta noche entra al cuadrilátero del ProBox TV en busca de regresar a los más altos niveles del deporte, con un récord de 29 victorias, solo 3 derrotas, 18 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. The former super bantamweight champion of the world, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Jesse El Peligroso Magdaleno. Our referee with final instructions, Ray Corona.
Let's go, gentlemen. Look at it. This is good right here still. Nothing below that. This is still good right here. You want to touch gloves? Do it now. God bless.
Gentlemen, I don't want to use these words, but I'm going to because they fit. Luis Coria, when we talked to him, bitterness. Just the idea that, man, I've had close fights, I've knocked fighters down, and I've been robbed. All those guys went on to great things. Adam Lopez, Constantine, he's had these incredible fights that a lot of people thought he won, and it's always been taken from me. He sees this as his last shot.
Yeah, a lot of the chamber here, you know, he worked a lot of those fights from ringside, so you can attest to that.
Chris, what'd you say when we sat down? This dude can fight.
This mother effer can fight.
Yeah, exact words.
And I, like you said, champ, I called a lot of those fights. Fights that he should have won, that were taken from him. And with a guy who's 15-7, he's one of the most dangerous. He's the most dangerous 15-7 fighter you're ever going to see.
Yeah. And on Magdalena's part, honestly, I can remember Magdalena's initial rise to the championship. You know, he was very, very impressive. He was a kid I was very impressive. Fast hands, was busy, put together some nice shots. And now at 33, I'm wondering now, you know, can he pull it out of the bag one last time to make one last run? Because in his time, it wasn't a long prime, Magdaleno, but for a time, there was a very, very impressive fighter in Jesse Magdaleno.
That Nonito Donaire performance was unbelievable.
One title defense of his WBO Super Bantamweight Championship. He's had a long layoff. Last fight was against Brandon Figueroa.
And he said he took that fight on very short notice, wasn't really in the gym at all, and that's what brought him back to the sport. He's like, man, if I can do this well without even training, I need to get back in real shape and get a real fight.
Claudia fought Adam Lopez, Hobson Conceição, Enrique Vivas, and you said the Vivas fight, he was just flat out robbed as far as you were concerned.
He scored a knockdown. Vivas had a point taken away from him, and Correa was just a step ahead all night long, and when the decision went the other way, I mean, we all looked around like, who are these judges watching? Ooh, good body shot there.
Counter to the body by Magdaleno.
Also scored a knockout against Hobson Conceição, and I believe Conceição had a point deduct as well, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah.
That was a very tough fight as well.
He just feels like this sport just hasn't given to me what I've given to it.
At 26 years old, though, you know, he has that youth on his side here in this fight. We'll see how I can come around. Good body shot there.
Wow, big sweeping shot, cut an angle, and
good left hand.
Oh, he's hurt.
Correa is hurt. He is on rubber legs in round number 1. Trying to get back to his feet as the old lion is charging ahead.
That was a sneak combination by Magdaleno, and that's what I mean about those fast hands, smooth combinations that he throws.
Deceptive speed and power.
You see him
from Magdaleno.
Stops on a dime, fires that left hand. He's been doing that all night. Very, very tricky shot selection from the former champ. Levels. There's levels, baby.
He may be older, but, you know, he's still a former world champion. Good body shot there with Magdaleno. Now it's just about getting out of this round for Correa.
Oh, flinging Magdaleno to the ground. Referee not having that.
Yeah, he didn't like that he got put in a headlock. He's like, get off me, dude.
10 seconds left to go in a round once again. Correa lucky to get out of.
Man, the change of direction is beautiful.
Ooh, another big power shot. To emphasize the round.
Necesito un favor, estás un poquito estirado, te estás aventando, pero es porque el balance está muy largo. Ciérralo para cuando tengas la distancia del ring, los bombazos salgan y no stretches un poquito adentro. Lo agarras y con la pinche mano no empiezas a pegar.
Luis Correa trying to get it back in between rounds. Didn't go down. It was not a 10-8 round. There was no knockdown, but man, he was rocked.
Yeah, rocked bad. It was a combination. It was a right hook from that southpaw stance, and then a left hook right behind it. And he followed up beautifully, did Magdaleno. Really tricky shots. The way he was able to pick where those punches were going. High level stuff.
And Correa, good job to stay on his feet there.
Yes.
You know, he could have easily been a knockdown, and you know he's never been stopped, so he's a durable kid. But that one, he was hurt clearly.
I've never seen him hurt that bad before. I mean, I've called a lot of his fights, like I've said in the past, and he's fought some top-notch
world-class guys. Yeah.
Oh, now he's trying to make it physical there. He gets
Correa has never been knocked out, 22 professional fights, but Magdaleno, 18 knockouts, does have power in his hands. Correa trying to kind of switch tactics here. Even though he's a taller man, maybe making an inside battle, make it a little dirty.
Going into this fight, my thought process was the longer this fight goes, the more I would lean towards Correa. Being the younger man, the fresher legs, you know, the guy who's been busier.
But is he, if the fight goes like this, is he going to be fresh by the end of the fight?
See, that was my thought before that first round. And now I'm seeing that Jesse's looking very sharp. And I didn't think Jesse was going to be able to hurt him.
Good right hand.
Correa
got the attention.
Magdaleno's talking.
These guys from the same gym, they've been around one another for years. They both talked about getting something to eat afterward. We are not friends in the ring. Magdaleno definitely fighting like they're not friends.
Wow, that was a nice looping left hand after the jab. Correa didn't see it.
Magdaleno a little quicker, a little sharper with the trigger, and just a little quicker with his feet as well.
Magdaleno good overhand left there.
More athletic too. The way he's able to change directions in and out, stop on a dime and fire.
Yeah, Cordia is more of a set his feet kind of guy.
Yeah. A little stiff at times, but strong, durable.
Fundamental.
Ooh,
oh, a clash of heads. They got to be careful. That's a bad clash of heads. Well, let's see. Magdaleno feels like he's got the worst of it. Let's see if he's open.
I don't see any. He's got white gloves. I don't see any red, so that's a good sign.
Cordia broke his jaw in the gym. That was a reason for his layoff.
Oh, good body shot there by Cordia.
Big sweeping right hand to the pit of the stomach. Good move against the southpaw. Magdaleno tries to return the favor, comes up short. Yeah, these guys are dialed in.
It also seems like Magdaleno seems to understand the style of Cordia. Once again, that familiarity. They've been in the gym. They know one another. It seems like he has an idea of when to attack.
It's just a different level because, you know, Magdaleno's been to the highest highs. You know, he's world class. He's beaten world class guys. You know, Cordia has not, or at least hasn't got the decision.
Certainly an entertaining fight as we come to a close in round number 2. If nothing else, in round 2, Cordia looked like he at least recovered from round number 1.
He righted the ship.
Legs looked good. His eyes didn't seem hazy.
No, and I think right away in that second round when he landed that straight right hand, got his confidence back.
Some of the action from that round number 2.
That's the shot that got the attention of Jesse Magdaleno early on. There's the clash of heads, which luckily didn't result in a cut because this fight's just heating up.
Clash of heads is Ray Corona's referee letting us know. Whatever it is on.
But does that mean there's a cut? I don't.
No, there's a welt.
Oh, okay.
I guess in case it develops into something, but
good job by the referee
purple mark,
making it obvious early on.
Appreciate him letting us know.
Great fight, guys. Awesome fight, man.
Round number 3 scheduled for 10. You said Magdaleno, former WBO champion, super bantamweight division. Problem has been inactivity. Only fought once in 2020, 2022, 2023. No fights in 2021, so he's just been inactive in the last few years. You talked with Chris about him getting back into the gym, finally.
Yeah, you see a bruise above the left eye of Jesse Magdaleno.
It was caused by a clash of heads.
That could develop because when you have it above the eye, the blood will drain into your eye well.
Cordia having a little bit of trouble with the speed and directions changes of Magdaleno. Like you said, Chan, he's a bit more athletic.
Yeah, the way he's able to stop on a dime, push out that back foot, and explode with power shots is impressive. Because 33 at this weight class is old, quote unquote. I don't want to call you an old, but at this weight class, you generally don't see guys who are able to keep this kind of pace and movement up.
Heavyweights are just starting their pro career.
Yeah, it's completely
different ball game in the lower weight classes.
Makes himself small on the ropes, takes away the opening from Cordia.
Stays low.
Stop. Come on, I see that, man.
If you forgot why Jesse Magdaleno was world champion, we're being reminded here.
Left hand too. Remember that what Cordia also told us yesterday. You know, it's been hard to get enthusiastic about boxing with left hand, and you can't go into a fight like this without that full enthusiasm. You know, he said he feels like the enthusiasm has been sort of taken away from him after all the bad things that have happened to him in boxing. He's in for a home run shot.
Two big swing and misses.
Giving him his respect. Like, woo, that was a good one.
Jesse looking very smooth defensively. Even against the ropes when he's in the corner, he's still being conscious of defense.
He's such a small, good right hand. Down goes Cordia. He has never been stopped. But he is on his butt in round number 3, under a minute to go.
It's one thing from the southpaw, the right hook. Very hard punch to see coming.
Magdaleno showing real power. Can he close the show?
Still got 35 seconds left, guys, to see if Magdaleno goes for it.
We're used to guys at this stage in their career being able to win rounds, but not necessarily close the show. Magdaleno,
very sharp.
Man, he's looking good tonight.
Staying switched on, doing everything right. He's got the game plan down. His body's responding the way he wants it to.
Oof. Another good shot to the chin.
There's just levels.
Magdaleno certainly showing his level. Cordia just relaxed at exactly the wrong time. Yep.
The referee stopped.
Now the corner, I think the corner stopped it.
The corner has stopped the fight.
And not a lot of pushback from the fighter.
End of round number 3. The corner has stepped in and stopped the fight. Was not the referee, it was the corner itself. Corner stoppage.
Big hug between these two guys. Yep. They know each other well.
Some love between these two fighters. I do believe they are going to go
get some meat. I hope they go get some meat afterwards.
They said they're going to grab some tacos.
You know what?
That's what Louis said.
I will have the meatballs.
But it was after a savage round number 3. Cordia goes to his corner. There it is.
And look, no pushback from Louis.
Yeah. And again, why did I bring up about that enthusiasm yesterday? I just felt like he was so dejected about the way his career had gone that I almost didn't feel like this was like a last opportunity. I almost felt like this was like, what the heck, it doesn't matter anyway. You know, like I took that energy from him instead of I'm so dejected, but this can make it right.
I
think he's just tired of being disappointed, and it didn't have the same enthusiasm, and you can't have that against an ex-world champion like Jesse Magdaleno, who is still so dangerous and showed us so many levels here tonight. You gotta be fully dialed in, and he gets stopped for the first time tonight, does Cordia, because of it, and obviously now it gives Magdaleno a very impressive win on paper, and I think he can move into a title opportunity maybe at 126 and 130.
Well, he said he's really a featherweight. You go down to 126, so
open weight classes.
Yeah, really open. And this idea, gentlemen, I mean, we've seen stoppages we didn't understand. I get why the corner stepped in. I mean, he was hurt.
And you know what? I also, like I said, if we weren't in those fighter meetings yesterday, this was why the fighter meetings are important. You see, because if we weren't in those fighter meetings, I wouldn't have such an understanding of his energy. I didn't feel that energy from Cordia yesterday.
And corners know that energy. They're like, look, you're not mentally in this
If
tonight.
you're like that, you were probably like that in camp too.
Right.
You know? And he's a good kid, so it's rather not seeing him get hurt.
Very, very true. A one-sided fight finishes at the end of round number 3. And it doesn't matter to me at all what these CompuBox numbers say. And they do point to a dominant performance by Magdaleno. It was the accuracy and the power of those shots. They were clean. They were accurate. They were well placed, well timed.
Caught him off guard. He just wasn't sharp mentally either. You know, he kept getting caught off guard.
Not over 30% in any category for Cordia. And a great comeback for Magdaleno. Does he have one more title opportunity?
After 2 losses in a row.
We'll find out. Lupe, make it official.
Inside the ProBox TV ring, the blue corner informs referee Ray Corona their fighter can no longer continue, obligating him to stop this contest upon the conclusion of round number 3. La esquina azul le informa al referee Ray Corona que su peleador no puede continuar, obligándolo a parar la contienda a la conclusión del tercer episodio, declarando el ganador por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout, El Peligroso, Jesse Magdaleno.
You know what that means? Dangerous. He was dangerous tonight. Magdaleno showing that, gentlemen, we've seen fighters go from ProBox TV to that one more title opportunity.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise you. As you said, maybe 126.
An Angelo Leo situation. We saw Angelo was a guy who was not busy, was out of the ring for a couple of years, came back on our air, won 3 fights, steps into a world title fight, and wins. You can easily see that for someone like Jesse Magdaleno, especially after that performance. Like I said, his body was responding the way that he wanted it to, even at 33 years old, and the world class showed tonight. There's levels to this sport, and Jesse's at a very, very high level still to this day.
That beautiful right hand put Cordia on his butt. He had the will to get up and continued fighting. I don't think anyone would have blamed him if he had stayed on his butt. He did not. Got up to fight again, but his corner would not have it. They step in, call a halt to this fight. Luis Cordia knocked out for the first time in his career. Absolutely incredible performance by Magdaleno. You talked about it, not just the power, Chris, but the footwork, the explosiveness, the ability to set
trickiness,
the traps, exactly.
Setting traps, being tricky, and his ability to change directions, being fleet of foot, being able to fire tricky punches that are hard to see. Very deceptive in the way that he was letting his offense go. Very, very impressive. I didn't expect to see such an all-around good performance from Jesse Magdaleno.
And you hear this crowd? Are you not entertained? Meaning he has the kind of fights where, you know, you talk about stinkers, Paulie.
No,
he's no stinker. He's going to have an exciting fight.
He was exciting even as a champion, you know. So
yes.
He's a guy who has a resume as a former world champion. He can insert himself into these weight classes because there's not crazy amount of stars there.
And the night is not over yet. It is, and it has already been an incredible night, but 2 more to go. Vladimir Hernandez versus Isaias Lucero in our co-main event. 2 very tough Mexican fighters, but in our main event, Joshan James getting an opportunity that has been denied him, taking on Lester Martinez. He wants that spot. Can he take it? We talked to him about it. So what he had to say.
You know, a little bit of frustration, but the hunger keeps growing. The fire inside me keeps growing, and the more I want to kick his ass just keeps growing. So I'm just ready, and I'm just preparing myself and making sure I'm ready for March 22nd to give the fans a great show. You know, they've been denied this a few different other occasions, so I'm just ready to perform. Each time it gets canceled, we just get back to the drawing board and we see what can we work on and keep adding to the game plan. So you guys are going to see a diverse Sean time in there, and you guys are going to see stuck in the mud, slow-footed Lester Martinez. So I'm excited. I'm on weight. I got about five pounds from 168. Just been staying strong, getting high elevation runs, and just pushing myself to the limits. Each time we go back to camp, it's just pushing. So I'm gonna be well rested the week of the fight, and I'll be ready to go the night of the fight.
Not false bravado, gentlemen. Joshan James believes this is his opportunity tonight, that he has the style, he has the build to take away what belongs to Lester Martinez.
I mean, and that's all true, but can he execute when the time comes? Because it's finally here. After 3 postponements, we are actually here. This is the moment of truth. Can he execute when he's underneath those lights and has that man in front of him finally?
Definitely has the frame, has the ability, has the style. But Paulie, it's about keeping those long tools, right? Keeping the jab out in front.
Yeah, you're going to have to, establish range and establish that, keeping that jab in front and essentially, fighting your fight and forcing your opponent to fight your fight.
Now, can Joshan James do it? That is the question. He's had 3 camps to get ready for Lester Martinez, 168 pounds. It's going to be an outstanding main event. It is coming up, but the co-main still to come. Stay with us here on ProBox TV.
Nadino boxing fan. ProBox is coming to town. The main event, undefeated Guatemalan star and world-ranked #2, Lester Martinez, and the division's upset artist, Joshan James. The co-feature is an all-Mexican battle. Action-packed Vladimir Hernandez returns to the ProBox ring against Isaias Lucero in a can't-miss Fight of the Year contender.
Joshan James, of course, trying to overcome Lester Martinez, 18-0, 15 knockouts, and you get the feeling when you look at him, the sky is the limit. Incredible power, technique, great combination, great volume. Has everything it takes to be a contender at 168 pounds. Right now, of course, a crowded field of veterans. And hats off to him for taking a fight tonight. We can sit out, probably wait out for a title opportunity, maybe take a cupcake fight, but that would not be Lester Martinez. He represents his country. He's a proud man. Here he is in his own words.
Well, you know what they say, the third time's the charm. And this time we're definitely going. No matter what happens, we're going to be at 100% in the ring. And 1,000 apologies, really. So you never know what's going to happen to you, how you're going to get sick. But here we are, really. We're happy and confident that we're going to put on a great fight and that we're going to win, of course. And just like the previous ones, I have been preparing a lot. I have been preparing better, more focused. I think I have prepared much better than the 2 previous times. I am in better condition. I have better preparation because we know that the other boxer is also of good quality. He is very dangerous, so we know what we are going to face. And man, every day, the trainers say, you have a tough fight coming up. You're going to fight this boxer. You have to win, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. You know, both physically and mentally, I've been training really well for this fight. I think a lot of people have been waiting for this fight. A lot of people have been criticizing why it has been postponed, and they really can't wait to see this fight. Of course, I'm looking forward to this fight because we know that after this fight, great things are also coming. And I'm telling you, just like he doesn't want to lose, I can't lose, and I'm not going to lose. I really want to win. I'm not going to let go of my title. You have no idea how hard I worked for it. You all saw how much it cost me. And man, I'm really excited because this fight is coming up.
Well, gentlemen, if he isn't confident, he isn't showing it. This is a guy who says that he knows he's 1 or 2 away from that great opportunity. Why? He had a great amateur career, undefeated as a professional, and he has an appealing style. Last time we called this fight, Carlos Gongora in D.C. This was an awkward guy, a guy who was near the top in his absolute prime, and he had nothing for Lester Martinez that night.
Now, I was really impressed with that performance against Gongora, because I've called Gongora. I've seen him upset guys. I've seen him upset world-class guys. And he, like you said, he had nothing for Lester Martinez that night. Lester took it to another level in that performance, and I'm curious to see how much better he's even gotten since then.
Gary Jonas kept saying it when we were talking about the fight. He said, can he keep up with the volume? Kept saying volume. Lester Martinez throws a lot of punches. Is that key to you, Paulie?
It is key, but closing the gap on Jonas is going to be more difficult than closing the gap on Gongora. Not because, obviously, Gongora is more battle-tested, but Gongora, I felt, was a little used up. Jonas is hungry. It's a different proposition, closing the gap against a hungry fighter who knows how to hold that distance. It's going to be a very good fight. And I am so looking forward to this fight.
Very intriguing.
Another fight we're looking forward to. Our co-main event of the evening. Vladimir 24K Hernandez versus Isaias Lucero. Look at Bet Online. Has Vladimir Hernandez minus 180.
Slight favorite.
Little the favorite, but little under 2-1. I think that's fair. It's not totally out there. Like a lot of the odds makers don't know quite how to make the odds for ProBox TV. This is our tale of the tape for this co-main event of the evening. Both fighters from Mexico. Isaias Lucero, 6 years younger than his opponent. Slight height advantage, slight reach advantage, but Vladimir Hernandez, gas for days. Will that be the factor? Luis, get us going for our co-main event.
We continue inside the National Orange Show Pavilion. This is ProBox TV. We present in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions. Bet Online and Wild Casino. This is the co-main event of the evening, an all-Mexican showdown set for 10 rounds in the super welterweight division. Este es el combate coestelar de esta noche. Un duelo mexicano pactado a 10 vueltas en la división peso super welter. Los jueces son, the judges are Pam Hayashida, Fernando Villarreal y Carla Caiz. Presenting the blue corner, wearing black with gold trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de negro con vivos dorados. Su peso oficial, 155 libras y media. His official weight, 155½ pounds. Esta noche, entra al cuadrilátero en su 22º combate a nivel profesional, con 19 victorias. Solo 2 derrotas, 13 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring for the 22nd time as a pro. with 19 victories. Against only 2 losses, 13 of his victories coming by way of KO. Fighting straight out of TJ, Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, Isaías, La Bestia Junior, Lucero. Su contrincante en la esquina roja is opposition in the red corner. Vestido de guinda con rosa y color dorado. He steps in wearing maroon with pink and gold trim. He weighed in officially at 154 3/4 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 154 libras y 3/4. Con un récord profesional de 16 victorias, 6 derrotas, 7 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this all-action fighter returns to the ProBox TV ring with 16 victories, 6 losses, 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. De Colonia, Álvaro Obregón, Ciudad Lerdo, Durango, México, Vladimir, 24K Hernandez. Our referee, Ray Armendariz.
Venga, mire. De aquí para arriba está bien para ti. De aquí para arriba está bien para ti. Ya les di instrucciones en el vestidor. I gave you instructions in the dressing room. Espero una pelea limpia. Expect a clean, fair fight, start to finish. Choquen guantes, touch gloves. Buena suerte. Good luck.
Isaías Lucero taking on Vladimir Hernandez. Hernandez in the pink and red. Lucero in the black and gold. An all-Mexican war, gentlemen. Who's going to step back? We'll find out. We start round number 1.
On paper, this has show stealer written all over it. Let's see if these guys can live up to the expectation.
So far, when we see Vladimir Hernandez doesn't know how to have any other kind of fight. As we always say, this guy runs triathlons for fun, just to stay in shape.
Yeah, for some people, it's work to stay in shape. This guy stays in shape for fun. It's a hobby.
I mean, just a seemingly endless gas tank we've seen in his fights. Ooh, good straight right hand from Lucero.
But he's there to be hit, as you can see.
He does get hit. And we saw him, he got hurt in that Raul Garcia fight. Was dropped. Back and forth action between those two. But ultimately, it was Vladimir's ability to close the show strong based on his gas tank that got him the win that night.
Look at Vladimir Hernandez, his last 6 opponents. When you look at it, they're combined 96, 5, and 4.
Good right hand there again by Lucero.
Lucero's picking his spots. Yep, picking his shots really well here.
You see what Hernandez does. He puts that mental pressure on you, continues to stay in your face, close the gap, and creeps in.
I feel like Hernandez is best when he's fighting at a pace of a burning building. Like this slow stuff is tough for him.
We've seen fighters on our air have success against Hernandez early. Guido Sham was doing all right early, and they start wearing down a bit. Lucero doing a good job of picking his spots, not letting Hernandez carry him too fast.
Lucero, I mean, he's like a sharpshooter right now, the way he's picking these right hands and landing good, clean shots, just like that one.
Lucero 19-2.
See Hernandez doesn't want to give ground. You see, he wants to stay there. He wants to stay with that mental pressure. That tends to build up over the course of a fight that he's in.
Lucero lost to Solomon Sissoko. That was in 2023. Sissoko undefeated.
Right hand by Lucero again.
Yeah, Sissoko is a very highly rated welterweight, and he had Sissoko in trouble in the first round of that fight.
But as the fight went on, Sissoko started to pull away, and also we saw in that fight, Sissoko very tight with his right hand and is able to get on the inside of a lot of Lucero's punches.
Lucero got hit with a body shot that he didn't like a few moments ago.
You do get this slow burn kind of feeling for this fight.
Guys like Hernandez, that's how they fight. They slowly boil you over time. You don't realize you're so deep into a fight until it's
by
too late.
staying in your face. You see how
We are back for round number 2. You're looking in the corner of Isaias Lucero, getting his instructions. Good first round against Vladimir Hernandez, trying to pick his counter-punching spots. Lucero 3-0 in 2024, all of them by TKO. Bounce back after a rough 2023. Oh, good shot! Down goes Hernandez!
Okay, caught him coming in.
We talked about his counter-punching ability. A cut around the right eye as well of Hernandez.
That was a well-timed looping.
What a
uppercut.
shot! And we're early in round number 2, gentlemen. Plenty of time for Lucero to work.
I'm saying Lucero was a sharpshooter last round. He was able to land really good, clean punches, especially with the right hand, and then he just found another right hand, an uppercut this time.
That was an absolute missile.
Ooh, that eye's bleeding. That's bad. It's above the eye, yep.
Anytime Paulie starts protecting his suit, we know we got a bad cut.
Well, like I said, we saw this could potentially be a show stealer, and apparently it's going to be smock worthy as well. For those at home, we wear smocks for bloody fights.
And right now, it is Lucero putting all of the pressure on Vladimir Hernandez.
Vladimir's staying in his face, though, man.
He doesn't know how to back up.
Remember, Vladimir was down in his last fight, too, and he came back to win, so.
It wasn't this early, though.
Yeah.
That's worrisome.
And that was not a flash knockdown. He was on his butt. He was hurt.
Hard shot.
Ooh, good shot again by Lucero.
Yeah, Lucero has power. You can see it. He's got heavy hands.
And Lucero isn't trying to keep up with Hernandez. No. He's kind of taking some shots and then throwing. He's not
smart.
And he's taking something off the shots of Hernandez. He's going with them. And then he's trying to land all of his shots, like the full brunt.
I mean, it's literally take 3 to give 1. He's allowing Hernandez to throw 3 or 4 and then bang, landing that big one shot in return.
And Jimmy, to that point exactly, I think that's the mistake that guys make with Hernandez. They try to match him punch for punch, and they can't keep up. Lucero being very smart. He's like, all right, I'm not going to hit you as much, but I'm going to hit you harder and cleaner.
Cleaner being the key term here, because Hernandez a lot of times throws just to throw, and he looks to stress you more so than hurt you with one individual shot.
Lucero showing better head movement than I expected on the inside here. He's slipping these punches very, very adeptly.
As you said early in the fight, round number 2 scheduled for 10, and we already have a bad cut over the right eye of Vladimir Hernandez. Easy target. That southpaw stance, yeah.
Put another right hand right on that cut. Yeah, and we didn't get the signal from the ref, but that was obviously from a punch.
Yeah, clearly. I think it was from the same punch that knocked him down.
Right.
10 seconds left to go in round number 2. Knockdown score for Lucero. He's seeing this fight so far go his way. But Hernandez still throwing. Thing about the poker face of Hernandez is he just walks back to his corner like it's any other round.
Yeah, bad spot for the cut. Doesn't look like a terrible cut. I can't really see right now, but I believe it's a right uppercut was the shot. Yep. But okay, so that didn't cause the cut.
Didn't cause the cut. Exactly.
That was not the shot that caused the cut, because that's the other side of the head. Boom. It just clipped him under the chin. And to your point, Jimmy, that was not a flash knockdown. He went down hard.
Yeah, he was hurt. The referee has not signaled. The referee has just confirmed it, came over to tell us cut was from a punch.
Referees are doing a great job about that, but keeping things very clear when it comes to these cuts and accidental headbutts.
Can't criticize the reffing here in California. Judging a little bit, been suspect tonight. Let's put it that way. But round number 3, Vladimir Hernandez right in front of us, putting the pressure on Lucero.
How short our memories are. We have 2 early stoppages earlier tonight.
Yep. Main card, they've been all right. Let's put it that way.
All right.
Gotta give him some credit.
Oh, good shot.
Nice right hand. The timing on those power punches.
He
punch against the southpaw have been perfect.
It's the third round, and you already get the feeling that Hernandez needs to pull this out of the fire. You know, he's been down, he's cut, he's getting hit consistently by a guy who can really punch.
Maybe that's the only way he knows how to fight.
Yeah.
Is when you put him in that situation.
But he doesn't seem to be stressing Lucero the way that we were used to seeing him push opponents.
Lucero seems to have the right game plan. As we keep pointing out, it's not punch with him. Just let him throw 3 or 4 and then come back with one. Yeah.
But see how Lucero gets underneath that hook. He's very smooth with the defense on the inside. Gets that hand up.
Yep. Yeah, good eyes on the inside. Calm.
Nice left
punching
hook.
between Hernandez too.
Fighting like a real pro.
Yep.
As you said in the corner, Chris, it doesn't look like a terrible cut, but eyelid just a bad spot. It's a fight-stopping area. If the lid starts tearing open, they will stop the fight.
That's the thing. Cuts don't get better as the rounds wear on.
Uppercut. Got a good cut, man. They don't get worse. They don't get better. Yeah.
Oh, good right hook there from Hernandez, but it didn't break position for Lucero. He didn't back him up. Ooh. Clubbing left hook from Lucero.
We have seen knockouts from Vladimir Hernandez, most notably Guido Schramm here on our air ProBox TV, but those were fights where he was winning the physical battle. Yeah, he was wearing him down before he got that big knockout. And Lucero always coming back with those sharp punches.
Accurate.
Accurate and hard. The punches from Lucero coming with a lot of power.
Vladimir's starting to get those uppercuts in there, though.
Yeah, he's finding his rhythm.
Starting to force a little stress on Lucero.
The big question is going to be what kind of conditioning did Lucero come into this fight with? Because we know where Hernandez is at conditioning-wise. He could be outgunned, he could be outskilled, but he's never going to be outpaced.
Don't clash your head. They got to be careful, especially that Hernandez already has that cut.
Round number 4 about to get underway. Let's take a look at some of the action from round 3. Look at that beautiful uppercut.
Nice lead left hand uppercut. And that's a beautiful weapon against the southpaw. The southpaw just doesn't see it. Their lead hand blinds them. That punch comes under the elbow and right up, right to the chin. Beautiful shot.
Question is, can the fight go long enough for Hernandez to use his advantages, which are his cardio and his physical pressure? Can he turn the tide with that in the time he has left? That's the question.
Well, Jimmy, it seemed like he got his rhythm in the last round. Things shifted a little bit. Hernandez having a little bit more of his way. Still taking some damage, but, I mean, it is a Vladimir Hernandez fight.
Yeah, he's starting to land a little more cleanly now, a little more effectively as Hernandez.
Also turning it up a bit.
Yeah, and you, like you said, Champ, you're seeing the stress wearing on Lucero now, not like it was in rounds 1 and 2.
You know, like you said, your trainer said everybody has 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's what the whole trainer said. Everybody can fight for 3 rounds.
Take a look at the CompuBox numbers for 3 rounds. About what our eyes are telling us.
Yeah, by those CompuBox eyes, you can tell these guys are not having trouble finding each other.
Yeah, well, they fight the whole fight in a phone booth. I guess that's going to happen, right, guys?
The one thing Hernandez does tend to lead in is volume and numbers, and he's not tonight.
No, he's not. He's getting out-punched. Not in terms of volume, but in terms of landed shots. Connect. Yeah. Ooh.
Another good uppercut.
Oh. And the corner was asking for that right uppercut. I saw the coach signaling a right uppercut, and they landed that shot beautifully there.
Good rubbernecking by Lucero on the inside there as Hernandez just missed with a couple left hands.
Ooh, good body shot there from Hernandez.
I think Hernandez could go more to the body, actually.
He's a good body puncher. We've seen that in the past. Not a whole lot being done to the body. Oh,
nice short left.
Some blood on the nose of Lucero, right?
Yep. Hernandez is starting to get there. Starting to put leather on him. Oh, good body shot there.
There it is.
Again from Vladimir, yep. I thought he affected Lucero with a body shot a couple rounds ago. Didn't follow up, though. Lucero does look a little soft around the midsection. And I believe most of his career has been at 147. This is 154.
He's packing a pretty good punch for being a weight up. Big jump from 47 to 54.
Combination there by Vladimir Hernandez.
We got blood from the nose. We got Lucero getting hurt with some body punches on the inside. Hernandez coming back on.
In a Hernandez fight, there's 4 in a phone booth for every second of the fight, right?
Oh, good hard jab.
A battle of will as well as skill. Oof, and the secret to the success of Vladimir Hernandez.
Hernandez is the kind of guy, he wants to match wills. Can you keep this up? Because guess what? I can. Because I know I can.
Looks like maybe the tide is starting to turn in round number 4. Good power shot. Another good one. We're wondering if the tide would get to turn. It looks like it might have.
It certainly looks like it to me. It looks like Lucero's falling apart.
Vladimir tends to get you there, right?
Yep. If he can take you there, he can drown you.
Doesn't matter how fights start, right? It matters how they end.
Yeah.
It started terribly for Hernandez, but it's starting to turn around and look much better.
Lucero, 21 bouts, 106 rounds. Vladimir Hernandez, 22, just one more fight, but 158 rounds. We'll say it over and over. It's going to be a theme tonight. Guys who don't have power, they get to go rounds every time.
But also, Vladimir Hernandez has been fighting world-class oppositions from the very beginning. So, you don't knock those guys out. So he's had a lot of rounds with high-level guys.
You saw in those replays an example of the cleaner punches being landed by Vladimir Hernandez now. Uh-oh, we're already starting to go. To the corner, let's see. Okay, it's just
no, it's ice.
Ice.
Got spilled ice in the corner.
People wondering what we're talking about. Early on in the card, during our Future Stars portion of the card, some fighters were called over to the corner to have the doctor check them out for no real reason that we saw. Both of those led to early stoppages, in our opinion, here ringside. But that was not the case. You just want to get rid of some ice here. And
Jimmy, I love how you keep it politically correct. In the eyes of anybody who was watching the fight.
In the eyes of us. In the eyes of us here ringside.
Well, not for nothing. Our eyes are closest to the action.
They're pretty close. We do this for a living, but I won't brag.
Hernandez, he just cannot wait to get right in your grill. Like as soon as the ref said that action, he literally jumps over.
He gets offended that there's a 1 minute break in between.
I was going to say, he's pissed that there are breaks in between rounds.
Oh, good uppercut by Hernandez.
Look at that.
Vlad wants to go back to the olden days.
Champ, the point you made a couple of rounds ago that Lucero is a welterweight. This could start to wear on him more. Again, at this weight, fighting a guy who's more natural at this weight, with all these punches starting to land, wear out quicker because of that.
Hernandez is a true 54-pounder. The majority of his career is in 54. I know he's moved up to fight some guys, but that probably wasn't his choice. He's definitely the much more natural 54-pounder, and you can see that in there in terms of their physicality. Ooh. And Lucero just does not have the same venom on those shots like he had a few rounds ago.
Respect as before.
Oh, another good left hand right down the pipe from Vladimir Hernandez.
I would like to see Vladimir go to the body more. Got a guy's a little soft in the midsection. He's up a weight class. You're setting a pace on him. Get to his body.
One thing about this fight and the way you get ready for it in the gym, Lucero had to know he was in for this kind of fight. You can knock this guy down, you can hurt him, you can do anything you want in the first 5 rounds. He's still going to come at you in round 10. Doesn't matter. Hernandez now slugging away. Good counter right hand from Lucero. But to your point, Jam, doesn't quite have the snap that it had in the first couple rounds.
And not getting the respect from Vlad anymore. I mean, he was walking through them before, but he was getting hurt. Now he's walking through them, and they're just not having an effect.
And a couple good short lefts in a row.
That pawing jab with Hernandez to set up the big left hands. a variety of left hands there. A couple straight, one up the middle, one around the corner. Boom!
Shot for shot here. These guys exchanging in middle center ring.
This is great.
Good action. And this is what we're talking about. This fight could steal the show. Well, let's get into that pace now.
Oh. Power punches in the center. Lucero scored a knockdown in round number 2.
Hernandez just forces fights on guys like this every time.
Push him, though. That's a push.
That's a push. Well balanced. Got square on the inside.
Off balance, bouncing off the ropes and fighting some more is Vladimir Hernandez.
The problem is, do these judges understand that that was a push?
End of round number 5. Round number 6 about to begin. And there's some of the action from round number 5. Gentlemen, power punches in the center of the ring. No surprise here.
Yeah, that was the best round of the fight for me. These guys were both coming with great action, both blending at will. A lot of leather being thrown, a lot of leather landing.
Halfway through this fight, scheduled for 10. Super welterweight division, 154 pounds. Vladimir Hernandez in the pink and red. Taking on Isaias. Lucero's in the black and gold. Isaias right now scored a knockdown in round number 2, looking to land that power shot again, but Vladimir Hernandez, last couple rounds, starting to take it over with volume. That could have been low. And if you look at the total punches landed, Hernandez, last couple rounds, starting to come back and take the lead.
And he's got more snap on his shots, too. You see Lucero is a little bit arm-weary. His shots are not, there's not as much snap on his shots anymore.
Hernandez lands the same kind of punch from round 1 to round 10.
Oof. That's that gas tank. Guys, ooh, that was very low. That was very low.
Oh, that could be a dead leg.
Yeah. Those suck. Right below the cup.
Yeah, on the side.
On the side of the hip. Yep, those really suck.
Mentioned B-Hop earlier in the night. That was his specialty. Away from the ref, he would hit the hip.
Yep. Makes your leg go numb.
Nice right hand. Ooh, good combination from Hernandez.
Little lead uppercut combination there, but then
you see Hernandez
comes right back.
Lucero is tired. He's falling in with these shots when he misses them. I was going to say all the punches are being thrown at the same speed. Maybe Lucero can change speed with some of the shots he throws, but you know what? I'm not sure he's at the gas tank for it anymore.
Yeah. Well, he was doing that earlier, but now, yeah, you're right, Chev. I think now he's laboring through everything. Whereas Hernandez...
Yeah, Hernandez actually stepping back and setting up harder shots.
Yep. That's the thing. I don't consider Hernandez a puncher, even though he had such a spectacular knockout. I just think he sets paces on guys that they're over their skis and then they run into shots.
Yeah, Guido Schramm was pretty much square on his feet. Remember that? And
he kissed the hook.
Yeah.
Mouthpiece out.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whose mouthpiece that is.
I think that's actually Hernandez. I think it's Vladimir. Yeah, it's Vladimir's mouthpiece.
Ooh. Don't expect the referee to step in until they stop punching.
Good body shot.
He hurt him with that
body shot. That was a body shot hurt. When you get hit with that, when you're stretched out with that right hand, those are the worst.
Hernandez may lose a tooth here, but he doesn't care. He's looking for the knockout.
Couldn't care less.
I think he'd trade a couple teeth to get the KO.
Yep, there was a little break in the punches.
That definitely aids Lucero.
This referee getting washed off first.
Yeah, look at Lucero in the corner. Hanging his body language.
Exhausted.
Not good.
10 seconds left to go in the round. Vladimir Hernandez putting the pressure on.
atrás, no, cabrón. Trabájame las fintas. Si vas a tirar a la derecha abajo, hasta la cambias, güey. ¿Sí? Tira, cuando tiras el jab, él se agacha para la izquierda. Ahí métele a la derecha. Cuando tiras el jab, fíjate para dónde esquiva. Para dónde esquiva, y ahí se la tiras. Ahí lo vas a agarrar, güey.
Getting ready for round number 7, scheduled for 10. Question is, does Lucero have enough in the tank? Vladimir Hernandez starting to put it on him in round number 6.
Yeah, he's really been pouring it on, and it's been very, very effective these last few rounds as Lucero has started to slow more and more each round.
What's the worst fear of a fighter? It is not getting hurt, it's not getting knocked out, it's not getting injured, it's having nothing left to give with someone who has a lot left in the tank. That is the definition of Vladimir Hernandez, especially here on ProBox TV.
Good uppercut from Lucero from the outside, but Hernandez comes right back. Lucero seems to be more throwing get-off-me punches, stay-off-me punches, rather than actually building and trying to hurt Hernandez like he was earlier.
And look at the power punches. Hernandez, the last 3 rounds, has been able to come back. Of course, in round 5, Lucero was slightly, but 26-12 in round number 6.
More than doubling punches landed.
Oh, nice counter right hand from Lucero.
They're trying to up the pace, man. Because he senses something here in round 7 we're at.
And those leaping shots. I mean, he just covers so much ground with his punches.
Oh, good left hand on the temple from Hernandez, but Lucero landed some good punches in the last couple volleys.
Oh, nice uppercut.
Two things about being in shape. 1, you carry your power late. 2, your chin is solid throughout. Hernandez has shown late power, and he's shown to have a durable chin. Even when he does get hurt, he comes back.
Another thing, Lucero coming up in weight class from 147 to 154. Might be hurting his power a little bit. Hernandez a stocky, thick 154.
Yeah, absolutely. Heavily muscled. Hernandez continues to beat that drum.
What can Lucero do to really turn this thing around at this point? You know, I don't know if he seems like he's out of gas. Seems like he's arm weary. He's fighting with heart, but it seems like he's being outpunched at this point by Vladimir Hernandez. Is there anything he can do?
You just got to hope you hit him again and hurt him. But Hernandez has been taking the punches better.
Yeah, nice. Good left hook, couple of them, and Hernandez just walked right through him.
Oh, and he comes right back.
Just as I said that, it seems like Hernandez is believing in himself more and more that he may be able to get the stoppage.
Lucero, though, finishing strong.
That was a better round for Lucero.
Even the ref took a shot.
Welcome back. About to begin round number 8 of our co-main event. Tonight in San Bernardino, California. And you said, Chris, better round for Lucero in round number 7.
Still struggling to keep up with Hernandez, but he landed a lot of clean, hard shots that round. Definitely a better get-back round. I just don't know how much is left in the tank at this point.
We begin round number 8 for Hernandez. 11 of his last 15 bouts have gone into the 8th round or longer. Lucero has only seen the 8th round 4 times in his career. 2-2 in those 4 fights. So Hernandez, this is where he lives. He lives in deep water.
Yep, absolutely. This is where he wants to be. He wants to get through the early assault so we can get to here. This is where he's comfortable.
Round by round, look at the total punches landed. Hernandez has evened things up. Lucero, looks like the numbers bear out what you talked about, Chris. A better round number 7 for Lucero.
Yeah, he landed a lot of big eye-catching shots. But those numbers highlight what kind of fight this has been. It's been very nip-tuck, back and forth. Yeah, both guys having success at times.
But last round, I mean, the cleaner, more shots with more whip were also landed by Hernandez, I thought. I mean, whatever Lucero's landing at this point is push punches. See stuff like that. I mean, he can't even get anything on his shots.
But he did back Hernandez up a couple times. He did end the round with Hernandez in that corner. It wouldn't surprise me if that round went to Lucero
and
on the judges' scorecards.
And it feels like a long time ago, but we got to remember Hernandez was down in the first round.
Yeah.
That was round number 2. Put him on his butt. Yep. And you said it, Chris. It's like Hernandez has to get through the first 4 rounds in order to bring you here. That's the dangerous part for him.
Yeah, because how much damage is he taking on the way to get to here? And listen, Chin's running.
Oh, nice left hand.
Yeah, Lucero backing up straight on the ropes. You don't want to do that. You want to back up high. You got to get low when you're on the ropes. Or at least it will be smart too.
Nice little slapping right hook, excuse me, from Hernandez on the inside there.
And the cut over the right eye of Hernandez opened up in round number 2 as well, and has not been a factor. Credit to his cut man.
Yeah, they've done a great job. It's in a bad spot. Wasn't a terrible cut. Didn't seem like it was that deep, but hasn't been a factor at all. Oh, nice beautiful body shot.
A sneaky one too from that southpaw stance to throw that left like that.
There was a little bit of space, and Hernandez threw that looping left-hand shot, that shuttle punch from the southpaw position, one of the best punches in the game.
Another nice left hand.
Mixes them up really nice. Oh, big shot. Big left hook caught Hernandez on the inside.
Lucero still has the energy for those big eye-catching volleys of punches.
Paulie, you asked me, like, what can Lucero do? That he's got to catch Hernandez as he's punching, so he runs into something.
In between something, right?
Yep.
You're looking in the corner. This is Lucero. Isaias eat some big punches in round number 8.
Yeah, that was a good round for Vladimir. Put some numbers together.
Isaias Lucero knew what kind of fight he was getting himself into when you fight Vladimir Hernandez. We're in round 9, scheduled for 10. And it's been a Hernandez kind of fight past round number 4. Although Lucero has had his moments. Remember, a knockdown, a bad cut on the eye of Hernandez in round number 2. But Hernandez not the kind of guy to give up. His defense is his offense. Make no mistake.
Lucero fighting with a lot of heart and a lot of grit, but I believe his conditioning is failing him.
Well, unless you're running triathlons in your free time, it's going to be tough to keep up with the cardio of Hernandez.
But I think at this point, you know, the cat's out of the bag about Hernandez. You know you're going to be in a knockdown, drag-out fight, literally.
Just the consistency of Hernandez. You got knocked down and cut and fought the same kind of fight he always fights.
Yeah.
Never mentally out of it, right? Yeah.
Never gets deterred. Doesn't matter how big the shot that lands. Doesn't matter how hard he goes down. Gets up, goes right back to work. Very workmanlike is Vladimir Hernandez. Kind of guy who brings a lunch pail to work.
Yep.
From Durango, Mexico, he's definitely accredited that Mexican style of fighter. Never submit to the odds, never give in.
I'm not too familiar with the geography, but is that an elevation where he's from?
I don't know. That is an excellent question because it would explain a lot.
Yeah, that could affect the gas tank quite a bit.
Ooh, Lucero is being overwhelmed now on those ropes.
Yeah, he's looking very uncomfortable. That's the thing. Vlad makes you feel like you want to get out of there. You're just like, oh, just get off of me.
It's misery.
It's misery. Yeah.
Nice uppercut.
I think
Hernandez continues with the combinations.
I think we misinterpret Hernandez's power because we saw that brutal knockout, but I think it's just more that he gets
beats you down into submission.
Beats you down into submission. He breaks your body down.
Yeah, and credit to Lucero for not submitting. He's actually still trying. He's trying to still back up Hernandez. It's just good shots there.
He's landing some good power shots.
As I say that, Lucero comes back, but again, he's arm weary. He doesn't have the same kind of snap. Early in the fight, he was dropping Hernandez with those shots.
Yeah, he had really nice snap early on. How much of it is the conditioning of Lucero and how much of it is the fact that Hernandez set such a pace?
And what about the fact that Lucero is a welterweight, fighting at this weight? Yep. And you got to deal with this physicality of the more natural 154-pounder.
Thought it might be the show. It's been incredible. One more round to go.
It's kind of fight, champ, where you finish up the fight, win, lose, or draw. You're like, I'm going back down to welterweight.
Yeah. It's not worth it.
I'm never dealing with this ever again.
I said that with the Spence fight. I was like, all right, I need to go back down to 140. These welters are too big. Here we see some more action. Mostly Hernandez. Pretty one-way action in that last round. Hernandez really just.
And you see Lucero sometimes rolls with the shots and whatnot, but he doesn't have the energy to fire back as much anymore. So it's
one or the other.
Hernandez.
He's either going to make it miss or he's going to throw. But he can't mix his offense and his defense anymore.
Too tired.
Lucero has been arm weary, but he's been throwing. Can he do it again in this 10th and final round? Neither fighter can think they have it in the bag. You get the feeling this is a very close fight on the judges' scorecards. Don't forget a knockdown in round number 2 by Lucero.
Yeah, I don't really have this too close. I think Hernandez has been in control for the majority of these rounds, but that knockdown does make things a little more interesting. But for me, I mean, this is Hernandez. He just set a pace pretty early on. After those first couple of rounds, it's been all Hernandez.
Lucero, look for him to put everything into this 10th and final round. Vladimir Hernandez, I expect him to do what he's been doing the last few rounds. Oof. Well, power punches from both of these fighters. Oh, good right hook.
Lucero figured he's got nothing to save it for now.
Yep. Oh.
Center ring. These guys have put on a torrid pace all night, guys.
I'm impressed with Lucero, who's had to dig deep and really fight a very gritty fight, because he does look like he's been fatigued for quite a few rounds, but is still staying in the pocket throwing bombs.
Ooh. Good straight left hand from Vladimir Hernandez.
Yeah, he caught Lucero getting tall along the ropes. Perfect time to throw that straight left hand down the pipe. Ooh. Sometimes the balance of Hernandez is a little bit awkward. And look, I couldn't tell if he actually got rocked by the shot or he just fell off balance.
Lucero's also pushing.
Yeah.
Because he's bumped with his body sometimes after he lands.
Yeah. Hernandez not the most athletic guy with his feet.
Ooh, good combination.
I like that.
Thought about that left-handed power shot right down the pipe. Does he have Lucero in trouble? Certainly has him backing up.
Yeah, I like that looping left hand that he's throwing. Hernandez.
And Lucero comes back, and now they're trading at center ring, guys.
Exactly what we expected. Under a minute left to go. Round number 10.
How else would this last round
I
end?
mean, no other way. Oof. This is how Vladimir Hernandez fights. This is how he has won fights in the past. Question, of course, is has it been enough?
Do you guys get headaches after watching Hernandez fights?
I have a headache
right now.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, after. Jesus, the thought of taking this.
Yeah, every fight, it's like both guys just take a tremendous amount of headshots.
10 seconds left. Hernandez going for it. Lucero trying to answer back with power punches of his own. And it was a war, gentlemen.
Yeah, two warriors.
Two proud Mexican fighters. Hernandez was down in round 2. He was cut in round number 2. And he came back with a warrior's heart. Give credit to Lucero. You see him in his corner. He is exhausted.
Hernandez is allergic to bad fights.
Yes. Doesn't know how to have one. There's some of that power in round 10.
And he righted the ship after getting dropped, getting cut.
Shaky start.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not a Hernandez fight until he's dropped, I guess.
I guess so. I guess at least recently at least.
You see there, you see Lucero rolling with some of the shots, but doesn't have enough to fire back anymore.
How did the judges see it? That is the question.
And will that knockdown come into play?
Right? From ringside, I saw what you saw, Chris. I saw a guy in Vladimir Hernandez who seemed to take the fight over after about round 4 or 5.
I have no comment on the judging anymore.
Yep.
I don't know what they're going to pull out.
Let's take a look at the punch counter here. Lucero, 40 of 158. Power punches, 161 to 150. Hernandez, more punches in every category.
Both guys very busy, though. You know, 760 punches, in a 10-round fight, 675 from Lucero. I mean,
it's a lot.
Look at the body work from Hernandez. 21 body shots. I actually thought he should have done more body work.
How will the judges see it? That is the question. Lucero had some eye-catching punches, but the activity of Hernandez, the story of the fight going on late. How do the judges see it? Lupe Hernandez and the suspense.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds, Judge Hayashida scores about 95-94 in favor of Lucero. Damas y caballeros, después de 10 vueltas, la juez Hayashida anotó 95-94 a favor de Lucero. El juez Villarreal, 96-93 a favor de Hernandez. Judge Villarreal scores it 96-93 in favor of Hernandez. Y la juez Kais anotó 97-92. Judge Kais scores about 97-92 in favor of the winner by way of split decision. A favor del vencedor por decisión dividida. Vladi 24K Hernandez.
A split, but we got the right judgment. Come on.
That Kayashida is the one that had a 98-92 the other fight too. They got to look at that judgment. She's.
I don't know what they're looking at.
She's not looking. That's the problem.
Yeah.
She's not looking at the fight. I don't know what she's looking at, but she's definitely not looking at the fights. Because the other, she had a 98-92 before, and now it was 95-94 for Lucero. What was the 98-92 score? That was when they robbed the girl, right? She had Artega.
Yes, that was
Chavez. Had Artega winning 98-92.
Yeah, I mean,
insane.
I don't even know what's the point of hiring people like this.
How do you give Chavez two rounds in that fight?
Yeah. And then what about this fight? You gave it to Lucero. I mean, I get Lucero fought hard, but he didn't win the fight.
I didn't think he won enough rounds, right, early on to bank that kind of score. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and she had it 5-5. 95-94 is 5-5 minus 1 point for the knockdown.
Right.
So she had a 5-5.
97-92 is you give 2 rounds to Lucero plus the knockdown. That's probably how I had it.
Yeah.
It's about right, but the right man won.
97-92 is minus 1.
Yeah, it's 2 rounds to Lucero plus minus the knockdown.
1 point.
However you want to break it down, that man, Vladimir Hernandez. ends up winning the fight. A very tough split decision. I almost said unanimous. Split decision victory. Yeah. Great performance for him.
Yeah, every time we come to California, there's some scary judging, bro. I don't know.
I know. They're the kind of fights where he tends to come at you and win late. Mexican pride on display, has his hat as he walks out of the ring. We have some great talent here at ProBox TV, a stable, if you will, of outstanding fighters. A lot of future champions. Take a look at him right here on ProBox TV. Oh, beautiful right hand. Referee very, very close to stopping this fight. That's it. He stopped it.
Yes, it's always pressure, but it's no pressure. It's just like a fun little, competition, especially being on the card with my stablemate like Blas and Erickson. We talk about, who's going to steal the show, So I'm definitely excited to share a card with them guys and, perform. I just feel like I just need to keep going out there and performing and getting better. That's really it. In time, it'll tell that I definitely belong at the top of the weight class and I could compete with those guys, but I just got to keep going out there, progressing, keep performing, and, just keep getting better every time I show up.
Very good job. Nice hook. It's over. Smiling in the inside.
It's amazing. It's a blessing. I've been waiting on something like this to fight in my hometown on such a big card. Such a big opportunity for me to just do my thing and be great. I feel like I'm more stronger. I'm getting smarter. As far as like the training, everything, I'm just getting sharper and getting better day by day. In the camp, just with my teammates, sparring, everything is looking great.
It's been a while since I've been fighting at home. I'm excited. I'm looking to put on a show for my hometown people. But most importantly, I'm here to take care of Ardreal Holmes and move on to bigger and better and contend for a title. We can fight anywhere. It wouldn't be no pressure. I'm just excited to be home. This is my first time headlining at home. I'm looking forward to the titles. I'm looking forward to fighting Murdazaliev. I'm looking forward to fighting Fundora. And I feel like Ardreal Holmes is in the way. He's undefeated, so I know he doesn't want to lose his O. But as far as the knockout comes, I feel like I just got to go out there and be my best, and it'll come. And if it doesn't, then we'll just beat him up for 12 rounds.
May 10th, Erickson Lubin, Ardreal Holmes Jr., and the talent you saw is going to be on display. Names like Blast Val Saint, of course, the young, hungry fighters. Naji Lopez. It's going to be a great night of ProBox TV talent. Do not miss it. May 10th, right here on ProBox TV. And gentlemen, those guys talk about pushing one another. Not just how good they are individually, but how they make one another with that competitive spirit. It's there when they're sitting next to one another.
Well, the gym culture is very strong with those guys. They're very competitive. It's good. They all around each other. It's a bunch of young, hungry lions ready to outdo the other one. That's how you get better. And it's just a perfect environment to breed success.
Talking about young, hungry lions. There's one right there. Jonas James. Been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Undefeated in his young career. Tall, lanky, powerful. And there is Lester Martinez, the pride of Guatemala. Look at the odds. Lester Martinez, a 4-1 favorite, minus 400 over plus 300. Jonas James making 300 money. Think about Jonas James?
Plus 300.
Plus 300?
He's live.
he's a live dog, 100% here on ProBox TV.
Only thing is, when we fight with commissions, we don't let the other dogs win, even if they win. So, I don't know. Let's see.
Very, very true. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. The pride of Guatemala, Lester Martinez. Jonas James, the taller man, 6'1" to 5'11", also a reach advantage for Jonas James. Lupe Contreras with a very special message. Let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we have your attention, please. At this moment, we'd like to mark the passing of two legends of the sport of boxing. The first of whom fought absolutely the best in his division on the way to becoming a world champion. And the second overcame the struggles of the mean streets of Houston to go on to capture Olympic gold at the 1968 Mexico City Games. In an absolutely stellar career, His fights inspired phrases like "down goes Frazier" that became part of popular culture. And he also gave us legendary nights like the Rumble in the Jungle. And in 1994, at the age of 45, he reminded us all that life is full of second chances when he did the impossible and recaptured the heavyweight world title. We mark the passing of these two great legends with boxing's traditional 10 count. A moment of silence in memory of world champion Livingstone Bramble and the one and only Big George Foreman. Thank you, and may they rest in peace. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue from the National Orange Show Pavilion. Once again, this is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Robert Garcia's House of Champions and being sponsored by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 10 rounds on the line. The WBA Continental America Super Middleweight title. Este duelo, pactado a 10 vueltas en juego, el título peso super mediano continental Américas de la AMB. President of the World Boxing Association, Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. Supervising once again, former world champion Quina Malpartida. Our judges scoring the action are Damian Walton, Fernando Villarreal, and Carla Caiz. And now, San Bernardino. We're gonna find out quién es el más macho. The Pro Box main event is on now. Presenting the challenger in the blue corner. He enters wearing camo trunks with white, presentando al retador en la esquina azul, vestido de color camuflaje. Su peso oficial, 167 libras y 3/4. His official weight, 167 3/4 pounds tonight. He enters the ProBox TV ring looking to stamp the first L on his opponent's record, and also looking to remain undefeated himself with 9 victories against 2 draws, 5 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Esta noche sube el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV buscando pintarle la primera derrota a su rival y mantener su récord invicto con 9 victorias, 2 empates, 5 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Rippin' Sacktown, Sacramento, California. Jonas, J. In the red corner, fighting out of the renowned B&B Boxing, Omaha, Nebraska, en la esquina azul. Entra el cuadrilátero del ProBox TV con la frente en alto y representando chapín azul y blanco. Su peso oficial, 167 libras y media. His official weight, 167 1/2 pounds tonight. He enters professional boxing's newest proving ground. An undefeated fighter with 18 victories. 15 of those victories coming by way of KO. Con un récord invicto de 18 victorias, 15 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Defending his WBA Continental America Super Middleweight title. De San Benito Petén, Guatemala. Lester Martinez. Our referee, Rey Corona.
Mouthpiece. Look at, this is good right here, nothing below that. This is good right here, nothing below that. You want to touch gloves, do it now. God bless.
Ready to go finally in our main event. Been denied so long. Joshua James versus Lester Martinez. ProBox TV boss Gary Jonas making his way out of the ring. We are underway, round number 1. Let's go. Lester Martinez in the blue and white. Joshawn James in the green and brown camo shorts.
Joshawn, tall, long, fast hands, athletic, has a nice, good, long right hand.
And you can already see he's being very busy with the lead left, so you can see the game plan is what I imagine it would be, is to hold range against Lester, who has obviously a very big gas tank, throws a lot of punches, but you cannot throw those punches if you can't find your range. Let's see.
That Joshawn jab, man, that thing is long.
Yeah.
He looks like he can hit you from across the ring.
He is being very aggressive early against the heavy puncher in Lester Martinez.
Yeah, he actually fell in there.
Yeah.
He actually fell in there. You don't want to do that against a guy like Lester who can punch, and also you're inviting his kind of fight if you get too close there.
Lester Martinez, his first televised main event, has been on our air, but that was an undercard of a Lamont Roach Jr. fight in D.C.
There were times early in that fight, though, where he was getting hit by Gongora. It was some really big uppercuts. Gongora is a nasty uppercut. But as the fight wore on, Lester started to show his class.
Nice jab.
Rocked with a jab. I really thought that Joshawn would be a little more cautious early on, but he's going right into the lion's lair, so to speak.
Right into the wheelhouse of Lester Martinez, who's a powerful 168, made in 167.5.
Right, look at the rib cage of Lester Martinez.
Yeah.
It's all red on that lead side.
Lester Martinez scored a knockout in 5 of his last 6 fights. And 13 of his knockouts, 4 rounds or less.
Yeah, I mean, we see he's very powerfully built. He's got heavy hands. He sets a pace.
Gary Jonas, the boss here at ProBox TV, talked about the volume of Lester Martinez. And, Joshawn's got a good chance. Got to deal with the volume of punches. Lester Martinez throws a lot.
So far, guys, Joshawn is throwing more punches.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
A lot more.
Again, when you control it, it's about range. If Lester doesn't get close, he's not going to be able to throw his volume like he usually does.
Lester doing a good job of that stab jab down low. He's making the jabs count. He's getting outworked in the numbers, but the ones he does land are very solid.
Yeah.
Crowd here frenzied here in San Bernardino, California.
I think he's also, sort of measuring Joshawn right now, just seeing what Joshawn is going to bring in round 1. He's not overly aggressive, except for that turning that jab into a hook a couple of times so far, like we just saw.
Lester Martinez wants to be what you think of when you think boxing in Guatemala. Wants to represent his country at the international level of professional boxing. Look at the corner of Lester Martinez. Getting advice in his corner. Trying to find his range in round number 1 against Joshawn James, who was very, very busy with that lead hand.
Yeah, the game plan of Joshawn James is very apparent after seeing round 1.
Just use the jab, keep the power puncher at a distance. Can he keep it going in round number 2?
But also be aggressive. I was impressed with Joshawn taking that risk to be in the pocket, fighting the inside at times, and really let those hands go. Because the more you let your hands go, the more openings there are.
Yeah, but I think also James has to avoid fighting in the pocket. Yes. He has to make Lester earn the pocket. If James does Lester the favor and close the gap himself, like there, over the top. There, Lester earned that. He came in over the top with the right hand and did it nicely. But if you give Lester the pocket at times by stepping in too hard, you're going to be doing him a favor. Good shot there by Joshawn as Lester backed out straight.
The 2-1 is a great combination for a guy who's long. You come with that right hand first, come back with a power jab.
Look at the total punches in round number 1. Joshon James landing 21 out of 76. Martinez 15 out of 35.
And look at the percentages. Martinez 42.9. I said that. Like, hey, he's not throwing a lot, but he's making them count. Ooh, good right hand over the top from Lester. Different posture here from Lester in round 2.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive.
Stop. Take a step back.
Oh,
nice right hand from Lester Martinez.
That was a nice combination. Double jab and the straight right hand cut off where Joshon James was going.
Yeah, and it also shows you, Lester does have deceptive speed with his feet as well. He closed range very nicely there off that double jab. Finished it with a right hand.
He has deceptive skills and IQ.
Nice left hook.
Tell you what Joshon's got to be careful doing. He's going straight back. He's up high all the time when he goes straight back. It's a couple of times he's been caught going back like that. And Lester is going to start measuring it with harder punches if he keeps doing that.
Yeah, you get the idea. Martinez is starting to punch to where to where Joshon is going, not to where he is. That anticipation from Martinez.
Lester Martinez, outstanding amateur career, gold medalist, 2011, 2012 Central American Championships. Representing Guatemala.
Oh!
Being a nice hook from Joshon James.
Man, Joshon James, he's tricky, man. He's a long guy, and he'll hook with you on the inside.
He came to fight.
Yeah. I mean,
he's backing Lester up here.
The confidence that Joshon James has been carrying around for these past 6 months has been very impressive, and he brought it to the ring tonight.
He's convinced that Lester was scared of him.
Yes.
That fight didn't happen. So
whatever psychological games that you can play to help yourself, why not?
It was not bravado. Joshon James fighting like he believes that he's a superior fighter tonight.
I don't know if anybody noticed it before the first bell. Joshon was smiling ear to ear, as if, like, pinch me, I was finally here.
Good work in round number 2. Great action in round number 2. Both guys being extremely aggressive, gentlemen.
Yeah, better work from Lester that round. He wasn't just sitting on the end of the punches like he was at round number 1. But also Joshon mixing it up at the right times, being very smart.
And he backed Lester up.
Yes, especially at the end of the round.
Guys, looking at their frames, you would think an inside fight would be an absolute wipeout, but Joshon James fighting really well on the inside.
Really well. He's picking and choosing when he's fighting on the inside. That's very smart. And I think it's also good because you're getting respect. He's not just being flighty and trying to fight from the outside. He's walking Lester down at times as well. This is going to be a rare fight where we refer to both guys by their first names.
Yeah.
Because they both have good first names.
Lester and Joshon. We begin round number 3.
That sweeping left hook that Lester throws off the jab is a nice punch that he's been trying over and over.
Joshon James, he's been brought up the hard way. It's his 5th undefeated opponent in his last 6 fights. Good right hand from Lester Martinez.
Martinez really nice when he lets those punches go in combination.
Good right hand.
He has to be careful there. That's a shot that Lester Martinez is finding a home for here again.
Can't keep getting hit with that.
Talk about Joshon not having that amateur pedigree. He's been on the B side and he's still undefeated. That should tell you something.
That's one of the things I saw in that Gongora fight with Martinez. Once he started building off of his combinations and certain things that were working, he didn't let them go. And we're seeing that with the right hands.
Joshon James in those 9 wins, 5 knockouts. Lester Martinez, much more than knockout puncher, 15 out of 18. Last time out, had a decision, but Gongora, as we keep pointing out, had been there with world-class guys. He knew how to survive a puncher like Lester Martinez.
Yeah, I don't think Gongora ever been stopped, right?
Yep.
No. He was close that night because Lester was really going hard to the body. You could tell that Gongora was feeling those shots, but That would be smart for Lester to go here. Got that long torso of Joshan James.
Could be also he's a little taken aback by the aggression of Joshan James early. You imagine a guy with that kind of range would make you come to him, but he's not.
I would imagine that that is very unexpected, you know, for what Lester probably expected, you know, Joshan to bring. I didn't expect him to be this aggressive. Oof,
nice left off the body shot. See his stab jab low and then up with the hook.
Yeah, Lester trying to get that work inside. Is sometimes Joshan on the inside is sort of like a an octopus, those long arms.
Nice right hand! Down goes Joshan James, and he is flat on the canvas. This would be tough to get up from, ladies and gentlemen. He's up, but his eyes are not clear.
He's going to have to hold here. Lester Martinez.
10 seconds left in the round. Can Lester Martinez close the show? Joshan James will make it another round. Wow!
I cannot believe he got up from that.
He's bouncing up and down to make sure he's still okay.
His legs look very shaky still.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough. That's going to be really difficult to recover.
That was a big right. Again, was it the right hand again, guys?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. It was a shot that we kind of knew if he didn't do something about it, it was going to turn bad for him.
Yeah, so you can't keep getting hit with that shot, and he was. Overhand right, I believe it might have hit. I think it hit the temple. Boom. Oh, no, it's right on the jaw.
Yeah. Left hook follow-up. It was the right hand that did it.
Yeah, he was going down already from the.
I didn't think he was getting up from that one, gentlemen.
It didn't look like it was possible. He hopped up, and even though his legs weren't great, yeah, it's right in the jaw.
Right behind.
Yep, and then the other one on the temple. All right, let's see what the leg situation is here.
Round number 4, high drama. Joshan James trying to recover from a vicious knockdown at the end of round number 3.
That's the power of Lester.
This is what Lester Martinez does.
The power is real, guys.
He averages just under 4 rounds per fight.
And guys, you can see to recover from that, Joshan James is in shape.
Yes.
Because you got to be in shape to recover from that.
Look at the power punches in that round 3. No surprise, Martinez had the edge. But those 2 power punches counters. Overhand right again.
Keeps getting hit with that shot.
Yeah, but you see Joshan is playing with his teeth, his mouth. Mouth is open. Could have a jaw injury.
Another good right hand.
Again, the same right hand, guys.
He's wobbling.
He's just not getting out of the way of that right hand.
On his feet, but now he is down again. And he is hurt. Joshan James, does he have the will to stand up again?
He has, but does he have the legs? He has a heart of a lion, but does he have the legs?
The corner may be stopping it. Yeah. That's it.
That was a good stoppage.
Corner stoppage, and that is it. This fight is over. Huge knockout for the fighter from Guatemala, Lester Martinez. Crowd going crazy.
The statement win. It's not easy to look that good against a guy like Joshan James.
No, that was super impressive.
But again,
super impressive.
We talk about that Joshan didn't have the amateur experience, and it's things like the same right hand that he kept getting hit with tell you that. You know, it's like he wasn't able to make a simple adjustment like getting out of the way of a right hand that seemed to be easy to see. This one, the replay, he's already kind of hurt here.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the finishing salvo. So him getting hit with the right hand here, I can't blame him.
Too many hard, clean shots.
Gentlemen, he stayed on his feet too long. Like, he was wobbling, eating. Yeah. If he had gone down on the first one.
But that's just hard. But maybe holding. He tried to hold there, but he got hit with the right hand. But over the course of the fight, though, when he was fine, getting hit with the right hand when he's totally fine, consistently, that's the issue there. There was no adjustment made with that right hand. He's tall, but he stays real low, so he's kind of inviting that right hand because he's staying real low with the left hand down.
I think he just fought
inexperienced.
He was too aggressive and reckless early on. Just getting hit with too many shots early on by a real puncher. When you have the reach and the length, I understand. Drawing a line in the sand and you want to get respect, but he stayed in there. He stayed in there too long.
I think the lack of total experience, of overall experience, with a little more experience, you're able to do that, you know, especially at the amateur experience. You know that fundamental, keeping it on your back foot. He was jabbing a lot, just coming in and ended up on his front foot when he was jabbing. So that's inviting a right hand as well. You're that tall, man. You're going to stay on your back foot and jab constantly and pump that jab. You don't really do that. Just sudden, subtle, you know, fundamental mistakes. And a guy like Lester Martinez, you're not going to get away with them against him.
And look at the numbers. Power punches, 34 for Martinez. James gets 25, but it was the ones at the end that really counted, that he turned over, and he did the damage in rounds 3 and 4. You said it yourself, heart of the lion for Jonas to get up from that first knockdown, let alone the second one, but outgunned.
But we also talked about the right hand early. He was getting hit with the right hand early. We said if he keeps going with this way, he's not going to be able to last long.
This crowd going crazy, showing their respect for the fighter who is hoisting the Guatemalan flag, Lupe Contreras. Make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the ProBox TV ring, this bout concludes with an official time of 1 minute 5 seconds of round number 4. Damas y caballeros, dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, este combate concluye con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto 5 segundos del cuarto episodio. El vencedor por knockout, your winner by way of KO, and still WBA Continental America Super Middleweight Champion, el orgullo de Guatemala, Lester Martinez.
It was a long time coming, but when the opportunity presented itself, Lester Martinez showing those lethal hands. Yet again, Terrence Crawford giving him his respect. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that. Harry Jonas behind him, the boss here at ProBox TV. Incredible stuff. Lester Martinez. Gentlemen, do we agree? Sky's the limit for this kid at 168.
Yeah, he showed he's world class, and I think even more so this fight than even the Gongora fight. You saw the levels, you saw the boxing IQ, you saw the pedigree, along with the power. We've always seen the power, we've seen the pace. Tonight we saw the pedigree.
Yeah, and honestly, he's somebody to watch in this weight class. You know, there's some really good fighters in the 168-pound weight class. Some good young talent like Pacheco, like Berlanga. I think Martinez also, you know, fits the bill nicely and really will enter the fray very soon, because he's not only is he strong and a good fighter, he's also an exciting fighter.
Folks, finishing is not a skill. You can't teach it in the gym. It's an instinct. You don't finish your sparring partners, right? So it's an instinct about knowing when to go for it. We can talk about power all day. He knows how to close the show. He knows when he has somebody compromised, and he goes after him. That was on display tonight.
And he was patient. He didn't rush. Even though he got him out early, got him out in 4 rounds, he was patient because he was landing those shots at will. He could have gone for broke earlier. He didn't. He kept setting them up. He's like, I'm still going to get it. I'm still going to get it. And he finally got it.
Well, it was Joshua James being dangerous early that made us go, okay, if I go crazy early, I might get clipped. Yeah. You know, he showed that ring IQ. When you talk about that international amateur experience, he has that representing.
He's patient. You know, he was patient in the first round. You know, he let Joshua throw all those punches, but he was patient, and he eventually knew how to deliver those you know, terminating blows, so to speak.
Incredible stuff. Giving his respect to the Guatemalan fans. A lot of Guatemalan flags flying tonight here in San Bernardino, California. This crowd has been absolutely outstanding from start to finish, cheering on these ProBox TV fighters. And let's be honest, guys, they got their money's worth tonight. I thought maybe the co-main event would steal the show. That main event was absolutely incredible.
I mean, you had it all. You had it all tonight. And we knew that this was a good card top to bottom. We kept saying every fight on the card was worth watching. And it truly were. It was a great night of fights.
And Lester did what you're supposed to do. Entertain, but leave them wanting more. And when people are going to want more of Lester Martinez.
But also making a statement. That was a statement performance.
Statement performance from Lester Martinez. So guess what? We're back April 5th. Nico Flas. You haven't seen him before. You don't know entertainment in the boxing ring until you see this man take on Gabriel Maestre, an outstanding amateur, world-class, transitioning into the pro ranks. Forget the numbers. This is not a gimme fight. Maestre, very, very dangerous in the welterweight division. Saturday, April 5th, right here on ProBox TV. It was an incredible night of fights. These are our future stars portion of the show. Some great fighters taking that next step up. A women's world championship and a former world champion getting back on track. Vladimir Hernandez showing us what it's going to take to beat him. What gives orders in this world, Paulie? Boss. That's what it takes to beat Vladimir Hernandez. That's where he takes you every time. But Lester Martinez stealing the show yet again by brutal knockout. Absolutely incredible. We'll see you next time here on ProBox TV.